All right, hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. We've got another day here, CCT, Season 3, European Series number 1. I still think we're here, and we're about to decide the last two teams that head toward those playoffs today. We've got 2-2, final chance for any of these teams to make it through. Next, I'm joined by Ciard, and
Hello, hello.
tell me, what do we have today?
Well, we've got a bit of a jam-packed schedule. It's going to be 3 games, in fact, actually. But yes, we are going to be seeing the final matches of the day and of the Swiss stage. It's round number 5. It's the end of this first series of Season 3. I mean, at least the end of the regular kind of proceedings. Next up, it's playoffs, and these 6 teams will take it upon themselves to try and get through. We'll see who goes through, of course, at the end of the day, but right now, starting off first on the schedule, it's Astrum versus Fireflux, then later down, it's Passion UA versus Favbet, and Ruby versus Iberian Soul for the final kicker. But starting with our first, Nexus, we've already seen both Astrum and Passion UA yesterday. Perhaps it didn't go exactly as planned. There were a few moments where we believed in their capabilities and chances to win, but in the end, they all still faltered. What exactly went wrong?
That's a good question. Individually, they weren't really there, right? When we're talking about Passion UA, they weren't really there, right? We had Water who was fragging out, yeah, but at the cost of essentially not getting enough impact at the start of the games. He was kind of stat padding a little bit. I think that was a sort of false hope that was given to the team. But they did still kind of come back to it. They did start to show us what they did have with a little bit of the legwork they started doing toward the end. But simply put, it wasn't enough. 9 did close out those games, right? In overtime as well on Nuke. That's where we started to see what 9 is really about. Passion was all about, because we went to it, we said, right, Dust 2, that was wacky pick overall. It was going to be a very scary one. It proved to be scary. They paid the price for it, and now, for today, this is where they have to kind of make up for that as well. They're obviously still figuring things out, but today, one chance, you're out.
One chance, 1 series, 3 maps, a total of potential just 2. We'll see how it's going to go. Let's focus up on our first match of the day here, starting in about 5 to some minutes. Astrum going to be taking on Fireflux. We've seen Astrum yesterday. They were close on that 3rd map, never really lived up to the expectations. And Fireflux, of course, as well, coming up empty-handed at the end of the day. So today, as we said, it's the amalgamation of the whole of the Swiss stage. It's everything put together here, and these 2 teams have to showcase if they still got it. They're going to be tired. They're still got many games to go, but it's playoffs tickets yet again, and this time it's the final seats.
Yeah, I mean, Fireflux they got here as well by eliminating Zero Tenacity in that 1-2 matchup, so in a pretty convincing fashion, like a 13-10, 13-3, I think, was the scorelines in those maps as well. Right, they're a team that I think are very hot or cold. Like, sometimes on the day when they are feeling it, they are incredibly good. Then other times it looks a little bit lackluster, right? Consistency obviously is a big difference maker either way. You know, besides if you're going to be tier 3, 2, or at the very top of the level, top level of the game, tier 1, right? That's what the biggest thing with Counter-Strike really is consistency, your form and all that. So that's kind of what both these teams, in a way, are also looking for. But that's what I'm looking more forward to from the side of Fireflux, maybe a little bit, because we've already seen some of the heights that Astrum have had previously in Aurora, I think. So we kind of know what they're all about. They've had that form, now they kind of lost it a little bit. Sure, I'm looking forward to seeing if they can also bounce back. But I'm looking more toward the international side to see if they can kind of give us some of that consistency in the next few months.
Well, speaking of consistency, I think Astrum yesterday proved to have at least a degree of it. We've seen Grix in great form. Norway had some moments as well. Kenzie, Clax, likewise. Patsy, perhaps the only one that really disappointed against Ecstatic. If we recall, it was a 2-1 series at the end for Ecstatic. They won double overtime on Inferno and a final score on Nuke at 13-11. I believe Patsy was the lowest rated, but nonetheless still up there to a degree. I gotta say, Astrum today, as you said, final chance. We don't need to go in depth because we're gonna see them possibly on similar maps as yesterday. Let's rather see Fireflux, right? The team that I haven't had the pleasure to cast much of lately. You said it yourself. The consistency is the question here. How are they gonna, how are they gonna fare? This is not a very young team. They've been around for a long time. We've got Skrunk, I believe, the IGL, if I'm not mistaken. We got Paz, obviously. We got Banjo, Soulfly, and Dougie. From my knowledge, Dougie recently joining the fray, right?
Yes.
And I'm gonna be honest, like I'm having a tough time seeing this team going above and beyond. But we said it before the game already, before we went live. They have that surprise factor in them. They can have a great performance, and that's the scary part.
It is a bit of a scary part, but let's see what other parts of the video as well in the series we're gonna have here. In that, maps need to be played. And we're starting off with a little bit of train, so put your conductor's hat on. You're fresh back from a Zagreb Expo. I'm sure you've had plenty of time witnessing how trains work again in real life with these miniatures. Any fun facts you can share before we hop over toward that train as well here? What about the Soviet trains? Differentiate them from others.
Well, speaking of trains, well, we can certainly say, if you want to know if you're in Europe or perhaps in the ex-USSR countries, the trains don't have buffers or the things that are in the front or the back of a train car or a locomotive. Like at the sides of it, there are 4 of them total on each car or locomotive. Interesting facts.
I knew you knew that. Thus I asked.
I've probably said it a million times before.
Nutty interest for a moment.
So for those that don't know what exactly I'm talking about, just look at the train map locomotive that you see right here ahead of you, and look under the lights. There were supposed to be buffers, like these metal things that reach beyond the train itself. So in case of a coupling error, that the trains or locomotives don't crash. Exactly. In any case, Ancient Second, we're going to be going back to the old civilizations of Maya's time, and hopefully it's going to be fun to see it. Fireflux choosing that map also means they've got something up their sleeve, leaving us on Inferno as the third. And honestly, you said it yourself, you don't want to see Inferno today. You're not going to be happy if we see Astrum there again. They've had issues yesterday, that's for sure. All I'll say is there were some very apparent issues that never should have been happening in the first place, but maybe they've fixed that by now.
Maybe. But nonetheless, I did kind of say as well, alright, I'm all Inferno'd out for the rest of my career, I think. It's just so boring and stale. There's no real innovation being done there. The only thing that's changed is grenade lineups with CS2, and that's about it. There's not been anything else. Right, it's gotten very stale. I want to get rid of it. And thankfully, we got something new instead. New and shiny, look. It's
and
train.
Rainy. Yeah.
And rainy.
This is an extra FPS cost to the atmosphere, but hey, it might be worth it. Round 1, it's the pistol, ladies and gentlemen. We are live here. It is going to be the last stage of the Swiss stage for CCT Series 1 of Season 3. Soulfly already defending, but it might not be enough. Patsy and Paz returns. It's not there, though. It's Grix on Paz and Skrunk. Back-to-back Patsy and Kenzie find their targets. Down to Dougie. It goes. He gets 2. That's not something you usually see easily. 1v1 against Patsy, though. Coming out the side, and Patsy just aggroes hard. Finds the headshot immediately. Astrum secures the pistol.
First one, Astrum, and you kind of mentioned it as well. I also mentioned it yesterday as well, in the sense that Patsy is going to be very hit or miss, right? He is going to be a good player, but there is an issue because he plays those entries, so it's sometimes the sort of thing where he is going to be playing against a really good CT side specifically, where he just gets shot down and has absolutely nothing to start. And there's his teammates who have to fade him out and step up, and it looks a little bit rough. But the problem with that still is that Patsy has, like, 1.1 rating for the past couple of months. So, you know he has that sort of capability to do more than enough to pull his team through these situations. But it's the problem, sometimes it's just not there. Yesterday we saw, like, a poor side of it, but I'm hoping today we'll get to see the better side of him instead, and see how well Astrum can play together when that specific pod as well clicks.
On the other side, Fireflux, I mean, as I said before, very experienced players. Skrunk, Paz, I believe both in the ranges of 29 to 28 years old. They've been on the scene for a good 10 already, if not more for even others. I believe Soulfly is near there as well. And the experience can beat better aiming teams or better teams in terms of aim on a map like Train. You know, there's a lot at stake here. There's a lot in play. The mind games, the overall read of the scenario, how well Skrunk will be able to counter Astrum. Yet, in the end, it always feels like we still come down to aim when it goes to Counter-Strike 2 itself. And sometimes you're just not there altogether, and you can't contend. This round, an eco, nothing important, so easily cleaned up. Astrum makes it a perfect one, really. And Fireflux, this is the first real test, as we like to say. I mean, it's kind of an indicator of what kind of a game we're going to have, isn't it? Like, it's sad as it sounds. These days, Counter-Strike has devolved a little bit in terms of actual gameplay. It's no longer just that profound strategy, but it's more, okay, I've got a lucky timing, I'm just going to be running for it and gunning for it. Even CT side has become hyper-aggressive because they had to adapt to the game changes from CSGO to CS2 already, which changes the meta entirely. And Astrum, they're playing on that perfectly. For Fireflux, we'll see if they have.
Out of B upper, into Banjo, who's not really holding for this specific thing. Instead, it's Doggy from afar watching. First shot is a miss, and Banjo left to die. There's a trade coming through. There's his second one now for Doggy. Advantage stolen over toward that CT side, but Pansy wants to take that away and wants to continue the CT side dominance instead. T side and Q in this situation, but they're left with a 2-1-3 instead. Klax and Kenzie. Unexpected to be close by.
They're burning down the clock nicely. That Molotov or incendiary just barely enough touches Klax, and it will actually force him out of position, which in the end leaves Kenzie alone in a 1v3. He's got one, pulls out the USP, gets another. He knows where the third one is, volleys the bomb. That's a perfect position now. Without a kid, there's no chance of the fuse, and Kenzie might have died, but he saved the round. That's what you play for in a game like this. My goodness, it's nice to see Kenzie thinking with about 300 IQ there. He realized that he likely loses the duel due to the high ground advantage. After all, Obi-Wan did teach everybody, excuse me, the facts of high ground. And in the end, Astrum still persevere. Kenzie, good choice, pulls out the molly, doesn't even think twice about it, and guarantees the W. Now, it could have all been prevented with a single smoke, but they were counting on the fact that Fireflux would be without. Money is an issue after all, and it's going to be no different this round. Nexus, I like the start here. Astrum is determined to make an impact, and early on. Whew. That's an old trick, by the way, that we used to see back on Train. Deep smoke from the CTs and then boost over the smoke with the NM4 closer on the rails, or from deep on with the op, and usually easily read.
You though got a Sunday. I'm gonna say cartoon. I'm gonna Sunday comic. That's the one. It's gonna be that easily read. Wallbang attempt as well. Rix nails it. Small adjustment. Banjo left alone.
1v3.
Big correction needed for him to take this round to Fireflux. At least a couple of them are low, but guess what? That matters very little to the AWP. One way that might work out for him is if they decided to line up for collateral, but I'm gonna assume the chances of that are not as great as one might think. He's still waiting. They'll eventually walk into his crosshair, or just barely avoid it here. There's 1 and 2 spotted. Vice versa, they now have information on him as well, and they're looking for it. Takes a little bit too wide of a stance and finds himself at the other end of Griggs' AK-47. It's himself a 4K. Astrum, they've got a 5-0 start as well here. Tees out a train. That is a great start.
It's as good as it can get, really. And there's one thing that perhaps we haven't touched upon in any big detail, but I think the mention of the difference of ranks as well plays into here as well. It's at least a big enough of a difference to already matter in my eyes. And as you said, Fireflux, they were on the O2 road. They made it out there. Luckily did not get eliminated, but today might be a different story. We've got a very tough opponent that have been playing a good game of CS when they wanted to, when they put their effort into it. And I'm not saying they're not going to do it today, but there's always a chance you can surprise them. And they must not allow the loss of an early few rounds to get at them.
Seemingly some issues perhaps with Banjo. Hopefully as simple as restart your game, but you never know.
Yeah, Counter-Strike.
You never know. But you know, I actually had a conversation. I want to say might have been B-Dog, might have been Hayes, I don't remember. But we had this small little idea of what if you pick terrain, right? You know, people like to anti-strat, and people also like to complain about this map and the frames it has.
Yeah.
You should, you kind of see what the correlation is.
I know where it's going.
What if you understand and know that someone has a bit of a worse PC?
I know. I've heard that.
That's just a really
discussion
funny
on Twitter.
If you pick into terrain specifically for
that, and it's not just terrain.
You know someone's going to be struggling with like 150 frames on this map for whatever reason.
Same with, for example, Nuke, right? I know Nuke drops a lot of frames. I know people have issues with it. And I believe the water particles on Anubis apparently kill frames as well. So yeah, there is definitely precedence for that. Because honestly, if you have that info and if you can play it on that, well done. You are abusing the difference. I don't know
it
how...
only really works on like a couple of things, which is mostly like
there has to be a lot of factors in play for. Oh, well, that's not a lot of factors. That's just straight up fire, Grix. Insane. They line up. They're gone. That's round potentially. What? Can we roll back the years, please? I feel like I'm just stressing out on top of Fireflux. What? Oh. I mean, it doesn't even matter they get Patsy in my eyes. They know they are in Pop Dog. They know they've got upper halls. So the only thing that right now Astrum have to do is lock it down, make sure they can't get flanked from Ivy or from Pop. And that's exactly what's happening. Whew. Well, that's one way to derail a convo.
Yeah, it certainly is. But it's been made difficult to actually finish off the job here, because they've not got a single kill above those entries, or above the entry Griggs finds. Finally, one coming back. A strugglesome spray, the flash for the fight, but on the fuse is Banjo. They will find him just in time.
And he had the kit as well. A second or two more, and he probably would have gotten it. Astrum, good reaction in the end. High price to pay for the win, but they get it nonetheless. Grix with an amazing entry that almost already gives them the round, though the return fire is quite insane still. What were we talking about before that shot? I genuinely forgot, because it took me away.
Anti-stratting, knowing your opponent has a bad PC.
And frag. Yeah.
It's only situational, but there are cases.
there are cases, like I said, I've seen some conversation being had about it, and honestly, I'm not too surprised. I mean, it's a legitimate fact and a grievance as well in my eyes. I think it should be, to a degree, taken out with Valve, though. They need to fix this. Like, it's in their best interest to fix it in my eyes, but, you know, that's just me. Might just be a wishful thinker kind of guy, but it is going to be wishful thinking for Fireflux, if we're honest.
You know, at least I'll say this. At least I'll say this before we get back to it. It's not the Bethesda approach of maybe your computer's just not good enough when Starfield came out and people were complaining about it.
Yeah, that's obviously...
That was really funny.
Not just that, there's so many games that are just trash, like absolute trash, and released for like full price of 60 to 100 euros. Astrum?
This one, though, Counter-Strike 2, is free.
It's free. Well, free if you want to play
It's
against
free.
only cheaters, and if yeah, it's free. That's fact. Skrunk, this round should be free. Well, not for him, but for Astrum, though. Still, technically free to a degree.
Yeah, not even going to be able to upgrade it. It's just a nice round for Astrum, just walking out for the walking out of upper yet again.
Yeah,
Not the first time we've seen that either, and it's worked out very nicely. They lose Nobi and Genzi, sure, but they just overwhelm into the end. Fireflux not able to put up enough of a fight behind the bomb gen, behind Thomas, and they get shut down.
Honestly, talking about anti-stratting on train as well, with the meta changing, with the facts changing towards upper halls especially, like this is going to have to be a go-to strategy from eventually for the CTs. Like talking about controlling pop and upper halls B. I think as the CT side, you are going to have to fight that actively. We've seen that before. Some teams are already doing it pretty well. But the less the CTs do that, the less control they have, the less chance they have of even responding in due time. Because Pop Dog is so different to what we had that you have to do this adjustment. Ivy has become the obsolete point of the map now these days. Like, it's barely in use. You'll have a lurker every time and so often, but for the most part, it's never going to be a part of a big attack. It rarely really is. What do you say? Would you agree with me in saying that, you know, pop dog control and upper halls B control for the CTs is a vital part of the story now for this map?
Yeah. Sorry, I just blanked out for a moment. I was with you for a moment, and then I wasn't, and then I forgot what you were talking about. But yeah, I do think that is absolutely like the biggest part of the map nowadays. Right, Ivy has become an obsolete. I had this, well, I had this note earlier with someone yet again. Not you, sorry to say. I've been apparently going all over the place.
Damn.
Yeah, but Ivy is just a very underutilized thing. Like, I know that there was like a game where Ivy was probably used once or twice in its own, like in its entirety. It's just not really a massive factor anymore. Especially because they've changed, or with how they changed it. There's only one exit toward the A site, or two, really, but it used to be different, and it's made things a little bit more difficult. But in a couple of different ways as well, it's made it easier for some situations. So, a little bit of give and take, but Pop Dog is where things nowadays kind of get decided for control. Skrunk barely gets away. Doggy does not.
Yeah, Banjo now alone in Con. He's in trouble. He's probably going to be engaging with that op soon. Grix takes a fire shot, misses the shot. We've seen a few missed opportunities yesterday. Is down to 9, so this is a doable position for Fireflux all of a sudden. With 30 seconds, they've got the they've certainly got the momentum shifted in their favor. Klax is still somehow surviving, bullets flying, and here we go. Oh, that Molly's gonna be such a ghastly appearance for Astrum.
Look at the time. Look at the time, and look at the HP they do not have to play with here. It is that dire at the moment that Grexy could try to plant that bomb, but it's Skrunk needs to be dealt with. Needs to be dealt with on the bomb plant, Kenzie. He'll save his teammate. He'll save the round. It is Astrum still with a clean sweep. This is ridiculous, man.
They're having a fun time. They were with me in Zagreb, apparently, enjoying the trains, and now they just want to enjoy them some more. Yeah, like, talking back to Ivy, I think taking it back to Ivy at least a little bit, they changed one part of the map so drastically, and whilst it seems like a small change, it really isn't. They should have changed Ivy as well. There should have been some differences to it, because it's such a one-way hallway that effectively, if you're not hitting the shot, you're not going to be making through it. You're usually going to be fighting through a lot of utilities, and we see Astrum focus on Ivy, and this is the second time they've gone, I believe. Maybe it has been the third a player has approached, but generally speaking, they are winning 8-0 and they're barely touching it. And we can see right here, Skrunk, he's in trouble. He peeks in, Flash is good. Norway's the anti-Flash, doesn't win the duel. It leaves them with 2-man down. A lot of damage, but not a lot of kills. That's the problem. Klax has been able to snipe through the smoke, though. That's a problem itself, as Grix is going to be running away. The info could be very wrong for the side of Fireflux. They lose the first, and here we go. Klax now has to play the odds. He has to get at least 2. Denied. Paz on the reaction. Banjo on Kenzie, and Grix alone with 50. No chance. At this point, he's in a bit of a locker room situation, and he dropped the soap.
Damn. Yeah, no, that is unfortunately one of those situations. But luckily for Fireflux, hey, they managed to capitalize off of it. First round is on the board and it's only taken them 9 attempts here. That, however, is not the good part.
Yeah, it's definitely concerning. I'll say that much.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at this like when we were like 5-0. I'm like, okay, sure. We've seen even yesterday as well 5-0, 4-0 starts, and we're like, yeah, that's fine, that's fair. You can come back from those. It's nothing crazy. And then I'm looking at Fireflux, the numbers they have on this map as well. Right? They've won most of their games. They've played it 7 times and only 2 losses. So this is not the result, nor the execution I was expecting it to be.
Oh, good.
This is one-sided.
See, that's why you have to take upper halls. You can no longer wait on site or fight for it. You have to fight for it. Skrunk, have you done the impossible? Skrunk, you mad lad! You can't finish the job, though. That's unfortunate. And that's round done again. But yeah, basically, it's Fireflux. They seemingly haven't adjusted, and, well, there won't be, because it's already too late in my eyes. This map is going to be a goner soon.
Yeah, this is rough. This is simply put rough.
I don't want to be a downer, but it feels like Skrunk is caught in that old mentality on train, or the old setup on train that you'd used to run, where you have 1B and 4A, where you don't enter pop, you don't do any reconnaissance, you have no info, you're kind of stuck in place, and you can't really do much, and this feels like that. I hate to say it, but this is not going to cut it, Chief. They already lose the first, it's Dougie, it's the Opper. They've got very little util to left once the rain starts pouring. It's an A split. They're going to be running in through pop. They're going to be running in through main. Ivy is just being controlled for the actual flank. And at least Fireflux have recognized that. They've got now 4 on position, so this should be handleable. But with 2 in upper halls B, they could still run B, actually. Astrum, they were a nuisance yesterday. They did have a fair play of shakes and shakedowns and AKA fakes. You can see baited into a contact, making sure they think it's still A, but in fact 2 have entered B and they've got full control. Round should be dusted in about a second or 2. And there we have it. Round done. Skrunk should be expected, will be checked. We'll win the duel, that's good. Actually hits Klax, now basically down to low. Oh, he thinks it's low HP, but Klax still takes that fight. 3v3, now they need an entry, barely holding on. Norvi is lost, Patsy and Grix.
There is no kits, that is the time they have to worry about, but they can still find these kills. Patsy's now twisting, turning, finding out which side to
they're
take
gonna
these
get it.
duels in, but Banjo shuts him down, and Skrunk is on the defuse with a few seconds to spare.
Well played. Good retake. It didn't feel like it when we started. I mean,
it's
for a second
sticking
there
around a little bit too long. That lets them have that opening as well.
Yeah.
Thinking it's too easy. It's only just the one.
If Klax doesn't die
in his own shoes, and then overwhelmed that he's not the only one because they suddenly just ran at them.
What gets me is the flank. Well, how were they not checking CT spawn? They were apparently just aimed at possibly connector. Nor are we getting caught in the back from CT. So yeah, that's another problem. But a problem for another day. Apparently, Grix will find Soulflyer ready to open up things.
Taking control here, but Fastrum, not a whole lot of play this part of the map. Instead, it is focused towards Ivy. Ability being thrown out as well. That is one thing as well now in New Train. The amount of main aggression, how open the yard is as well. You don't have about 4 different trains you have to worry about. It's just a couple here. It is a lot easier to actually maneuver and walk around.
There's a lot more open space. Yeah, there's a lot more open space.
Yeah, harder to hide. But let's that T side just run around and know which duels they actually have to take and not worry about the claustrophobic angles.
Yeah, that's fair.
So back and forth, you give and take a little bit. Palace now has to take a whole lot more than just one here if he wants to have even a chance. But as soon as he turns past, he will trade it.
That's the half. That's 10-2. Like, Banjo, I'm afraid to say, even as a Finn himself, he's not going to be able to handle this one. The invasion is just too strong. And, yeah, that's going to be 10-2. And Astrum has effectively done the impossible. Beautiful shot here by Grix. The entries just come together. The Kensi maneuver that we saw, I believe, round 3 even. It was the first gun round where he pulled the molly out, denied the defuse. Effectively, everything goes right. And after all, this is what I almost forget how many moments we had here. Yeah, like so many clutches as well. Quite a little bit of action, quite a little bit of surprise, a few clapbacks, but nothing worth, in the end, much beyond 2, which is not a lot of anything, really. 10-2, Astrum, I believe, on the verge of securing this 13-2, possibly.
Easy enough of first half, and now on the favorite side as well. Despite the numbers that Fireflux have put on here, right? 7 games, 5 wins. None of that is currently showing, and that is a bit of a worry. Because I did mention, they seem a bit of a hot and cold sort of team. At times, incredibly locked in, and others... maybe not all that, and today I feel like I've got an idea which it might be, at least to start off the series. Even when it's on the map, they do have the numbers on as well to support these. However, top fight is being taken, Norway pushing toward the side. Klax is making a massive run around in the meantime. It's a 3-4 here for the T side to hold it toward the side. Paz stuck in hell. Now, no longer. So far with the next one, Patsy down at the C side. They have suddenly whittled it down to just one. And Klax has got it. The round is done. That is an easy pistol conversions for Fireflux.
Solid start. It brings them up to speed. It will give them a little bit of leeway. But it's going to have to continue this way as well. Grix, we see that he sold the MP9 and the Kevlar. This is going to have to be a full eco in my eyes. Astrum, they take a tactical pause. No. Instead, it's a force. Who would have thought? Maybe not. I don't know. They're kind of buying, selling. It seems like we're looking at a crypto transaction here. It is going to be an eco... Never mind, it's a full investment. Yeah, okay, they will full invest. Fair enough. Grix doesn't even say for the op. Never mind. Four MP9s and a scout. Now, I've seen this joke before, but I don't want to make it. Let's see if Fireflux live it. Love the aggression. Pass is already out main. Surely they don't expect that. Though, looking to embed themselves into pop. Love the idea here. Oh, Banjo hiding between the actual server racks. Or whatever this is. I guess power supply. Or some sort of transformators. Or transformers in this case.
I think this one's Optimus Prime, if I had to guess.
Yeah. What's the Starscream? And what's the bad guy's name? Like the
Megatron.
ultimate... Megatron. There's the one, yeah. Might be a Megatron hiding somewhere in there.
Sure. However, Astrum,
wow.
they've got a little bit of that energy as well.
Star energy for sure, brother. Norway's on a double. Kenzie already got his 12 as well. Clax on a chance. Oh, Kenzie still gets the kill. That's insane. Now Clax has a chance with the scout to finish the job. Dougie's low HP and Kenzie, one bullet will suffice. Oh, Dougie. Oh, the interaction, the prediction, the read, and the point as the scout will connect. Clax secures number 11 on a 4-spy, and it works. It's poetry. I don't know, man, but it breaks Fireflux in half. They're now broken in terms of economy. They have to force... They could eco, technically speaking, and buy next, but that is not going to bring them enough for everybody to be well equipped. Oh, boy. It sucks. Win the pistol, then lose the second. Yeah, you know you're done for. It's just a matter of when and not if. Great pistol, by the way. Gotta give it to them. Good plan. Good aggression.
It was a great pistol, but follow-up.
Just not there. Yeah.
We don't talk about this one.
No, we don't.
The shenanigans they get away with the jumping MP9 being the biggest part of this round as well for Ganzi. Help close it out, and one scout shot to the body, not even a headshot required to finish it. That's what gets Astrum their 11th. With Ancient coming up next, how are we feeling about it, right? For Astrum as well, it's an okay-ish map in the sense they played it a lot. But the victories may not have been there. It's pretty much the weakest link in their pool, and for Fireflux, victories as well, even less scarce than they are for Astrum.
Oh wow, they've
It's
lost
a massive
A.
gamble.
They've lost A, by the way. They've got a man in con, and they're not even realizing it. What is going on right now?
Somehow,
Why
yeah,
is...
they've let this one slip completely. A rotation. Over-rotation in this case. And fighting from connectors. Skrunk is gone. Norway giving the scout.
He needed to win. He needed to win this duel.
Shout out to the Bogdan.
Banjo. Is he about to bow out? No. Kenzie's down. That's an M4. Smoke is bad. Banjo keeps the tune going. Keeps it alive, potentially. There's no...
Hold on.
Oh, there is a kit. There is a kit. Oh, boy, there is a kit. And I think it might not be enough. It's not Banjo. Ace clutch, my man. Holy... Wow.
All right. That is one way to turn it around.
I mean, if that is not enough to get the blood pumping and the adrenaline going, I don't know what is. Fireflux, this is your chance. They've just bought themselves an opportunity to strike back for a chance, for a difference. And that smoke, if the smoke had been accurate, I'm sure that... Oh, God, no. Oh, man. What is that?
Are we just going to have a back-to-back? Are we going to have this again?
Oh, my... No way. Come on.
Trading rounds, Matt, that's how things can go here if you're not careful. Because they keep dealing damage. They've taken away Galil here. Kenzie's still stuck on a 5-7, but guess what? That is one of the best guns in the game.
Honestly, that's facts right there. Plus.
Taking our time. Even a boosting to a main to see above the smoke would pass unnoticed. They will at least get the information relayed. There is somebody at least was up
like
close.
This.
Norway now dealt with. Kenzie's picked up that weapon. Let's just see if I know Grix might have some company. And if Grix doesn't spot anyone soon, Kenzie's just got to turn around here as well, surely.
He will turn around. He's going to know they went back towards the other...
No,
please,
not
with a knife. Okay, he gets the C4. He should know. He should know somewhere around him is Mr. Skrunk as well. Grix is here. Yeah. He's definitely going to be making the job tough for Fireflux. Nonetheless, there's the scout shot. This is insanity. Paz, 20 seconds, a scout and a Galil, and he doesn't get the chance to react. It's a scout through the wall to the head. As simple as that. He's dead. That's 12. That's round. That's game. That's map. Maybe not the game, but definitely the map. 12-4, meaning 13-4 most likely. What in the world had we just seen?
We're seeing a collapse here for Fireflux. They get a little bit to go for an individual to give them a clutch the pistol. But it's not enough here. The drain is Astrum. And nobody's slacking out the moment on their side either. Everybody's playing their best game. And this is very much vehemently so a peak for Astrum. Sometimes we have closer calls, and I thought as well here, we were supposed to have a closer call, but guess what? No. Apparently that's not something that we're gonna entertain with this first map.
Honestly, I'm all here for it. Astrum is playing a great game of CS. It's as simple as that. Fireflux cannot contend. We said it in the pre-game. We mentioned it during the game. There's a difference between these two teams that is, well, noticeable not only on the server, but outside of the server as well. And there's just no comparison, apparently. As we're going to have a straight A rush. I like the dedication. I like the idea. Let's see if it finds any purchase. They might get a few. They will get the entries required for the bomb plant. A third one as well. Might as well get the round here now. Dougie gets Grix. It's down to Norway. 1v3. There's a 0 chance he might be able to take this. The op on Dougie. The nade doesn't do much. And it should be a 5th round. Wow. Okay.
Ah, that's awkward for Norway. Go between the angles, but Banjo covers nicely. We are still trading rounds, apparently. Going back to back with this one. And we're going to see another force buy for Astrum. So far, second half, 100% success rate with force buys. That goes for both teams.
Yeah. Welcome to the jungle.
Are we going to finally break that streak? And are we going to see a couple of rounds from Fireflux toward the end here? There's a streak to like a solid 7 or 8, right? At that point you can say, yeah, we got something. It's the classic get some confidence rounds before it's too late and head toward that second map feeling at least a little bit more chipper.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Maybe we'll get there, maybe we won't. Who finds out? Or who knows? We'll find out, actually.
We will. Eventually we will. I hope.
We already got the first kill for Soulfly in the round.
Should be a second easy enough.
Dougie's waiting for it. Timing might be his worst enemy. We'll see. There's utility being thrown to keep an eye on that long push. I don't know who that is. I'm going to wager it might be Clax or Grix. In the meantime, Kenzie down.
And Grix on site, so it is going to be Clax in the back. Batsy rotating over. Grix does not have the angle, nor does he have the kill. And with that, it is Batsy alone. That is number 6 secured.
Hey, finally a force buy that does not pay off.
Thankfully.
About time. About time.
I literally sat down, getting ready for the, for the camera. And, damn. I might as well stand up again, because we might have a full comeback on our hands. The time is late, which means they're ready for it.
Damn. Fancy not even allowed that.
Full eco. 16, 7 potentially on the board already for Fireflux if we are counting them out here on an eco. And, well. Wow. Nothing too big yet. I'll start believing when we get to 11. Like, genuinely when we get to overtime, actually. If they get to overtime, then yeah, they've got a chance. Otherwise, it's over anyway, so... I'm putting the bar a little bit higher than I would usually. I'd usually go for around 10.
That is clean.
It is. Good spray by Soulfly.
I mean, that's what we want to see. Individuals wake up here for the side of Fireflux.
They seem to be, yeah. Banjo's definitely stepped up. Paz and Soulfly both. Dougie's been, you know, digging deep, really.
Really
Even
dug
Scrunk.
deep for that one.
Oh, yeah. I went all the way down to the bottom.
Of the barrel.
Of the barrel. Of the chamber. Like I said, I'm, you know, setting the bar a bit higher. Fireflux, obviously, until we get to overtime. You know, there's not much to discuss. Every round for itself, it's going to be tough ones, but maybe they can persevere. Maybe we get to see them in overtime, as it is going to be an Ivy push. Klax is ready. He's on point. He's on the off angle. Soulfly with the retake. And suddenly, still another player in play. Kenzie from Hell Patsy. Now Grix on the crossfire from Heaven. It all depends on this double setup. Paz, does he check it? He does, but he's not ready. Patsy survives, and that's what you need in a moment like this. Astrum have got the initiative, and I believe they've got the position now of a superior adversary. Dougie is about to find himself in a bit of a pickle, to say the least.
Hey, Dougie, though. Oh, he's exposed now.
Yeah,
Thanks to
that's the
shots
C4.
not connecting and Scrunk left alone to deny this map. But shots is already a little bit labored here, but he's at least found that. But down to half HP, 2 players still defiant to extend play. And the problem is, they're just playing off each other. Because at first, that apparently they're not even playing off of each other. It's still going to be dealt with fairly easily. And Ashram, right, 13-7. I said Fireflux, maybe if they get toward like 7, they're going to be at least feeling A-okay about it. Slightly waking up here. And I think we do get that from them, right? Soulfly, he at least ends with 15, Banjo with 17. You do have this Fireflux side getting ready for their own map pick, which is Ancient, which is also a risk. But when you look at Astrum out of their map pool, there's not a lot of good options. There's barely any good options. The only one you have really would be maybe Nuke. Well, guess what? Fireflux don't even play that. Then you have Ancient. That's the only one where they have less than 50% on or 60% on win rates. That maps the maps that they play as well. But that's Fireflux's arguably weaker snap as well. That and Dust 2 kind of fit that same bar. So it does not really get any easier here.
No, it doesn't. And we're going to have to wait about 15 minutes before we go on to map number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with us here as we return for the final decider matches of the Swiss stage here at the CCT Season 3, Series 1.
And we are back. It's gonna
Yes,
be
we
map
are.
number 2. We're headed toward Ancient here to decide. Are we even gonna see a map 3? My initial assessment, maybe not. This is not a safe pick for Fireflux at all, but they have one thing going for them, and that's the fact that they did wake up toward the tail end of a train. So, hopes and dreams from that alone may be enough.
Maybe enough. maybe just enough. It is our second map. It is the pistol. Fireflux find themselves on the T side. Going to be opening up towards the A position. We do have a few players at least ready to respond. Clax with the immediate, I believe, flash. A few counterpoints. Grix with the dualies, and the headshots go his way. The second as well. Grix continues, goes for 2 and 3, but on the third gets caught. Banjo with a double in return. Keeps it equal. Leaves Fireflux in a decent position to potentially plant, but Kenzie through the smoke is accurate. He knows. He pre-aims. He knows the corner. And even with the smoke up, it does not help. Fireflux lose the planter, and with that have to return to a different plan, and that would be towards B, but it's Batsy in the way. Holding the line, making sure Astrum keep it at a 1-0 to open up yet again. This time on the map choice of Fireflux. And I gotta say, like, pretty straightforward A take. Nice plan. It even works out to almost get the bomb plant, but Kenzie's the reason why this kind of turns out poorly.
A little bit so, but we continue to the next one. We'll see a full eco out of Fireflux here. So guess what? This round ain't gonna be all too much. It's just nothing. At least that is what people would like you to think. Is there gonna be anything different here? Maybe. Any
Perhaps.
shenanigans?
Slow and steady. Seems like they want to at least get that bomb down. Hope to get lucky perhaps with a kill or two. Deny the initial defense. But we see, as far as I can tell, right now a smoke. Or is that an HE? It's hard to... I think it's a smoke, from what I can tell. There it is. 35 seconds. Skrunk has made it all the way next to Kenzie. This is the surprise that could work. Skrunk, if he gets the shot off first, there's the bait and switch. Kenzie, he's going to be baited into using his ammo and then reloading. Skrunk pre-fires, but it's not enough. Kenzie, Norvi, and the team with Grix in tow clean it up. Single loss, not really enough to do anything.
Not in this case, no. But what we can say is that it's well played for Astrum. Right, that is absolutely their round where they don't let much go.
Absolutely.
One casualty only, and all is well and handled. So, for round number 3, they're starting this one off feeling pretty damn good, I'd imagine. But for Fireflux, Javs to get first on the board right here, right now. What do you have to do so?
Fast A, again. I like it.
Like it.
I think it's a good chance, because we've said this a million times on Ancient. A is usually left open. It gives you a free way for a bomb site, and Fireflux could use that. Grix, though. Grix says no. Grix goes 3 and up, and how in the world does he get away with 3, losing minimal HP? Even Skrunk on 29. He still steals it. Grix for the ace, but it's Glax instead to deny, though, regardless. Oh, boy, this is gonna hurt. Fireflux... They chose Ancient. You said it already. You broke it down. Their veto, or rather their map pool is, let's say, weakened to a degree compared to a team like Astrum. Even with Astrum having some worse results for Wear, they are not to be underestimated, truly. And yeah, Fireflux right now, running out of ideas, perhaps. Early on, even. I mean, going A again, it's a nice way to touch up on things, but you have to be quicker, it feels like. You're wasting all of that time instead of having mid-presence, instead of having map control, and then delaying any sort of an attempt. It feels wrong.
A little bit, maybe. But we'll see, right? They've not got... Or they've got more chance as well to make this one work out, so... not the end of days just yet. This is known to be a CT-sided map either way.
Oh, by no means.
Just the question of how clean of a start is Astrum really going to have, because right now the answer seems to be pretty damn clean. And that's going to be troublesome.
Let's not forget that Train started, what, 7-0 or something in that regard?
Close, I think, yeah.
Could have been 6-0, regardless. Grix, again, finds two. It's plenty enough. Yeah.
Doesn't recognize. But yeah, Grix is having a banger to start off this map as well. We talk about as well into this team, right?
Yeah.
Who are the most consistent ones? Grix, he's the man. Statistics would have put Patsy on that secondary role as well. But he plays a bit of a difficult position of an entry, and sometimes things don't go according to plan, so he might be left out to dry. So, very hit and miss as well. But Grix is the one constant I feel like does continue to be there for the side of Astrum, almost in any situation.
Oh, they hurt Kenzie.
Paz blinded, turning around on his, well, head on a swivel. Having found Kenzie, does it stop to be aggression here and now?
We do get a bit of a comfortable round potentially here for Fireflux. They've already got full flight towards red. So, a lot of info gained, but the fight lost means immediately all of that effort is wasted. Now you put Banjo in the same position, surely to be checked by another CT player at this point. Fireflux, they've had the way in. They didn't succeed in getting it, and locking themselves towards B might be the call that kills them all, because look who's coming through elbow. Plax is about to see one, at least that's the C4. It confirms the intentions of Fireflux, and with the double setup in towards Cave, you've got a 0% chance you win this, unfortunately. Paz, too many losses already. Hoping for exits, I guess. Doing some damage if you can. I'm genuinely surprised that Fireflux, again, like I said, I feel like they slow down too much. Like they take a lot of time in prepping their take itself, the execution, and in that time, Astrum, we said how hyper aggressive they like to play, how much space they take on a map. They will find these things out. They will catch you off and catch you off guard. And Astrum, in the end of the day, do exactly that. Fireflux have to speed things up. Adjust the tempo of the game to the tempo that Astrum is playing, because they are the ones dictating it. So you have to respect that. And that's what we often talk about, but never really go into details. Right now, Astrum's the one, looking for early frags. You either wait for that and look to abuse, their mistakes, or push against them. It's either defensively or offensively, but the more you wait, the worse it's going to get.
Yeah, like I said, it's the CT side of setting the tempo. Even at that last round as well, right? Even if I think it was Kenzie, right, pushing down to be ramp, does get taken down, but he was the one making that play, and in the end,
yeah,
it was Astrum steadily in control. They had at that moment. They were the ones who were able to stop Fireflux from getting anything beyond that. So there are issues. Right here now, it's a fairly telegraphed play as well. That is making noise, jumping with information. There's nothing in terms of mid that the CT side have to worry about. It's just waiting for one piece of util to come flying, and they will make that sort of a judgment. Yeah, it is or it has to be this B site. Even so, they're setting up for it.
And it seems like Astrum is ready. Like, they've got the cards on the table. They're reading them well. They're about to stop this push towards Cave like no other. It's a serious setup that is very hard to break. It's even Norway joining that fight, meaning they've got a lockdown. Fourth player joining now as well, between the fact that Kenzie was lost, but it's just too easy by all accounts. It really is too easy here. You said it best, the telegraphed attack. Astrum, they didn't really take that much space in this round, but they didn't have to. They knew that was going to be low effort, low buy. So the only thing they had was to hold on, and simple enough to do when you are 11-2, when you're 7-0, when you're 6-0. Perhaps diversification for Fireflux is what's needed, and we're going to see some action towards middle. Finally, some control to be taken. Smoke up to Donut. Counter utility thrown, but perhaps tiny bit wasted. Even nades the smoke, hoping for a free kill. Gets denied. Smoke is up. Is up. Excuse me. Might be a bup smoke, but what now?
Oh, look at that util. That's good, but not fully hitting. Norway still survives with plenty of HP. Apparently, Banjo receives 1 bullet. And recipient straight to the dome.
It's got to be scary thinking.
Nazis continued. Second one as well. This time through the smoke and a wall. Scrunk. He'll have found one, but guess what? You're not ready for this.
Yeah.
Thought he found a timing to work with, and now Klax playing the defense, but gives up in freebie for no reason here. Kenzie has still a chance to seal this round with one of his own. But adjust to Soulfly in a 1-on-2. This should be a retake you don't mess up in, but they are approaching the same direction. Soulfly's thinking it's not going to both of them approaching from this side, but now he has the idea finally.
The read,
Walking back.
Wow.
Oh, what is that? He's getting stuck on the corners, doesn't know which way to go.
That's a very good read from, well, it isn't even necessarily a read. What they're doing here is they won't be hiding their presence, so they might as well hard check the corner, and that's exactly what happens. I'm surprised Soulfly doesn't decide to jump away there, and, you're already in a tough spot. You might as well make the best out of it, get out of the corner, take a better angle, maybe fight it one-on-one if you can. He just kind of tries to slow walk it, tries to keep the element of surprise, but if he really wanted to be the element of surprise, I think he had to step beyond the nade here and just go for the challenge, right? I think that would have been the winning move. It probably would have given him even potentially a double setup, but doesn't happen, doesn't go that way, and it's second time out for Fireflux at a 7-0 result. I think you got to start to wonder, how exactly are you going to break Astrum when you've already lost map 1? You're now on your own, where clearly perhaps you've misjudged your own capabilities to a degree, or Astrum is just on fire, which they are. They really are. I mean, I said it already. 11-2 for Grix, and he's on the op. If he, whoever comes in contact with the op at the start of the round, you're going to know you're going to be in trouble.
It's just issues of issues, pretty much, for Fireflux. Very much a similar start, if not the exact same as map number 1. I think it was 8-0, then 8-1. When
8-0, yeah, 8-0, and then 8-1, and then 9-2, and then 10-2. You're right.
Yeah, oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it's just too easy.
This is clean up. Done this a million times. Holding angles easy enough. Skrunk left in a clutch. They'll feed him at least a couple here, so it's surprisingly made it easier for him. For the rest, yeah, well, that does not get any easier.
Astrum know they have the C4 in control. They don't need to put their foot down, even though Nori goes to chase. But like I said before, when you are having a good performance like this, in your mind, you're going to be thinking, I'm going to take those fights every single time. And that's the psychology that Fireflux is going against, which means they either have to stop it by forcing them to change up their play, be more defensive, aka, catch them off guard, catch them on those plays, or just counter them by pushing in their faces and, forcing them that way. Either way, it's pretty much the same thing. You gotta play against it. And Fireflux back to sort of defaults. Yeah, nothing's gonna work, I'm afraid.
Playing again, Klax keeps his position toward the A side, maintains, composes.
One by one.
That is not, I don't know. Yeah, this is still going on for Astrum. That as well. Fireflux, they tried to do a bit more pressure with that, with 2 plays into A main, but Clack still finds both. That rips away their entire game plan. Or round plan. And here, we are looking at another one. Kept clean and flawless. Today, Astrum on fire, and we also had the mention of sometimes hot and cold for Fireflux. Certainly not looking all too warmed up, even after that little bit of a comeback on map 1.
Well, we were speculating if the 7 rounds would be enough. It ends up being not the case, by the looks of it at least. I mean, I don't want to misjudge, but it at a 9-0, you got to ask yourself what has gone wrong and just focus now on the rounds you have left and then see if the second half makes more sense. But that first map apparently went a lot worse than we maybe presumed, maybe thought, and Fireflux are yet to deal with that. Soulfly? Oh, he's going to walk the smoke and die. Never mind, he wins the duel. Vital gets an entry. B-side has fallen. Fireflux in the meantime, as we're speculating of their psychology, they seem to find a way in. Faster is the answer, apparently. Similar scenarios before on Train. They were down 8-0 and still got 1 in between. Though this might still not be the case. 3 versus 4. The retake is on. Spots are on. And this is going to be a tough one. There's the wiping angle. And it's going to be Banjo. He's holding that. Making sure that the refrags are not coming through. Does not allow the CTs to get closer. It is a 1v2. Yes, but Grix, a near impossibility perhaps. We're asking too much of him. And indeed we are. Banjo concludes that a hat-trick will do. Round 1. Now at least 2 more to go. They need them desperately.
Still a bit of fight in Fireflux, but at this point, it is very hard to see how this one ever works out. It really is. It's a miracle needed at this point. You had, right? You have the idea. Okay, so let's put it this way. What if Train, you didn't need... or didn't go back to back to back force buys and trading, and Fireflux instead from that pistol continue with a couple of rounds, right? Things could have been different, but that's not the way the game was meant to be. Here we're gonna have that same exact discussion if we even get a chance to do that. Maybe because this half is still not over, believe it or not. With 9 at the board, Astrum, they're looking for more. They're looking for 10 and 11. And to start off this round, 10 is looking quite likely. 5 on 3. And it's Fireflux wondering, how far has that aim in aggression gone? Klax is still at 19 HP, and I'm not sure... Never mind. I'm a fan of this.
Shadow was seen. Was it not?
It's such a good position. No. Shadow is not going to be seen either. Soulfly does not know.
Still checks it. Okay. They do get a re-entry. They have lost another in the process, which doesn't help their cause as Skrunk gets caught trying to walk out elbow, thinking that perhaps it might be free. Kenzie even takes minimal damage, but Soulfly, it seems like we are having a repeat of Train, though a worse version of it. From 8-1, now to 9-1 into 10-1. Beforehand, it was 9-2. 9-1 and then 9-2 and then 10-2, but here, it, as you said, it might as well be potentially 11 soon. One of the faster games we've had, actually.
I feel like now we're going to be here for Inferno.
The thing is...
I had to go say that.
No, but the thing is, like, most of the rounds, there weren't any saves happening. Like, T-side didn't save... I don't think any round. So, you know, it just, the rounds themselves ended up going relatively quickly as, yeah. Second half is either starting 10-2 or 11-1, but regardless of the score, Fireflux, they've got a problem on their hands. Love the aggression towards A. One last time. Might be successful finally. Say it with all the grace I can. Klax is dead. Or is he? Timing! Trade is important here. And they're not getting out of main.
It's a guillotine. It is a guillotine they're walking into. And Astrum, first half, nothing short of a domination here. It is ridiculous how clean this half is.
And we talked, I think you mentioned it, Patsy and his factoring in this team and how good can he be and what happens when he is playing a great game. And right here, we are seeing the example of that. 18 kills. He is leading the team to straight up victory. Griggs can't keep up. Clax can't keep up. Kenzie doesn't even get a chance to fight. Most of the times he either takes a straight headshot, dies immediately on the one single entry Fireflux has been usually able to get, and then, maybe trades himself off once or twice. Same for Norvi. But Fireflux, they just got nothing. Dougie's on, or was 0-6, I want to say, 0-7, something like that, and now he's 1-11. So, yeah. This is a tough pill to swallow. The pistol is here. Let's see how Astrum does it. The pistol on train went well for Fireflux. It might go well again. Skrunk and Soulfly, the crossfires are there, but they just collapse. Paz with the reply, but it's a 1v2 and Norby runs out of bullets. Both run out of bullets. The C4 is on the back of Norby, but he's out of HP. Down to the last, and he will fall. The pistol at least goes the way it should. When you are the CT, when you want to make a comeback, in a state like this, you need it. And Paz realizes maybe it's just all a moot point. Please don't force Astrum. Please don't force. 11-2. The only thing you need is AKs. Like, you're playing way too good to just go for... Oh, my goodness.
This is, look,
if they win, fine, but it's like... You're putting extra few rounds on board for Fireflux just because you couldn't wait one round.
Well, let's go back to train. Did these rounds work out? The answer is yes.
Yeah, they did. Absolutely, they did.
History might repeat itself, that's what people say.
Yeah, it could. Banjo.
Opening on the Banjo eventually. Ducky
trades.
also down, and that is the CT side in a little bit of trouble here with a chance to overwhelm, but quick rotations, they've locked them in, but Paz has given them a way out.
2v2.
DT now needs to be covered for as well. Soulfly moves that way while Skrunk's still in donut, not wanting to do anywhere towards that temple area.
Oh, Soulfly's in trouble. He's going to repeat this, isn't he?
Oh, they've got so much time as well. This is such a smart move.
Yeah. They can reset the engagement. They don't even need to take the fight back to A. They've got the rifles and 45 seconds to boot. And we see Skrunk is searching. He's going to realize soon, okay, they've left the site. So clearly they must have rotated, which means Soulfly should be moving in soon, or they're still in Temple. They're currently thinking they're still in Temple, which is actually a bit of a catch-22 in a way, and with 27 seconds, you gotta check it or you gotta book it. But regardless, you're gonna have to move soon. You're realizing now they're gonna check it. They're like, okay, they're not there. Clearly we've been duped, but enough time for Astrum to plant without an incursion. Good smoke. Oh, Soulfly goes through. Why? Oh, no. I mean, I get it. He wants to be the hero, but...
Thought he was him.
Yeah.
But it's all Astrum. It's another force buy.
Unfortunately, he's not the PC. He's the NPC there. And Astrum 12-2. It is over, my friend.
That is a haunting statistic that only one force buy from Astrum's side of the best of three has now worked out. That is crazy.
Ludicrous, really. And, I mean, as Fireflux, I get it. This is a lot of pressure. This is a lot of rounds to make up for. The best you can do here is hope to get a few consolation ones. But you know what's coming up. You've known for a while, and right now, the reality is about to hit. And I think you can just say, okay, look, it happened. It's not the last series of Season 3. It is the end for them, but it's not the end for the season. Astrum on the other side. They fought valiantly yesterday. We said it ourselves. They had a great performance against Ecstatic. Didn't work out in the double overtime. Otherwise, it could have been a 2-0. They were on the road to it. But regardless, they close it out today, 2-0. They make sure they're in the playoffs. They'll be fighting tooth and nail again. It's not going to be easy, not by the looks of it. But if their performance holds up the way it has today, the way Patsy, Grix, Kenzie, Clax, and Nori have played, I think there is going to be no comparison.
Yeah, this is a very well-played game for Astrum, and a very quick one, right? Only 9 rounds. But are we going to actually say Fireflux was in contention for map 1 either? The answer is no. Simply put, they were not. Moving towards now what is going to be a extended break. We go to it with Astrum having booked their playoffs ticket. And also looking forward towards our next horizon. And I think that's going to be Passion UA versus Favvet. A bit of a Ukrainian derby over there. With only one really change in that, and that being Marix. But I think, a little bit of Ukrainian blood, if I'm not mistaken, is still there. But either way, for this series, it is a quick one. It is the sort of Astrum that I've been wanting to see, because that's the sort of peak, and I know they can have. But it's so difficult to get that out of them. But when they are on point, it looks so clean. It looks so good.
It does. It does. It's uncomparable to most other teams, and that's why they are, what, 31st, 32nd on the ranking? Or am I completely blanking on that, and they might be 60th?
51st.
51st, sorry.
And
I knew it was something
VRS.
first, but I wasn't sure. Okay, 51st. Still, a very solid position for the team they are, and for the team they are to become, well, we'll see where they get. It's a long way to glory, but they are certainly on a right way to it. Nexus, I know you're laughing. We all are, because that was a poor performance from Fireflux. We can't say anything else.
I've got a little cretin here that I'm laughing at.
Of course, I know, the little kitten, the little man.
There we go.
But honestly, look, let's be fair. Fireflux, they chose to play Ancient. It didn't work out. Everything worked against them. Train was obviously a disaster. They made a few rounds work at the end, but that was just far too gone by that time. And all I can say is that leaves us now with a very short best of 3 and a very long pause. An hour and 30 minutes, give or take, is when we return. So, ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Cosmo. It is a beautiful, beautiful feline species, and we are going to be seeing you in, as we said, an hour and 30 minutes for our second series.
How we doing? We're
Hello.
back. I'm not sure who of us was going to open things up here right now. We didn't actually coordinate anything. We just went into it.
Yeah,
We're
we
going to
just-
raw-dog
we
the
just raw-dogged
segment
it,
here, as
yeah.
we call it.
Yeah, we
Who's
like it.
going at
We
it?
like it that way.
Yeah, trying to guess what's happening. You want to guess what's up next here? Use your mind powers a little bit. Guess what game is up.
I mean, it's pretty
Take a
obvious,
guess.
right? I
Take a
mean,
guess.
if you take a
Use your
guess,
brain power. Use
I'd say
100%.
there'd be a Ukrainian matchup, maybe even a Ukrainian derby right now on our hands, something in that vicinity. But I could be wrong, though. I feel like I'm not. It should be Passion versus Favbet coming up, and we're looking at a pretty tough matchup from both sides, really. I mean, Passion has been showing some cracks, and Favbet have been showing obviously good form, though inconsistent.
I don't know how you do it. I don't know how your brain works so beautifully.
I'm so good. I'm so good.
I feel like Hogwarts is going to finally send you that letter you've been wanting for about 7 years now.
I love it, dude.
They might be. They might
They're
be
like
getting there,
20 and something years too late, but hey, I'll take
but
it.
something like that, yeah. You're going to be a professor at this point, starting out. No one's
Instead
gonna
of
believe you're a
Snape, right?
student. Yeah, but let's take a look at this one instead. We go Passion UA and Favbet. Let's take a look at these teams' production. We'll let you guys choose which one to go with first. Just surprises. Who are we starting with? Passion or Favbet? It's Passion. Hey,
It is.
talk to me about Passion here.
So, talk to you about
Like
Passion.
you're passionate.
What would you like to know is the answer, or is the question perhaps to begin with. Starting with the IGL, it's Topa. He's doing a pretty good job. It feels like they're on the right path. We said this before. They've had a few rough work-ins in the last few games they've had, specifically here in Series 1. But nonetheless,
who
against
hasn't?
9, you know, who hasn't exactly? It's a new season. Everybody's still warming up. They've got TC as the coach, which means they're going to have a reinforced tactical depth to their gameplay. And then we have names that generally bring fear on the server. War 2K, Demka, two that are very exceptional, and then Quim and Jacasmo. I mean, generally speaking, the four are hard hitters, and none of them miss.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just here to make a bad joke. I'm pretty sure Fnatic bring fear to the server nowadays.
Well, yes, okay, but we know who,
Thank you.
well, where they were brought up from, right? But yes, or where he was brought up from, let's say.
Yeah, and Jambo. So, right, for those, you've brought in Ekwem and Waro to kind of fill in those shoes, and then Jemka as well to fit in for Eschila? Is there a fixed
I
break?
believe
I can't
so.
remember which one. I can't remember which one took that break first, but double checking. Seems to have been Eschela. So, we know that much. Nonetheless, right? It doesn't matter because it's a different roster from what we've seen, you know, let's say 7 months ago.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah,
They are
yeah.
a different
It still
roster,
has to be said,
and
right? Because the identity of that team or that iteration of the team is still kind of deep ingrained, I'd say. With the name
for
itself.
sure. And also, everybody would expect them to play very well. So you can't really hope to see a lot of progress within the first few weeks. Like, there's obviously going to be things that are not going to work out, and there will be details to hash out. But Passion right now, I think they are on a good path to hashing those things out. They're still in the contention for playoffs, so this would be a pretty big achievement for the, let's say, the fresh new roster for the season. And I wouldn't be surprised if they get it, because up against them is Favbet, a team that likely we can say much of the same in a way descriptor-wise as we did for Passion. A team that has last year been well developed and has been grinding the gears to make sure they get where they are today. They're still not where they want to be potentially, but you know they've been on a steady rise.
Yes, they have. Right. Just to correct maybe a little bit. You know, it's been mostly this year where the team has been doing really damn well. All right, since the start of the year, I'd say is last December, more specifically. I think that's when they made the finals of. I can't remember the number of which CCT, but then in January as well, they came back. They looked pretty damn good either way. But that's a very small nitpick and not something that really matters all too much either way. But the team itself has been doing pretty good. Some issues I'd say still with this team is they have had a couple of rough losses that I would not say are expected, or how I would have expected. Right, Iberian Soul having lost to them 2-0, that seems very odd to me. The loss against Nine, that's fair, and then against Spirit Academy as well, that's fine. But it's mainly the one against Iberian Soul that's really got me intrigued, right? Like Nine, now they're finding their form again, that's fine, but they've been consistent. Favbet overall, they've been pretty damn good. So it's just a team that right now I'm not exactly sure what to expect, because every other game seems to be 2-0 their way or the other way. And it's kind of hard to pinpoint exactly what we're going to be getting on the day. I hope it's going to be the good one, good part of them as well.
Same. Like, we know they have the leadership capabilities in Bondic. We know they have the firepower in Jackie, Smash, Tension. You know, and we know that Marix can play up to that level. We haven't seen a great deal out of him in the past, let's say, a year or so when he was in Entropic. That certainly didn't work out exactly as he wanted to. But generally speaking, a young player that is hungry for victories. And Favbet, perhaps another roster that builds up from nothing into something. And all it starts is in these kinds of best of threes. You have to get to the playoffs to make a name for yourself. You get more experience. You start to get that confidence, which inevitably brings more success. And it rings true for both teams. Passion, I'm certain that their goal is at least round of 8 in the playoffs. And for Favbet, perhaps not as high, or maybe even higher. I'm not sure. I don't know enough to make that gauge just yet, but I'm sure that they want to make a good impression, and today is no different. The veto, as we see it, is going to bring us to the good old Anubis to begin. I'm not surprised. Nuke removed, Mirage removed, and going to Anubis, we talked about this specifically yesterday. Anubis is one of the maps that Passion might actually have a chance on, and they do pick it first here.
Yeah, they're going to be starting off with that Anubis, right? It's an interesting situation to be in when they do have these inconsistencies right now in their map pool, where the weak or the strongest maps they maybe have could be considered an Ancient or a Mirage, latter of which not going to be played. Favbet don't really like it. And not even seeing Ancient slipped in there, and in fact being banned out by Passion is what really surprises me here. And even letting Dust2, again, like we saw yesterday, as a very, very odd pick against 9, being allowed to slip through, was a interesting game. Not a great one, unfortunately, for them. So, it's given me the idea that they're absolutely going to be playing this in the sort of sense that they are going through the rough patch of figuring out Dust 2 in officials as well as scrims and a practice and whatnot, instead of going to a more comfortable place like an Ancient, maybe even a Trade there as well, you could argue for, but
I'm honestly
it's an interesting
all
choice.
for it here. The thing is, I think it's a smart choice as well, because we talked as well a little bit at length how Passion do want to veer out of their current map pool, aka expanded, and have further experiences on different maps where previously they were failing and they were avoiding them actively. So instead of doing that, they go out of their comfort zone, and I think that is TC talking behind them. I think that is the coach doing the right thing. You have to prepare for the team for the inevitable. You have to be good on all maps in order to be a good team. That's the fact. There are no excuses. A single map being not a good one enough, well, that you can deal with. 2 maps, that's already a concern. 3 maps, that's effectively unacceptable. And for Passion, it's no different. And, Favbet has their own fair share of blunders, but we can see that they've, with their commitment to playing all the maps, they are doing a damn good job. They know they're not going to be dealing with Mirage because they don't feel like playing Mirage. I respect that, and that's a hell of a choice. It's a mainstay for many teams, and they're already tactically thinking about this in advance for a long time. Like, they don't play Mirage, which means the other team is already left with usually one of their choices.
Yeah, there's also another part as well I haven't touched, right? Talking about Ancient Dust through that whole thing. But Inferno is a map that Passion have not played more than once. They played it yesterday for the first time since the 29th of March. They pretty much put it as their Instabat for a solid month and a half. So they are very much experimenting, and I am concerned just because of that, because they decided we're not gonna play Inferno for a little bit, let's move on towards a nuke. But they first banned nuke instead here. They are just feeling very
underwhelming.
What's a good word here to use? Uncertain about their map pool.
Yeah, unconvincing.
And testing every single option available to them, right? That comes a little bit with the territory of adding a new coach and 2 players, and then as well a couple of months back. There's a lot of shifting and moving parts currently happening at the Passion UA camp.
And we have to
respect
understand
them for it.
Yeah.
But in a series like this, where yesterday's Dust 2 was a debacle and not a great one, then you have Inferno, you only played yesterday, that was still a loss against Sashi, although a close one at 13-11. But it's one that they haven't really touched upon in a good while either. This is a series where Anubis is a must-win at that point.
No, absolutely. I think I agree with you fully, because it also, like I said, going out of your comfort zone means you're going to have to play maps that you are not going to be good on, and you know it, and you take that risk, and I think it's a fair risk. They choose Anubis because they feel like they have the best chances on it to begin with, and that is, I think, a solid choice, especially against a team like Favbet that can get caught up in perhaps a bit of a particular way of playing, though I have not seen enough of them to make an exact, determination of that again. On the other hand, going onto Inferno forces the side of Passion to think outside of the box, to adjust to what you're playing against, and I feel like it's a good routine to build up early enough and get the team going before the end of perhaps even the regular season right now, before the player break, to at least get them up to speed.
Sure. Now, individually, we've got Tension. I don't know how, but he's managed to sneak himself up to be the highest rated player on this team, because let's roll back the tape like 3 months ago, maybe even to the start of the year, depending on that entire part of the year, pretty much. Tension was barely above a 1.0. It was like a 1.03 or 4 at best, I think. But he has turned things around. He's become the highest rated player for this team at the moment. Jackie as well is up there when it comes to impact alone. But this is a massive turnaround, I think, for Favbet in the sort of situation they are in, right? At the start of the year, they were the sort of dark horse. People were underestimating them a little bit. Now that people know about you, you have to find a different solution to it. You need to be able to have other options and avenues available than just the individuals, let's say Marix and Jackie, when it was kind of the start of the year. And they've explored Tension being a bit more part of that game, and I like it.
Yeah, Yeah, same. I cannot disagree there because it's absolutely true. Tension is becoming more of a main centerpiece than just a side pawn. But with all of those speculations out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the series. Welcome back to series number 1 of season 3. It's CCT back on, and we're already in Swiss stage number 5. It's the last day here of it. And it's either eliminations or progressions. Winner gets the ticket to playoffs, loser goes home. And right now, Favbet, T-side Anubis, the choice of passion begins well. The pistol goes their hands. As Jack, he finds 2. It's going to be Favbet falling back towards B and likely getting control easily enough.
More deployed, and up away he goes with... Ooh, decided to hunt him down as well. They put pressure on him. Make the retake that much easier without having to worry about... Or post-line, that much easier without having to worry about main as a point of contention at all, and apparently... It's working out to be a very easy one here. Jackie's just got a couple of these rounds, and here we go. One in the bag. Favbet, they've started off not easily. It feels like there was like one kill that happened, but apparently the round is done.
The round is done. Favbet have successfully taken Passion by the horns and are now leading them to their first defeat. Merrick's looks like he's a lot lower on HP than he actually is at 54, just above halfway. Though the color does go all the way down, hidden by the jerseys. It's a little bit hard to recognize sometimes that some players are not as injured, but it doesn't matter. Talking about the right things here would be an eco. Passion not gonna really play by it, I guess, because they're going to go into a force buy. The Eagles, 5-7, and an MP9. Can't say I agree. We've seen so many teams try and fail, and yes, we've seen their fair share of successes, though I think the argument can be made. It's, how do you call it? The expression is that, like, you get to see it once and you remember it, but how many times have you not seen it? Have you seen it not succeed and you, well, kind of just forgot about it, right? There's a specific way of putting that, but currently can't think of it. As Quem and War 2K do surprise, though. The force buy this time finds purchase early. Favbet have locked themselves in place and in play.
Even a Passion quite the hefty way into the round here with a 3-on-5 that needs to be clawed back from Favbet. In the situation, Passion, right? Most situations, you'd imagine they play passive. Let them get to or come to you, but they're taking the initiative here, and it's gonna cost them the advantage immediately back to a 3-on-3, and guess what? It gets worse. Otopa, okay.
Good recovery.
Worse to better. Flash duel up next. It's Maurix alone.
1v1. The young man at 21. Merrick's looking to clutch it up for Favbet, find their second. Meanwhile, Jacasbo, Deagle in hand, takes the play and will make it happen. Wins the duel in the end. Low enough, Merrick's cannot sustain the firefight, and Passion will steal away with a force buy. A round back in their favor. Not really expected to begin, but damn. Okay, I guess it's that kind of game, man. Force buy to force buys. Let's see it again. Run it once more. This time from Favbet's side.
Let's see. Let us see what we're going to be getting done here. Force buys back to back. We're no stranger to these already when it comes to the first game we had for the day. We had about 5 of these going back to back. Already used the shenanigans for today. Now, toward the site, bomb plan. Seems pretty easy, actually.
Given the fact Demka's close, yeah.
For them to decide. There you go. Maurice wants to put it down. He'll get it down. The retake begins, and it ends in a second. Hold on. Maurice still dealing damage, and apparently Waro's missed a couple of bullets. A few extra. But that is the round of Passion UA.
Done and dusted. Passion UA, strike back immediately. Make sure that Favbet don't get any funny ideas. The force bite does help, though. I mean, we're going to be seeing effectively a force buy again from Favbet because of the bomb plant. They're going to leave a little bit of bank, maybe? No, not at all. Nothing. Well, run it once more. Third time's the charm, or what they say. Even though it's the second for Favbet, let's see it if it succeeds.
It's a risky play here for Favbet, but they want to compete for the early beginning here, the momentum of the game from the very get-go on the C side, especially. That is something that you'll be thankful for if you get it. Now, just map control Favbet we're looking for. Now it's the utility that comes afterwards. And toward the site. In they go. Looking to defend. You've got 3, now 4 rotation made. That's all it is, just out of 3. The force buy seems to overwhelm, to have done his job mostly, but Woro 2K. More than his name implies, it's 3. And Passion, guess what? Also, from 3.
Easy. Yeah. Favbet, well, perhaps we had overestimated their capabilities, knowing how good they can be in certain times. Currently, as you said, having great form in 2025. For the last 5 months, they've been in a pretty good condition, winning most of the tournaments they've been participating in, or at least reaching the very end of it. Though Passion giving them a run for their money early. And once again, pistols in play. It's not a force buy, at least, so thankfully we've stopped the vicious cycles. Yet somehow it feels like we're going to see the return of it. Oh, Topa. Now that was just underwhelming. Woro 2K, you're getting a little bit ahead of yourself. Wasn't that an M4A4? Losing a valuable weapon for nothing. No kills as yet as well. Jackie finds another. Might we see an actual round here, Favbet? Are you kidding me? A full eco. Jacasmo's clearing close. He's going to find 3. Jacasmo, the hero, plays his cards right and might survive a bit longer. Does he know about Merrick's? The answer is no. He's dead. Oh, no, Merrick's. That is a flank of the test. No, not like that. 5v2 into a 1v5 effectively for Jacasmo. If Jackie goes on to him, oh, ho, ho, ho.
Oh, we had some conversation about Jacasmo and his form recently.
It's been great, honestly.
Not been great, but today is different.
Today is definitely different. Yesterday it was poor. Yeah, to say
but
the
now,
least.
It's an ace.
It is an ace. Wow. A way to save the round, really, and the start of the half. Honestly, Passion, we could be seeing a very different half just because of that one little mistake. And Topa, he's the first to get caught out. And then we have this mid-push coming out from Woro 2K, which I can't say I agree with fully, especially with Quem being behind him and not supporting. But Jacasmo seems to be the main character of the story, because not only Marix misses, but in the end is able to secure a safe ace. Damn.
Yeah, the 2 games that Passion played yesterday, first against Knight, Jacasmo with 2 maps, drops 12 kills.
Yeah.
Not great. So
not
6
great.
6 in both maps. And the second one went to overtime. Double overtime, actually. Then they played a 3-map series against Sashi. He's still at the bottom with 41. And then next one 44. And such, but definitely has been having a dip in form, which got to be correlated to the appearance of a couple of new teammates and some space needed to be made for others to take a bit more control over the game as well. They got to step back in some of these situations and roles that he may have previously held.
Favbet is playing smart, though. They know Passion is going to be eager to take a fight, so they're expecting them to push into canals. See counter utility now being prepared. Topa spots Jackie, and his timing is just awful in this case. It's smash to check Demka as well. That hold from Passion collapses. They're on the run effectively. And the whole defense is going to once again come down to Jacasmo on B. If he fails to find a single kill, it's over. If he gets multi-frags, maybe we can see more. But instead, it's the first option that pretty much solidifies the second. Fatbet, 5 alive, maybe 5 getting out of it.
Second round comes from the back of a couple of very clean kills all across the map. They slowed Passion UA from getting all too aggressive here, and that's already going to be putting the pressure on the CT side here. Well, you need to be cautious. When do you actually want to go aggressive? That's one thing you need to keep in mind at the CT side here every single time you play the map. So, getting stopped here, and it's going to be a clean one for Fab, but in the end as well. Might be a little bit of a tough one here, but we'll see how Passion 2 decide to react to it. Obviously, they had the opportunity to double down on it and be
a whole lot better
than the other kids.
Yeah.
Just double down on it, but don't go too hard on it. That's the that's the other part of that sort of argument and sentence. You tried once or twice, but if
paradox.
Don't go all Kool-Aid, man. Don't just smash your head against the wall. You may not even smash through it, so...
Technically, Kool-Aid Man broke the wall, so it kind of worked for him. Maybe Passion, it can work for them. But I like
you
the
never see the
boss
times he doesn't manage to get through the wall.
See, that's what I'm talking about, man. That's exactly what I'm talking about. We only get to see the good takes instead of the bad ones. But right here, tactical pause, like I said, I think a good one. As Passion talk this one through, they've got an MP9 on Demka, an op-out for War to K, but 2 players on the SMGs. It's interesting choice. I hope they're not going to be wasting their opportunities needlessly. War 2K has to get the first shot in, as Tension will be waiting on the other side. And to be fair, Tension as the opper, it does kind of bring the question of, okay, so maybe, you know, he's finally gotten comfortable in his role fully, given how much of a rise he has had throughout the last 4 or 5 months.
This one, we continue. T side seem to be leaning toward the A side here, but the canals, of course, is an open possibility as well for them to continue from.
Ooh la la.
It's just utility, man. It's a slow beginning to these rounds, and
yeah, it is. It is.
It's a bit of a boring one, I'll say, but it's the way the map is played. We're not going to be seeing anyone going too crazy. No pops through the smoke here.
It's what a...
If it's boring, means we can't complain about them making mistakes.
No. It's more like this is how the map works. That's why it's as balanced as it is. I mean, it is a bit T-sided, sure, though. It's hard to play T-side. It really is. Like, Passion UA, they're putting up a decent fight. Topa, good timing on the Molotov. 50 seconds to go, which means the smoke will be coming up afterwards. And right here we see it. Now it's down to Fafet to play their cards. Do they go B or do they stroll back out? Good counter nade. They're going to enter. There's a second smoke in, though. Apparently Topa is going to be caught by a nade itself, though. And the lineup, Jacasmo almost for 2 at 40, or excuse me, at 19 and 8 HP. Now down to 19. Smash as well. 3 are critically injured. Favbet 1 death away from effectively losing this round, because Bondic and Tension, either one of those two has to stay alive for the afterplant. Right now they are, but here comes the attempt. All or nothing coming out from Passion.
Gonna find that bomb as well, but the boost in main is the first concern, and it's marked immediately. An opening found, second through the smoke, he'll continue to walk through while Clem waits for his smoke to fade. There's suddenly more T-sided players everywhere you look. And when you turn your back to them, you'll still find yourselves at the end of an AK-47. I'm gonna collect that third. And it's a nice post plant as well. It's a boost above the smoke. They knew what they were doing with that one, even if the CT decided to try to make it a difficult retake. For them, not too difficult to hold.
Full eco. consequences of the previous round losses, and we are ready to see a tie. Passion UA, unfortunately right now, lackluster on the bye. Just a few deagles and pistols. And I think Favbet have already read this. They know this is going to be a full B incursion, possibly. They seem to be well prepared for a fast A push. We can see how deep the retreat goes.
Slightly concerning, I was going to say, but they'll pick up the pace before it's too late. They'll make their way to the side. The tension's got to be careful, right? He misses a shot, he might be dead here, but he will be able to escape just barely. Not sure exactly how many he did see, but it's not going to deter Passion UA all too much. They'll just chill here for the moment. Wait for exit, and apparently they're going to be going all the way around, assuming A main is now where most of Falbit are going out of. In spawn, the casualties might get up to like 2 here. With that bomb explosion in mind as well, there could be a couple Falbit end up losing. Could be a couple more. It's not going to be enough with the bomb plant alone here, bomb explosion, but maybe softens them up just a little bit. Body shot still difficult, and apparently anything beyond 1 kill as well is all too difficult, despite absolutely everybody being there in CT spawn. It's well maintained. Favbet, 4 players alive, 4 rounds on them, and 4 on Passion. Now to play 4 out of 5, though.
It's going to be Wario back on the op. And Passion need him to start showcasing a little bit of that magic that we saw him be picked for as the MVP of the team, or at least the one to look out for. Jacasmo has been rising to the occasion with an ace to boot. I think that speaks well enough how well prepared he comes today. Hopefully warmed up as Passion UA once again playing the clock. Slow and steady seems to be the current roll call. Just kind of let them swindle you a little bit out of utility and vice versa, and hope that nobody gets it wrong to begin with. Effectively a default, best described. They are waiting a hell of a long time, though. Bomb retrieved.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm running down. So far, Favbet have been pretty good when it comes to the executes toward the B side here, but Passion as well, they have decided to pull back a little bit in their initial defense here. So they've felt the wrath of getting naded. Topa instead heads toward jail and gets shot in the head. Not sure if that's much of an upgrade, let's be honest.
No, not really. And honestly, Passion, at this point, you're saving. Like, your Opper's on the other side of the map. He's going to be caught in rotations. Merrick's takes the fight.
Assist.
Wins against Demka. Jacasmo's back-to-back, going to bring it to a 3v4. But like I said, War2K is going to be caught by the flank, and it's Smash in a completely unknown position to the CTs.
He's going to be mad about that one. Why is he still there?
You know he will. But it's a 5v4. Whatever, well, however you play, like, you're gonna have to expect something like that, right? They took a site without much of a fight. They didn't lose anybody. Surely they're gonna keep somebody on the watch on the flank. Now, maybe you're expecting him in con. That could be tension, maybe, but you gotta check your corners is the kind of the point I'm trying to make here. Well, point made is also on the economy of Passion. There's just not a lot of it. Pistols, Kevlar, a bit of hope, a little bit of spiciness, and maybe a little bit of luck. And that is all it takes to win a round, after all. We've seen it plenty enough.
First one. Flames will take Demcon. Claim him yet again at 7 deaths and 1 kill right now. That is not an impressive statistic to start off here.
Yeah, he's having a bad time, isn't he?
The Casmo's taking his good time, apparently.
Oh.
Oh, what a... Continues to have a bad time. And Favbet, despite the initial couple of struggles that may have occurred here, something akin to, you know, losing a buy, or winning a round, or losing a force buy, something like that maybe happened. They've bounced back pretty well here. These rounds they're able to take are fairly clean. There's not a real, or not much competition when it comes to passion from contesting these. Now, let's go back to what we said at the start of the series here. With Inferno up next, and Just 2 as a potential third, Anubis is a must-win for Passion UA. Otherwise, I just see this as a 2-0, as simple as that.
No, I see where you're coming from, and I definitely agree with you. Anubis has to go well for Passion. At the very least, they have to be by an inch of winning it. Otherwise, map 2, like we said, it's a testing ground right now for them. I'm sure it's all intentional, and that's just the way you learn. That's the way you get over it, right? That's the beauty of it. It's difficult, but it takes time and effort, and you just have to do it. And eventually, you know, the sooner the better. Passion, the sooner they start getting rounds as well, the better this first half can end. At 8-4 potentially for Favbet, they will be heavily constrained as to how much they can do on that T side, but we do have a technical pause. I'm wondering what the issue is.
That's a good question, but I don't know if we're gonna find out an answer.
Everybody is on the server. Maybe some TeamSpeak loss, maybe some server loss. It's possible. Something that is quite well, let's say it does happen quite a lot. Routing these days isn't as great, I guess, or I don't know. Technically it should be better, but sometimes it isn't. Clear-cut decisions from Favbet lead them to victories. If it wasn't for the Chicasmo Ace, like I said, how different this first half could already have been. Imagine, like Chicasmo, if it doesn't secure that one round, we could have been looking at a potential 8-2 already, maybe 9. So hopefully they've still got the energy left. 2 more rounds and they'll be pretty equal and pretty damn good, actually.
Yeah, just as well, quickly on the topic as well of routing. You know our friend Hayes?
Oh yeah,
Resident South African.
oh yeah.
Funnily enough, he as well doesn't actually know exactly why, but I noticed this as well a few days ago. Apparently, TeamSpeak is saying that he's from Mauritius.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's apparently what his internet is routed to.
Well, it's possible that Mauritius provides mainline internet to South Africa. I don't know.
You never know. It's funny how these things are.
It's
routed,
weird.
Though.
Yeah. Or he's just using a VPN. But in any case,
no,
it's
he's
round
not.
11.
That's
yeah,
apparently been the case for multiple years for him.
I know he's not, but it's just weird, right? I remember maybe talking about this before. I don't know. But in any case, 50 seconds, eh? Favbet again. They play a slow game, but they make it work. Somehow always turn it in their favor. The pawn's in place and the queen ready to take. Checkmate on B, or just a mate. Let's see. Or check or mate, I guess. Oh, Quem is going to go through that smoke. You know he's going to go through that smoke as soon as they start the action. Back towards A they go. Quem, smoke is down. He loses the duel. Smash. The info should be clear. A second player behind him trying to hold the fray, but Demka just loses the duel, gets one. That's not enough. They've lost A. They've got the crossing on mid to deal with. Merrick's misses his shot, yes. But it's a 3v3, and the wide swings might not work, especially with the op. Though not enough. Tension and Jackie both caught. It's down to Bondig. The IGL now having a tough job. He's far, far away from securing this, but there is a kit. And right now, it's enough.
Yeah. War over to finds the shot in the end. Gonna be another one for Passion here before it's too late. They're still making this a decent first half.
Yeah, like I said, if they can get the last 2 rounds, it's a good half. Like, genuinely, even with all the small blunders here and there, 6-6 is decent for CT, given that they are actually at a loss on this series, on this map. Like, I think it is like 52% T side, 51, isn't it? Or has it already changed in CT's favor?
I do not remember off the top of my head, but
like,
I will tell you
I'll
in
say
just about
this,
3 seconds.
When I last checked, it was 53 T side, 47 CT. Now that was some months ago, like 3 months ago, I think at this point, 4 maybe.
Okay,
or
looking at a couple of different filters. All time, 55.4 T side and 44.6 CT.
Yeah.
Just in 2025, though, it is 56.4 T sided, so it's grown a little bit.
Damn. That is...
Yeah, that is, if we go to, like, continue the filters, though, for, like, top 50, it actually goes even almost to 58% T-sided.
Yeah.
Top 30, 58 again. It is...
It's insane.
Pretty much, yeah. But then going down toward the top 10, top 5, and 20, it becomes way more balanced at that point as well. Which is something I've noticed for a lot of maps.
I mean, the top tier is extremely balanced when it comes to the maps, I think.
Yeah. So, top 5, though, is where it becomes 57 again. Where it sways a little bit, funnily enough.
You've got the crazy performances of the top 3 teams in the world, right? You know, you got Dong Zaiwu, you got Nico and Monesi on the other side.
You got FaZe Clan and comebacks and...
Yeah, FaZe Clan, crazy comebacks. I mean,
I feel like that's
if Simple is going to be... Like, I'm just hoping that Simple plays at his very best. But right now, we're simply watching a execution on B. And maybe not being the best, but certainly trying to get there. Quem and Demka. Demka's having a tough time. Let's see if he gets at least one here. And he's stuck in Con. Or towards Con.
This is
oh boy.
Demka needing to find this first one.
Oh, he flashes
not
himself.
affecting Bondik, but it doesn't matter. He found the opening. There's the second one more. It's tension. 1 versus 1, and he's waiting patiently for when to pull the trigger, but it's too late. Missed his shot and unable to adjust in time to take 9. Quem will take him down. The Passion, they'll complete the retake.
Well played, truly. Good half. Like, as we said, statistically, the map is heavily T-sided, which means anything above 4 or 5 rounds is already a decent enough success. And right now, for Passion, this is perfect. Question is FavBet equally as ready for CT side as they were for the T? And Quem, great bait as well. The way he tries to veer off that bullet, it works perfectly. Second half, starting about in about 22-something seconds, we are going to be seeing a full Glock invasion, usually with minimal investment into util. It's going to be Chopper buying some. PT-50 in the hands of Vora. And we are ready to ride. Let's see the dualies on Jackie, though. Hello, Jackie. 14 kills in dualies. I like the idea here. I'm not sure why he has the smoke. Is he going to play solo, perhaps towards A main?
Would not surprise me. Right? You drop down the smoke, you play up close.
That's exactly what he's going to do. Okay, so Passion, it's up to you, right? They're the ones that are dictating the game here, or at least the map choice. Surely they have a good plan. Going into a fake A, trying to sell the idea. Jackie tagged, but not bagged, which means they're going to have the info. It's not A. Quem, meanwhile, finds Merrick's a mistake. Merrick's goes out wide, gives FavBet the disadvantage. As Tension gets caught in between 2, it's enough as the dice have rolled in the favor of Passion. Their fake worked. It was the fake, well, rather the panic call of Jackie that pulled a few rotations, in the end getting caught in the swing. Merrick's out B main, and good night, Favbet, 7-6. I like it. I gotta
down
say.
as well without a kill. This has got to be kept clean for Passion.
Not if Jackie has something to say about it. Although his timing, yeah, unfortunately, ain't all there. I love that he kept the P250. Let's go, Waro, my boy. Best pistol in the game, hands down, no comparison. Price to performance ratio is insane. Oh, Bondic. I see he's a man after your own heart.
So it seems. So it seems.
I don't remember when is the last time I saw CZ, actually. I will not lie. It's probably last season. Like, at best last season, if worst 2 seasons ago already. Bondic actually gets a kill as well. It's Topa. Oh boy, he's having a tough time. He's going to be regretting that choice for a long time to go. Tension finds Quem. And Nexus, we're looking at a lens of a potential W. Favbet, do you make it out alive? Tension has to hit another Deagle shot. In support is already Jackie, but he gets found out, and they know where Tension is. He gets a kill. He gets a third. Tension, it's a 1v1. Oh boy,
No.
he's got 7 bullets in the chamber.
What?
Oh!
That's not okay. That is not okay. But attention, he'll make it another round of a fan. But I am shaking my head saying no. He's not going to hit another Eagle headshot. Guess what? There's 1, 2, 3 more. Ooh.
It might have been 7. It might have been 6 in the magazine, 1 in the chamber, but it felt like all 7 together came out there at the end. Favbet on 7 as Passion are tied up and forced into something. This is a disastrous buy that leads them to ruin, most likely. And right now for ruin, right now for glory, and for the Red Sun as we go. It's a full B send. They're doing damage, but they're not getting too many kills. Oy. Okay. Good nades. Turn point for Favbet now. Chance to solidify their hold, although Bondic in trouble. He pulls back. Jackie needs to be careful.
It's not going to be another one of these back-to-back situations. Same as first half, same as our first series.
Please no.
Getting close to it. And Tag is good. Gasmo down to half HP.
Close call.
Gotta be cautious.
Good molly.
His life, only limited HP to go around at the moment. He's going to be decided to hide in the smoke. Bondic will look around at an MP9. Why not? Threads him.
They'll know.
Woro's turn on that is its Eagle to show us what he's got. The answer, not enough.
8-7. Favbet strike back in turn, and the fourth buy falls through. Now, they do decent damage. They kill 3. They plant the bomb, which is something, right? We can say it's something to hold on to, but I think the decision here for Passion absolutely is an eco. It has to be. In my eyes, anything beyond that is just suicide. You are killing your own chances at winning the map. Well, well, well. Seems like the Joker is present. Or the Riddler. I don't know, but this sure as hell looks like a damn riddle to me as to why would you force it here.
Funny guy. Some funny business here.
Yeah, there's some funny business, that's for sure. I don't like the fact that they force. I'm generally not a fan. I know they did damage. I know it makes sense in tactical positions, but it feels like that they will waste a good opportunity here to keep this advantage going as Merrick's finds Demka. Although they'll catch him off again, he's having a tough time defending. Oh, Bondic just absolutely shredded. Hold up, Tension and Jackie in turn, though. And just like that, the assault comes to a screeching halt. Jacasmo's down. Quem to 52. Passion, they've put their foot down. They've put everything into this, and yet they are surely to come up mostly empty. Without a bomb plant, especially. Does he
The
dare
mollies on
hold
the
it
CT
down?
side, though, make this a near impossibility for Quem. If they decide to throw even one of them, you can see the movement is forced out of him.
Playing around the
Adjusting
molly.
for these 1 versus 1s. He's played it smart, but it's not there in the end. The aim doesn't even have time to pull the trigger.
Yeah, just look again. 3 kills plus a bomb plant, and again, I'm not gonna lie, decent damage, but surely you don't force a 3rd time here. Surely you don't. Oh man, they're gonna go for it. Look, cool. I mean, that if that's their decision, well, that is their decision. Then, you know, they're looking to try and break this. I get it, but unfortunately, it seems like they might be breaking up upon a ocean gate. This is not going to be potentially looking too good. Tension has the op. Let's see how well he does. That op could be a game changer, especially if it goes into the right hands on the side of Passion. But Tension, if he's going to be hitting his mark, that op is going to be going nowhere but to the 10th round with Fafbet. I mean, how do you feel about these incessant force buys, having minimal util?
Thanks for asking. The answer is not great.
Yeah.
It's just getting yourselves into into the sort of tunnel visioning of we're almost there. We keep dealing damage. We can almost win this round, and we've already seen this as well in the past multiple times. And the absolute worst case where it gets is like, okay, we keep dealing damage. You're baked it in. Then there's one round where they get denied and they have to econ. Then it's only 12. Right? That's the absolute worst case that could happen. Here they've got the bomb down again. They've got that at least guaranteed and confirmed with Fafbet. I don't know if I'm all too on board about what they're doing here either. That is until Smash decides to pop off a couple of watermelon heads. 1 and 2 to remain. Jagasmo and Top are far away from each other.
Top needs to be the hero, man. He needs multi-frags and he's going to get none. That's it. That's done. That's 10.
That has to be. That has to be enough for the force buys.
I mean, they're getting max loss bonus plus a bomb plant at this point. Well, not yet max. 2.9 plus bomb plant, I think, but... Actually, no, they did get max... No, wait, no. 2.9 plus max, plus loss bonus. Yeah, there we go. Or plus bomb plant bonus, sorry. 600. Still... look, man, I don't... Like I said, Passion UA... Like, the first force buy, I can see a reason for it. I already advised against it because I feel like you need to play for those gun rounds. The second one was like, okay, you know, I mean, yeah, you might as well do it, right? But then the third one is like, okay, I guess we're walking that line now. It's a line of fire that you're clearly comfortable enough in standing in it. 10-7, Passion. Well, what can I say? That's the way they choose to go. The calls have been made and the game is being played. Passion now back to a half buy. They have a few pistols, a few Kevlars, and within 4 rounds, they had no actual buys itself. They just had force buys that had Galils and Mech 10s and pistols, and for 4 rounds, they haven't had a real buy. That is depressing. That is disastrous, and that is unacceptable in my eyes, but that's up to them. Passion UA, up mid, and up close on A.
In the smash, utility goes out, and the HE will be dealing more damage against him than anybody else. So you've got double entries toward the bomb side. A bomb that can go down in a situation where you can still win this round. But the CT side are slowly emerging toward the side, but they've lost one big part of their defense. That's Jackie gone. But 2 more remain. Marks and Bondix. Own approach. Not looking all too great. This is finally a round but you end up winning on the side of the Passion. But it's the one you don't intend to win.
It's the one you're already kind of beforehand letting go and knowing that it's probably a loss, but then it turns out into something and you're ecstatic, you get hyped up, and then what happens next is you lose and you lose the game, or lose the map. That's what usually happens, at least. That's what we're used to seeing. So let's see if Passion goes down the same route. They win one of these wacky force buys, and they get that ball rolling for one round, but only to be shut down in the next, for only to be absolutely disheveled afterwards. I hope not, but usually I'm pretty right on these things. Not gonna lie, Merrick's is having a tough time. Same for Bondic. Merrick's has had a few kills, yes, but on the CT side, he's been mostly the one killed first.
Yeah, then a real good passion side, and despite the current situation, you've got Jacasmo who's not stopped playing the entire time.
Yeah, he's just on fire. I mean, if Jacasmo wouldn't have 22, this game would have been done for already. I think at this point we can all agree, and I think all our viewers as well, when I say that if it wasn't for the Jacasmo ace, I think in round 4 or 5, whichever may have been already, it would have been a done deal. I think Passion would have already lost. It's as simple as that. I know it sounds harsh and kind of like an asshole move to say, but that's just the reality of things.
Sometimes that reality might sound harsh, but I think you're right. I think you're on the money there.
Good molly.
Barks trying to live.
No way!
Push away the flames. No. It doesn't even need to use his smoke. You'll be able to live. They don't even know about he's there, but they don't need to. They're still headed toward the A side. The open tension awaits. The first shot is going to connect. They're waiting for that second swing. The repeat, and even if they're ready for it, Waro's not. It's 2 remaining at the side of Passion. The bomb does go down. That's extra money guaranteed. And again, we talk about the lost bonus that Passion have. Last round's win as well means that they've got enough money to force into that next round. But Favbet, they're inching closer. They're getting to that point where it's looking like it's gonna be a done deal for the game, and it's getting close to it here, especially if this next round doesn't go their way.
Call me the I mean, what did they say was gonna happen? I predicted it last round. They would win a round, they would feel all giddy and good, and then Favbet would shut it down and just destroy them, get up to 11, and with that, their ego is shattered, and the reality comes into view. I'm playing obviously here. I'm kind of digging deeper than I should usually, but that's just the way I guess that things turn here. Passion, they have a single horse that is pulling the carriage of 5. War 2K is trying, but the rest are not even scratching the surface, I'm afraid to say. There hasn't been any performance that has been redeeming out of Quem, Demka, and Topa. Maybe a few moments at the start of the game, but that was pretty much it. And that's
it has all been the downhills and tensions. Desert Eagle hit them. But that is how we started off the second half as well. It's the pistol, and then it's tension, Desert Eagle getting, what, 3 or 4, and the rest is history. Momentary success for Passion UA, but here we are now with 12 about to be reached, and less Passion managed to make this one work. We said, in the grand scheme of things, this needs to be a must-win map, because Inferno's next. They've barely played it. Yesterday they touched it against Sashi. They got really close, yes, so they got that still inside of them and how they want to play it. They're still experimenting with that map pool. But it was on the back burner and on the Instaban for a month and a half. So it's not really imbuing confidence, to say the least. But for now, the site defends with 30 seconds, and Smash dashing for the first. Second is going to be Topa to trade him afterward. And now toward the site. Hold on, Jackie has gone down.
Tension,
that's a bit surprising,
he's ready.
But going too far. Topa testing the CT limits.
Big flank.
The other end of the op.
Big flank from Quem. He has to hold huge. He gets 1. No secondaries just yet. Gets tagged. Down to 3. But the lineup for Jacasmo's there, and Tension doesn't get a line on his site, as that is going to be Passion possibly stealing it away. Tension is running. Well played. Well done. They will get around thanks to a massive flank from Quem that delays the attempt long enough and forces their attention to be split, giving Jacasmo the entry here that he required. That is fantastic news for the side of Passion. Number 9
Eventually
gathered.
dead man, though.
They will kill Tension as well, or he will die. Yeah, but no time to retrieve the op, unfortunately, Quem.
Half a second.
Yeah. Good recovery. Really superb, honestly. Better than one should usually expect under the circumstances they're in. And all it takes is a good round to bring you back up. Maybe this was it. Money's gone for Favbet, so a 10 on the board potentially already. I wouldn't say too much, though. Let's hope that the Eco doesn't pin them to the floor.
Bit of a push out of A.
Oh, boy.
A victim
Oh.
coming through.
No,
That's a...
What? Wait.
an
Weren't there like 4
AK-47.
players there? How does Jackie, the only one, take 75 damage? That's what?
Body blocking that one must be self-sacrifice. Captain America moment right there.
Yeah, he just threw himself on that nade. Godlike and saved by the ball as Jacasmo is out B, and that is gonna be a B plant. Wow. I mean, they get an AK for free. I think that they're gonna be happy with that.
Yeah, but they can still keep dealing damage, right? We're headed to the very climax of the game here shortly. So now at this point, if you can't deal more damage against the Passion, you will take that opportunity.
For sure.
Yeah. Favbet just deciding not to, and I don't like this.
Can say I disagree because yeah, like the USBs, you can just throw them at the foot of the site and hope they get a kill. Like, why not?
Makes very little sense, and I've been seeing this a little bit too much as well. I think Favbet as well, there was a recent game. They were just really, really horrible on retakes when it came to a couple situations. Or, well, one specific situation, which was they have a man advantage, they have a 2-man advantage. They never did a single thing. They saved like 7 rounds in a row. That's probably a slight bit of exaggeration. But the situations were that they never attempted a retake. That was on an ancient CT side. That was the worst CT side I've probably ever seen.
That's kind of crazy, to be honest. Yeah.
Like, no matter what the situation was, it was a save, it was a save, it was a save. Then when they finally tried to make something with like 20 seconds left, they get shot down with a 2-man advantage. It goes down to a 3v4 and they save. Like, it was a horrible situation to watch.
Yeah, ain't no better right now for Passion, though. Topa just gets caught out cold. Doesn't even have a chance to return fire. We see Bondek trying to be a bit cheeky, sending bullets down the line into a pool, but Passion, they've lost the entry, and 60 seconds remain on the clock for a potential bomb plant. Goodbye, Quem. Hits smash, damages him, but doesn't do critical injuries, and 5v3, just like that. They win a round and they lose right after. And once again, economy reset when it comes to, well, not fully reset, step down when it comes to loss bonus. If they lose, obviously. That's all on the if, which seems likely, but not yet. Surely. Water 2K out. First engagement goes good. Maybe a second. Demka finds one. Perhaps this is the one we're looking for. Passion. Just like that. Out of a blunder into a win. They seem to be dilly-daddling back and forth a bit. But this should be a save. The CTs have no choice but to pull away.
Tying up the game here.
11-11, which means Passion is officially back in the driving seat, even though they stumbled their way to it, to be fair. At least to a degree they did. A few rounds where certainly things could have gone a lot differently, and once again it comes to some individual brilliance. Demka, he needed that kill. It's his 7th in the map. Meanwhile, the 25th for Jacasmo. Speaks a whole different story between the two, yet impact right now the same.
I don't know how we get here. It
Yeah,
felt like
neither am I
Passion
sure.
were
digging themselves a hole, but they've somehow kept on digging and it's gotten them out of it.
I mean, they might have come out the other way now, given how far they've progressed. Dug deep enough to find hidden gems and gold, and somehow equip the army here fully. They've got to deal with an eco, which means they're getting to 12. It's insane. Tension's on the up, sure, and maybe Tension gets lucky. I can't deny that. Oh, please don't give Smash free kills. That would be das.
Oh, no.
Okay, he
They'll
gets
trade it.
the one. Yeah.
That's how they mitigate the AK success. It's unable to be recovered as well, so Jackie's gone away. Back toward the site defense. There is a couple of smokes here that might be a little bit difficult for Passion to come back to utilize completely, but first one that was spent a little bit further away. It blocked him out of main. Tension. He is first contact. They're still trying to be cheeky about this. He'll nail one.
Oh,
Bondix
no.
taking down his teammate and 2 others.
Oh.
This is how we get to 12.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Gasmo, hopes and dreams of any sort of comeback. They can't even get the bomb.
My
Get to 12. It's now nigh impossible.
my legs just got weak, man. I can't tell you how bad this is looking for Passion. Oh, God. Well, Jacasmo, unless you pull a Hail Mary, this round is gone, and including the chance that Passion pull to 12 and potential secure overtime. Instead, there's still a chance they might lose their own map pick, which would be disastrous to say the least. 18 seconds, he's yet to retrieve the bomb. He's going to try and check the flank, make sure there's nobody close by. There isn't. He goes up against the op. Missed shot. Tension. Don't you do me dirty like that. 7 seconds. Didn't pick up the C4, which does mean it's over regardless. And it is Fav bet on number 12. Money is, let's say, okay. Kind of mixed there for Passion, but they get enough for an op as well as AKs, so it should be decent.
Yeah, you've gone down to a Galil on Jacasmo for the utility, but that's about it.
Don't tell
And
me you put the
Quinn,
Galil in
actually.
the hand of Japan. No, give Jacasmo an AK. Come on, Topa, you should know better than that. Give him an AK. No, that is just... And Demka has an AK as well, but Quem and Jacasmo have Galils. That is insane. That is unacceptable. Surely they switch here. Come on. He's clearly having a better game. You got to give him that chance to at least open up without, a headshot and no kill.
Not everybody subscribes to that idea.
God damn, I hate it when teams do that. And that is so common as well. It's crazy. You see, back in the good old days of a Navi, for example. I'll use Navi, for example, because they're no
Zeus
longer
and
existing.
Simple, and
Yeah,
one who
Zeus and
drops about
Simple.
7 kills a game, the other
Even-
35.
Even in the old team of Blade and Simple, Flipside, yeah, Flipside. There we go. They used to do that, where Simple had a deagle and like somebody else would have like an AK, Zeus or Blade. But okay. There we go, Jacasmo. He's got the AK. Thank you, TC. I guarantee you something. I mean, somebody must have said, "Yo, bro, give him the AK. Don't even think about it, because Over's gonna get mad, and we don't want the wrath of Over."
Sure, buddy.
I mean, I willed it into existence. I might as well be the reason for it.
Might as well take credit for it.
Exactly. 12-11 and tech timeout to see what is the actual problem. I know not, but I'm sure we're going to find out. Apparently,
We got word it's some sort of issues IRL. Now, hoping it's obviously nothing serious, but either way, we can only do so much, and the only thing we can actually do is wait. We don't control what the game starts. We don't control what the game continues. It is here to observe.
observe. We're here to observe. I know. I'm usually the one that does all the usually fumbles, pronunciations. Yes. We are here to observe and see what exactly is going to be happening. All in all, Passion are in a position still to potentially go to overtime, so we should not disregard that. I believe we are ready to continue, as my feed has cut out.
Ooh. Well, I'm still going around, so we at least count down the
I'm
clock.
back.
We are good to go. We are a go.
I am a back. Yeah, round 24, 12-11. This is it. Passion either overtime or no Anubis. Simple as that. And likely no Inferno afterwards. Because might lose. Let's see.
Inferno's definitely one that holds a lot of interest for me. But
A lot of
Passion
water,
as well.
yeah.
Exploring their map pool and all that is going to be one of those options for them potentially, but we'll see what we see. For now, the round starts and it's like any other. It's slow, it's waiting for utility, and it is pretty much all that.
I mean, it's been slow all game long, honestly. Passion has been playing the same, similar approach as FavBet. Slow and steady, hope to get lucky, know to avoid the op and all the good jazz. And we're going to have a full B split. It seems like FavBet is somewhat ready for it, though. Players in position. Here comes the utility, and here comes the attempt. Now, Passion don't have a lot of time to waste. They have to go within the next 5 to 10 seconds. The rotations will be starting to pour in, and it's never a good thing when you have reinforcements on the way while it's already taking a fight. Bondik finds one, sees the second. Jackie supports. It's Merrick's the fall. Smart choice. Pull back. Bondik tries to stay alive. It's Stolpa to find two. And we talked about how he's been quiet all game. The two here are immensely important. And a 3 versus 3 as we go into this retake. Full deep flank for... Who is that? I actually... is that Smash? Yeah, Smash is all the way in the back. That is a deep, deep flank. He's going to need more time here. I feel like they're going a tiny bit too soon. As the attention is being divided, Smash is going to have to move. The utility has been thrown off angle, and Dark, the angles don't work, but there's Smash! It's 2 for him, and a third! It's 13. FavBet have done it.
The flank teed up, the utility there, and the baked him in as well to one tight knit spray for Smash and one extra in the back. FavBet, they will secure their opponent's map pick, and with Inferno coming up next as well, it is very much translating or putting them on that podium of that 2-0. That is what we're looking for here as well. Right, we said if Anubis doesn't go the way of Passion New Way, there is some hope, but very little overall when it comes to actually securing the series. Now it's on to them to prove us wrong. If you have that capability, if your one map of practice in this last, or one official in this last month and a half on Inferno really can carry you through that. Maybe there's been a bit more practice as well they've done, but we don't know about it yet. It has to be shown right here and right now, because in the past, with a different lineup featuring Jambo, Fear, Eschila, and Zerofix still, they were good. They were really good in Inferno, but that is a different team, a different identity, all in all.
All in all, yeah.
So whatever we need, whatever they have right now, it's going to be different. It's probably going to be a bit more experimental. Or is it going to be a bit more safe? Are you going to play more boring? The most basic Inferno you're ever going to see. We're going to have to find out in a little bit, though. The answer is coming up after this break, so don't go anywhere.
And we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, we return after a short intermission and me breaking everything up into our second map. We go into Inferno. It is going to be Favbet taking on Passion, now on the map pick of Favbet. And honestly, I think Passion is in a lot of trouble. I think Nexus, my co-caster, would agree with me if he had not been so stunned by the previous map, where technically there were a few rounds that never should have happened in the first place.
A lot of rounds. And now I'm on to Inferno. I said at the start of the day, I'm all Inferno'd out for the rest of my career, and I think this is upsetting. I don't want to see this. It's just, it plays so similar to Anubis in the sense that you just wait for the first minute. Here you have the only exception of sometimes you might see a fast B or whatever, a little bit of a change of pace. Theoretically same as Anubis, but they play so similarly, they're so boring to watch, that I am just getting tired of this. But I want the map pool to change, and that's the conversation I want to have after we watch this pistol round unfold, because the retake certainly does not seem like they have too many legs to stand on.
I do also want to have cash back, but please remove Dust 2, or remove Mirage.
Dust, Inferno, both out. Anubis is fine to play, but to watch it gets a little boring, because it's the same protocol so often.
That's actually a fair point, but it's never going to happen, you know it.
I know.
Like, realistically, Dust is going out, or Mirage. Mirage has never been removed from the pool.
Dust is not going out, because apparently Dust has all the scoop and all the dirt and like every single CS dev that has ever touched it. Hidden in the game files. If they remove it, it's going out. They keep bringing it back for no reason.
Dust 2 has all the blackmail it needs to forever stay a map of choice for the devs. Yep, I see where you're coming from.
That's the only explanation I have.
It's an entity living in all our minds and never really letting us go, visiting us in our nightmares. You dream of Dust 2, because when you have a pleasant day, you dream of Train. As Favbet, they dream of a win. And let's see if they get it. The pistol is theirs. Very successful. We have a force buy from Passion. No surprise. Good nades, actually. Marek's down to 56. Again, be attentive to his bar. The points, or rather the numbers, tell the HP. So he's not critically injured, but it's a very good nade nonetheless. Quiet drop down. Smart play. Don't want to reveal your position. Yeah. And they're going to go B here. Good timing on the smoke.
And right back to any edition of Counter-Strike here. Flashbang that has not changed for about a decade. Maybe even longer.
I think longer. Actually, it is longer.
At that point, it's beyond my time.
Yes, it's before you have ever joined the disc was already in play.
Or, no, 2013 I bought the game, in 2015 I kind of started playing it, so...
Yeah. It's been in this
focusing
since forever.
Yeah.
Even beforehand. But, round is done. This is a force fight that didn't succeed. The defense doesn't get a single kill. Merrick's might have been naded, but he doesn't really care. Bondic smash, find a few. Warrior 2K has been found out, and... decent damage. Again, decent damage. They're doing it. They're putting the effort in, and they might take another, but regardless, the round should be ending. Warrior 2K is looking to steal a rifle, potentially. I'm not sure one actually dropped somewhere. I know they had 2 Galils, so somebody still should have that weapon on him. Warrior 2K hoping to get lucky with the defuse. Oh, no way. Oh, you gotta be kidding. No way.
No.
Okay. For a second there, I thought he's going to start defusing earlier. He waited too long, about 2 seconds too long. So, yeah, it didn't work out in the end. He tried to draw attention. He tried to kill the players, killing him. But second round, Favbet get it. Force buy fails. And Passion, play eco, please. Oh, my God. We have Kevlars and pistols. It's not too bad.
It's bad. We already had this conversation on map 1. Why
we
keep
did.
force buying? Especially a CT
thankfully,
side
it's not
here
a
is like,
full
no,
investment.
you don't have utility to hold on to anything.
Yeah.
It makes very little sense. They've just put themselves down 0-4 with this one decision. Congratulations, you've played yourself.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
For me, please, because I think I'm losing my mind. It's just, no, I can't in any single world kind of get behind this spine, unfortunately. I wish I could say that I could, but that's not the case. Not in this sort of environment, especially when Passion as well. This is not a map where they've been really great on. So I feel like maximizing the gun rounds and chances of the best possibilities you have would be the best play, but thinking differently, here's your reward. A flawless round. Maybe? Give it a second. Confirmed by Favbet. 3-0. Full eco. Make it a 4-0. Actually, no. Wait, what?
What? It was a 3 and it's a 2-0 now 3-0 and they buy. Yeah, and I mean it wasn't a full force.
Oh my god!
I was
I
about
was
to
completely
say,
tripping.
yeah,
wow.
you got tripped a little bit there, and I was trying to stop you, but you know I.
You know what? That's fine. That's fine.
It's still not a great buy though. They're still lacking amount of util here and there.
I saw weapons being bought, and I saw red.
They don't have a kit, so you know. They are in trouble if it comes down to a retake, but it is going to be a fast play by Faf, but they delay no longer. They push up top mid. They're going to go for this. This is a very aggressive move, and Quem just takes 2 for himself easily. No challenge presented, nobody to be able to take him down. Demka caught in apps. It's a problem. A side is empty, and you know it's going to be a continuous push for Bondik. This timing here for tension, it's perfect. And surely, Quem, you don't play the odds here. You don't play... Yeah, you don't play the aggressor. Bondik's already out of apps, though. He goes through the molly. He finds the kill. Bondik, 41 HP left. And Merrick's...
Problem is Jacasmo.
He has to bring the bomb. Jacasmo spotted, but misses the shot. Jacasmo, no! Not like that. C4 has to be retrieved. Bondik has the sight. And we'll lose the duel. Jacasmo finds the kill. It's back to a 1v2, and it's not going to be enough. Merrick's drops the ball. Passion, their first, but potentially not their last. Hopefully.
I really need to see this one working out for Passion. Doesn't matter if it's a win or not, but as long as they show resiliency and show us a decent understanding and coherence of how they want to play this map together, that's all I want to know, or all I want to see. Get us there? This 5th round might do, because economy's on the line for both. It's got to be an early fight. Banana. Utility is decent, actually pretty good. Checking it down to half HP and less remains. They're going to be committing to a fast B play here. With almost no utility toward the A side. It's one long smoke. CT side, they're making reactions. They're wanting information on A. But here toward the B side, the play is being made. Counter util goes down. They are not going to push through that. They will instead reset. They've got plenty of time with the clock. Find out what else can you do. What else do you have still remaining in terms of map control?
Not a lot. Need to commit to apps, I feel like. Instead, looking to play it into B side instead. Full execution, 2 defenders, I believe, trying to boost up on flowers. Jacasmo, does he try and bait hit this? Well, he did put 2 Toppa up there, so a bit of a bait would never hurt. Surely to be checked. Toppa finds 1, drops down and evades. Jacasmo already on the other side of the smoke, trying to prevent the bomb plant. Oh, Toppa still dies to the bomb explosion, to the HE. The bomb is planted, it's a 3v4. As Tension finds another, that's Demka, that's a problem, but finally caught off guard. And the sprays will continue. Bondik in a 1v2. He needs to find a double here if he wants to win the duels. And the round as he's jumping to his death. It's not going to happen. And number 2 on Passion side. Right back on the board. Similar to how we saw it almost, but Passion. Let's hope they don't let go of the reins.
So, pistols, a couple of Galils, and an AK-47 for Jackie. That's where Fab are placing a lot of their hopes and dreams of this round. Early protocols, getting a bit of fake toward the B side, or at least for a banana take at least. War been left alone toward that side of the map. There's rotation being made, and Jackie already having lost that AK-47. It definitely hurts a bit in their chances.
Sixty seconds.
AK recovered. Duels for the CT side through long. Hold on, this could go either way, but it's over with that first one.
It's done.
Says it's only going one way. Plenty more damage dealt as well. That looks good now for the CT side to finish the job. The Warriors going aggressive alone with an AWP. I don't know how good of a play this really is.
I mean, it's not going to bring anything because they've already looked to save, so... In the end of the day, it's not going to change much, but he could still die and lose the AWP, and I'm not really a fan of that. As Merrick's is able to retrieve the glorious weapon.
There's no reason to stop pushing there for an AWP.
No, it's not. He should have just stayed his course and stayed on side or on banana. But he decided
with the
to
money
be the
he's
hero.
got remaining, like, why is
Yeah,
that a push
yeah.
he's making?
And they lose the AWP, which means they... Well, Topa can rebuy it, yes, but do you really want to put all that cash to buying the weapon that you've just lost for nothing, on top of a very foolish choice by your Opper himself? Let's see if Topa decides to make that decision. I think he will, obviously, because he probably doesn't have a choice. Yeah, there you go. Warriors does get it back, but still, a waste of $5,000, really.
Yeah, that is exactly what it is. And a gift of $5,000 or so for the T-side. Still able to buy back around that with a couple of Tech 9s and the P250 involved. It's a interesting situation to be if you're Fatbear, right? You save an LVP and an AK-47, you're like, okay, what do we do? Money is not great, but you just have to buy at that point. They've been forced to buy a round of the saved weapons here.
The 3 did survive, so they are kind of in a bit of a wacky spot for sure. Though, on the other hand, I mean, Tension, he can secure this round if he can get a few free kills. The AWP is that good of a weapon, and he does get the first. That's Topa. Second smoke into banana already. I didn't see if the first smoke flew from from CT base, if Passion threw it from the spawn. Because then they'll have another ready, and by the looks of it, there is none. Demka has one on him, but he is currently on a site, as we can see here. And Jacasmo, yeah, he's got nothing to pick up. Jump spotting to clear his conscience. Calls being made. It's a B take, and yeah, Jacasmo has to stay alive here. Oh, he had a smoke. Oh, wow. Okay, that timing is impeccable. I can't say it any other way because it really is. As we go through the smoke, yeah, Favbet is going to try. 4 players running on and 4 players running off. That's going to be a 4th round for Passion. Simply enough.
Up running away. May not even get 2 with a missed shot. Tension is down. Up denied. Can't save that one. And Passion, 4th round for Valbed. This is a situation where you're not going to be looking all that great. Half mine, that's probably the most likely situation they have here. They've got a lot of utility, actually, here, so makes me wonder what the play is going to be.
Honestly, second mid depths, I think that's where you try the waterfall. Like, so many teams try waterfalling with a full buy instead of a half buy, that this is the perfect opportunity for it. Passion, they'll have one player at most, that's Demka. He's usually playing balcony, and he's having a very tough day. Very bad performance on map 1, very bad performance here to start with map 2. I mean, he's just not having a great one is what I'm trying to pull out there, and if they can abuse that, maybe they get away with it. Favbet are certainly angling towards apps. But they're taking too long. Like, they're taking too long. Legitimately taking far too long. They should have tried to negotiate a little bit of a fire out on Banana so Passion would keep their focus on it. And then made a run for A. But instead, they're just wasting their opportunities in apps. And this is exactly how they played on Anubis. They did win at the end, yes, but many of these rounds went awry because of them. Favbet. Let's see if they make this happen. Let's see if they can make it rain. Passion's going to be in dire straits if they lose the first player especially, but it's a nice little backup plan from Broken Wall to under actual balcony. Well, Demka is on top. 402K pushed Banana already. They have all the info. Passion UA should have this one in back.
What?
No way. Holy shit, that is insane. Wow.
How does the man on balcony do nothing?
Yeah, Demka, like I said, he's just having a bad game. Like, he is not performing at all. Jacasmo, 0 damage. Quem, 0 damage. Waro 2K is the only one that did damage alongside Topa here. Like, Waro pushed Banana. They had all the info they need. And well played Favbet. Like, they are about to get number 4 for free. Like, this is an eco, like a full-on eco. And they're getting 3 weapons out of it. Absolutely insane. Love it.
I am lost as to what happens. Or how that even happens.
I mean, it happens because Passion is just not ready to take the fight. Like, look at this. Look at Demka. He doesn't even react to the player running into small pit. And then the player on side, Jacasmo, doesn't get a bullet off before he dies. Topa doesn't stand a chance, and it's round over. Wow. Well played, Favbet.
That's kind of messed up.
Yeah, it is.
The fact he's not playing anti-flash as well, I think, kind of hurts him there. But
for sure.
That I'm not sure if that is his fault or his teammate on the site, right? Usually, you're gonna have a teammate playing towards long. Instead, the fact that he was on site means that Demka had to be the one to watch long. So I don't know who to kind of blame there. Still not ready for it, not even anticipating the flashbang at all seemed to be a massive blunder. And such Favbet, hey, an easy round, I suppose. I thought we were going to be seeing 5-3. I guess not. It's Favbet instead to a 4-on-4 type of game. Money running low on Passion. Well, that's what happens. And with this first minute off the clock now, God, we're starting to see Favbet and Vital making waves around the map. Passion, in the meantime. Two apartments, and up Banana. First one, spotted jumping back, and there's plenty of attention here. An MP9 in prime position, but for Topa's only one. And here we've got the entire round coming to an end in one fight and one fight only. Control Banana sometimes decides rounds, and this time absolutely does.
I think if you're Favbet, you're hunting. I think that would be a smart decision. They might not have too much money to work with, but they've got enough to buy and have some comfortably left afterwards as well. Whilst if they break the stride for Passion, all of a sudden, Passion is not only in a full eco, but they are not going to be able to afford the op next round. And that's a guarantee, or at least next buy. Favbet, though, at this point, perhaps thinking about the end of this series already, right? Thinking about how they're going to get closer and closer, and the economy is definitely a part of it. So, yeah, playing it safe, exiting through CT, just looking to make sure everybody keeps themselves alive, and that's about it. Number 5 here for Favbet. forcing an eco on Passion or a force buy. If the latter, I'll be concerned. I'll certainly have a lot to say.
So, an M4 alone with an AWP to make the difference here for the CT side. Now, we've already seen War as well, right? Playing the AWP towards the B apartments, or B banana, all alone. Wouldn't be surprising if they want to go for that again. It seems like that's kind of the idea they have. Does have support from Topa. He's playing at that corner. Fight or flight. Choosing to disengage makes sense. In the meantime, we didn't get to see how this one played out last round with the apartment setup.
Where's the molly? Where's the nade? Usually do something for apps, or
No
will
flashbang either.
Jackie just remain in position, play that position to the end there. He is in the apps itself, in the room of it. I don't... Oh, Ward. Oh, that is disgusting. Demka finds Jackie, so they've cleared the flank, but now Favbet, no. There's one in the apps position to try and flank them out. Topa with a 2, as Jakasmo finds another. That's an insane hold by Topa. The fact he gets 2 is more than plenty enough. Bondik, 15 HP, 0% chance he survives. Surely, right? Against the rifles? Yeah, it's not happening. What is going on? This is a confusing round for sure. I mean, Jackie, I thought he was staying in apps. He got peeked, he died. So the flank got cleared. And Favbet, they have the right choice, or at least the right decision. They know they've lost second mid, so instead of trying to recover, they move onto side. They push through. And yet, they allow Topa to take these fights alone. They let themselves be divided, and for it, they pay the price. Mistakes made.
Yeah, there as well, we kind of saw how it worked out in the apartments. With that two-man setup, it was not a lot Jackie was able to do, because he didn't have that information. They were going to be playing double up there.
Well, but you should be expecting it, shouldn't you? Like,
if you see one, yeah, absolutely. But he didn't have that information from the get-go, knowing that it was going to be some sort of an apartment's play, and had to go punished for it. Now we see that correction here as well. Spend more players and send multiple here toward that A site. Control, and now you can disengage, go back toward the banana side of the utilities faded. Topaz is playing all the way toward the B side alone with nothing but a smoke and an M4 jumping at that wall. Also toward the banana should indicate in the next few seconds we'll also see the A side utility, but it's going to be a full-on hit coming through here. Lets them know smokes are coming down through the apartments. There's going to be a couple trying to get through as well, but the Molotov there actually plays Bondik a little bit of time through the apartments into the balcony. Demka gets himself one. The trades are coming through. Bondik down as well in long. Means that split now gone. No potential for that at all. Instead, Marix alone on short. He should be recognized to be here. But Marix, he's trying to go nuclear. He's got 3 on the site. 1 remains. Topa, where is he coming from? Good recognize, maybe, but it does not get the timing down. Punishes immediately, and Marix, he tries his absolute damnedest for this one. But it's not good enough. Topa salvages and saves the round for Passion UA.
Round after round, we have speechless positions really to work with. Like, this is insane. The fact that they go for a waterfall through a smoke, that they couldn't give themselves another 5 seconds, maybe 10 at most, to try and get the players in position, completely out of sync, and Favbet fall apart at the end. 5-6, and we're on round 12. Last one. It's going to be pistols and Kevlar. And maybe a few AKs. Well, actually, 4 AKs in a single Tech 9. A little bit of util too. Favbet not doing as poorly as they might have seemed at start. 6-6, quite possible. Let's see if it happens. Passion. They're not looking for a fight just yet. They want to control Banana, though. Can't blame them. No smokes deployed, interestingly enough. And they find Demka. Well, poor Demka. Oh, Quem. Okay, good timing on the Molotov. Stops the assault.
Long Jagasmo waits. Headshot comes through with the M4. Looking for the second one as well. He's not afraid of a little bit of a fight here. Gallagher's headed his way. And he's even going on the aggressive, on the hunt here. Lets them know it is going to be that B play. But
Oh,
attention.
no.
Might attempt them back toward the A side. Rotations still need to be made for Bastion UA. They are going to be sticking toward that B rotation. Waro in CT.
They have enough time.
At that moment.
They have enough time.
Load that
they
has
can go A.
to defend against this one, but they are still sticking to this B play.
Oh, they are sticking to it. Bondik has made the choice. We're going to go B, boys. Let's get ready. And here come the utility. Here come the commitment. Topa, he's got an angle of attack that's really good. The question is, does he see anybody? Bondik finds War to get. That's the op down. Now Topa, he's missed the timing. He's going to be basically enveloped by enemies. And Merrick's, yeah, makes sure that he cannot get more than one. That's it. That's the end of the day. For the round, at least. It's the end of the half. Quem, 1v3. Unlikely he does much. If he's got the luck in him, maybe. It's insane how close some of these rounds have been, and yet how far they go. Quem, about halfway gone on the time, jumps to check, and tension gets him. Favbet keep themselves composed. 6 rounds on the board on T side is good. It's very good.
Half time for Fav, but it's still alright. Well, from the start they had, it felt like things were going to be a lot better with Passion UA, but it actually comes to the return they make from 3-0 down. Taking 6 here seems pretty damn successful for them as well. When we have the questions as well of what are they actually going to be able to put out on this map? Barely having played it, right? So that is a massive, massive question mark all on its own. To start off, not half bad. Definitely some mistakes, but you can still point out to Demka as well, not having a great day at all.
Yeah, he's having a tough time, man. He's really
Mash
not.
from map number 1, he's kind of missing at the moment as well, but we've got a long way to go still before the end, so...
What's good is that...
Time to turn things around on both sides.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's good that it's 6-6 at least. They have a fair chance to win the pistol as well as get themselves on the board and quickly start running away with the result. Fafbet on the other side, they are no different. They're going to be hunting for a 2-0. It's their map, you know, it's their choice, their turf. Let's see how they dictate these terms. Dualies on Merrick's, the rest well enough equipped. We have no kit from what I can tell, which means they're not relying upon a retake, but rather on the defense itself. And Passion looking like they want to split A. I like this. I think A is always mostly better on pistols because you have a lot more to work with as the T. On B, it all depends on that coffin CT corner. Waro 2K tries to draw attention, reveals the hand of 2 players. Now the play towards A begins. It's all down to the defenders. There's only 2, and they're going to have to go huge. Jackie, alongside his teammate, Tension.
First one, quick trade. And a man advantage on the post, plenty of Fathbet though. They've already sent Marix out of the library. Needs to be quick about this first duel. Will take it back, but there's that trade as well to top us. Swings for information at the same time. Only spotting maybe Bondig, while Smash now seen at top of mid. Circling in on these T-sided players, both on the side. They should know. They get somewhat comfortably approached, but about hitting your shots, a different question altogether. But for the dual Berettas, pray, and you've got yourself a round win from that. Favbet on the defuse with Bondik taking it to, and he, by the way, is having a great game. When we talk about Jackie, maybe not there, Smash not there. Look at Bondik, man, 17. Yeah.
He's really channeling that inner energy from the days old of his. You wouldn't expect him to be owning this hard.
He's still kicking it. This is, again, as well, not all too uncommon, I think, for Bondik, which is the crazy thing. He has these really good games, and like semi-regularly as well, right? It's not enough to really pad his stats above what he's currently got, like 1.01. But for an IGL, that's respectable.
Dude, it gets them to the playoffs if he continues it. If somebody else as well steps up to it, you know, all of a sudden you are guaranteed playoff spot. And Passion right now, they're going to be feeling the pressure more and more. Every single lost round gets them closer to elimination and denial of that playoff spot. it's a lot on the line, especially for the teams that have been grinding for the last few months as hard as these two. Another force buy here, this time with Galil's, Mech 10s, Deagles, and it puts Passion on the trajectory that could see them recovered. It's definitely possible. But so much relies upon that first entry. So much relies upon Fafbet not being ready for the defense. We see Merrick's, and I believe next to him would be Smash holding B. Smoke up is a good timing. Well, it comes up onto the good timing here. At around 40 seconds, it blooms, which means it leaves them with about 20 seconds once it's gone. And a third player has joined the defense. That's Bondic. Here we go. Tension 1. He finds Demka on the lurk. Merrick's gets caught. No chance to get a single kill. 20 seconds.
Flashbangs. Ooh. Flashbangs are amazing on the defense here. Bomb as well as being dropped. And
Oh,
look at it again.
no.
Oh, it keeps getting dropped. You got Butterfingers. Whoever gets the bomb is instantly dropped. Some magnetism involved in that one.
Very good angles coming out from Fafbet. They line those shots up. They know where precisely the T's will be moving, at least to a degree, so they just take those fights through the smoke. Both Tension and Bondic finding each one. And it's more than enough. 8-6. Force by fails. Deagle's out again, and hope for Passion to get lucky, as the next one will be amongst their more important rounds. All in here to see if Passion can at least do some damage. Wow. Yeah, pretty simple.
Yeah. I love the way Mark is being set up with that MP9 as well. Right, that first shot obviously is just a little bit of BS and luck involved, but hey, it works, MP9, you can make that sort of calculation and gamble on it. Yeah, he's looking now for the third as well here. Doesn't get it. That'll come from a smash instead. There's 2 casualties, but the round itself still maintained and managed by the side of Fafbet. Second half started off the side, and now is your time to get your first on the board. They've already got close with the pistol. Now you got to get closer, actually push it over the line if you want to have a chance in this series. We've been doubting them throughout, saying Inferno is not going to be a map they win. Backs against the wall. Passion. Show us what you got.
Indeed. Let's see what they can make out of it. Kicking off. Top up, first into Banana, and not the first one out, apparently. He's still in the smoke. I don't know if they recognize that. Yeah, they did. They did. Smash takes that fight to him. Up top mid, though. 3-4 players already making their way through short maps. Demka gonna be first one out, probably. Jackie in trouble. Bondic in trouble as well. That nade does do him no justice, but oh my goodness, Bondic, how? Almost a second as well. Jackie's somehow still alive. They know about him, right? Because the Molotov did burn him, from what I can tell. They should know, as he's still alive. Merrick's gets stacked, but Jackie finally falls. It's a 3-on-3, and we're going to be seeing a little bit of a closer fight finally. This retake, a difficult one. Passion needed, though. They desperately need to win it. Why does Merrick's only have a deagle? Merrick's, care to explain, please?
That's a good question. My question as well is, where's that Molotov got to be spent from Tension's belt? For now, waiting for the utility fading on long, that his teammates will walk up short as well.
Maybe broken wall?
Hit or
They're
sight.
saving.
Those are the 2 options, but they are going to be actually saving here, yeah.
Going for exits.
They at
honestly,
least do have them in the quarantine zone. There's no easy way out. Everybody will be taking an L here, especially if you go in to Smash, because he waits with a Galil in hand for 2. And Warhol, you can try to run and hide, but it's only so far you get. The bomb explosion catches up to him. Passion, you can win the round, but the war is still on.
The thing is, the plan for Favbet was to do as much damage as possible, so they minimize the amount of money Passion has. Yep. Break them in this one, and force them onto an eco in the next, which means it translates to an 11-7 position for 5-bet. I mean, it's a risky play. You don't try to retake, you don't try to solidify 10, yet you kind of lure your opponent into a false sense of security. It wouldn't be the first time we see Passion fall for it as well. It happened on our first on Anubis, and it's sure to happen here once more, potentially. Oh, what is Marek's, what is happening on Banana? Like, what is this aggression? And nobody's nobody's checking top again. Oh, brother, this is gonna be a tough one. Top at doesn't know. Top at doesn't know about the player in Banana. This is gonna be so awkward at one point. It's gonna get to that moment where things are gonna be wired up, and it's all gonna look grim. Though all of a sudden, 5-bet's gone, and Passion found the 8th. Marek's is just escaping through the net, unawares. Passion will not know. What a quick change-up. Like, it seems like we're just switching from one side to the other in a matter of seconds. You know, one moment Passion is dominating, the other it's 5-bet. No clear sign of stability anytime soon. Very much an awkward and down-to-earth poor round from 5-bet, that's for sure.
They're going to be challenged here.
They are.
Be giving 5-bet a fight that we've been kind of waiting for.
We have.
Yeah, more of these individuals awake as well at the same time, right? We talk about map 1. I think Kvem, right, if I'm not mistaken, had a pretty good opening.
He did?
Actually, no. Wow.
No?
Sorry, completely lied.
Wow.
Barely above a Demka, 10 kills, but second highest rating because nobody really had anything besides Jacasmo with a 1.55.
Well, he's doing well here, is what I wanted to say. I thought that's what you meant.
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, I, for whatever reason, had in my mind that Kvem was actually doing better on the map 1.
I'll let you in on a little secret.
Remembered.
Nobody was doing good on Passion.
Yeah, unless you're
besides
Jacasmo.
Yeah.
He had a double than anybody else in terms of ratings, almost.
Yeah. So, towards B again, it's 2 defenders, a third one around the corner. It's not impossible to hold, but they'll need a smoke. There's none. Very late one, at least. That 5-7 marks its target. The nade finishes the job. That's a dangerous territory for Passion. Look at the amount of nades that have just flew in, excuse me. Passion's retreating towards the A side, but they're going to be telegraphing these moves by a mile. Heard from a almost space station. Another free kill. Jackie Kit kind of catches off Topa. Good nade. No molly to buzz him out, though, unless War 2K helps. They're going to be committed back towards B. This is a dangerous decision. The players have rotated over towards the A side, though. 5-bet is none the wiser. They're still thinking this is A. Yet on Flower Pot, Mr. Mareks, if he plays his cards right, he gets a single kill. That's more than enough to stop this after plan to being super effective. Jacasmo, though, should check it. Surely she checks it. Demka finds Smash, and Mareks...
He's going so slow.
The smoke! He's gonna check it. Of course he's gonna check it.
The approach was careful and considered on that T side, so it made sense. But now the bomb is going to be planted to put down. We are looking at a 3-on-3. We've got 1 HE, 2 players who could go down to that. And 1 shot missed. Second chance, Warrior goes wide. Will take it. Advantage now on Passion. Flash on Bondic. There is no kit. That's made things a lot more difficult now.
Oh, there is one. He just picked it up. The question is, what's the actual play here?
He's not gonna ninja. He's not gonna try the Waro here.
No, surely not. Bondic has
walking
no
away.
reason to. He's already walking away. Yeah, he's looking for an exit. Waro's gonna be...
Oh, that's everybody gone as well. Income maybe not.
Nobody.
Ooh. Wow. Waro gets far enough. I did not think that was
a thing.
safe enough, but I suppose it is.
So, Passion tied up. We're back where we started. We're back where we are, or we're at the beginning. Third map still around the corner. It's still possible to see dust. It was a disappointment yesterday. That's no secret. And it could be again today. But Fafbet, do they let it happen? Do they let it go to dust? I'm sure they eco here. They have to. 5 nades, that's fair. I like that.
End of the game is 9. We'll get to it eventually, but a quick detour through technical timeout city.
You know what gets me is how Favbet looked so good to start, but all it takes is one little mistake and they just seem to crash all their confidence. Bondek on 21 kills, very reminiscent of Jacasmo in the previous map. The rest of the squad barely keeping up. Merrick's the only one close. So all in all, this leaves a lot to be left desired. Yet somehow I feel that Jackie is yet to truly show his colors. Same for Tension. I think he missed most of the shots we've seen him take. Word, you guys had a bit of a slower start as well. But I believe we're ready. We continue. Eco as planned with nades in tow. Let's see if Favbet get away with one.
Oh, round of 10. Who gets it? Current thoughts. Probably Passion.
I mean, should be the case.
Oh, look at that
Good
damage
nades,
well immediately.
good counter. Favbet have wasted their nades for nothing. No damage has been dished, so not much that can be done. Very clean, very succinct. Should be an easy 10th. Let's see, Passion. Let's see you break the wave. Or do you break on the wave? Hope for the former. Out boiler. Contact against Tension. Bondik on the other side with the AK. This is a massive setup on top mid, and they're just waiting for the opportunity. Water 2K might have already been seen a little bit, at least that CZ. If he had picked on the right side of the corner of box, he would have seen him, but they're pulling back. They've cleared B. The info for Passion is available. They know, okay, B's clear, boys. It's a stack. Let's not give it up that easily, and they don't. They're going to leave one man in boiler. That's Quem. Water 2K misses a shot, but... Oh, Water 2K. Oh, you mad lad. You don't get caught by the nade. You don't. But they can catch him still. They know he's going to be in second mid somewhere. They know he can't escape. And now they've got them by the balls, potentially. If Jacasmo falls, that's a problem. But they don't check him. They don't think about him. There is a kit on Bondek. He wins the duel. It's a 4v3. And they find Water 2K 4v2. This is insane. Passion, don't tell me you waste an opportunity like this. Double smoke? Yeah, it was a double smoke.
Tension's got a smoke of his own. They're going to throw down CT or Coffins, whichever one he wants. Or on the bomb, potentially. But the time is ticking. 20 seconds. Round boost in.
Beautiful.
To look for the first one. There's both now revealed. Coffins, a new box. The split is there. And it seems like that's all there's going to be to it. At that point, while Bondik does have a kit, he's not actively pursuing the defuse here.
Yeah, he can't go for it. He knows it.
That's what they've been good at dealing here.
They get away with it all.
Both will survive just barely, but that is a 4-on-2 and just barely scathed down by Passion UA. Coming across what they needed to, man.
Yeah. They needed the confidence here. Passion get the round. Exactly what the doctor ordered for the comeback, but let's see if it's going to be enough. The recovery's still long. Passion. They're going to be trying the defaults through Banana. Already, Toppa had been able to embed himself a few times towards B. And that actually worked in their favor heavily, so Passion can rely upon Toppa in that scenario. Hopefully they don't lose the apps player. Demka's been having some trouble, but slowly waking up. Getting back on track. This full 5 of Avbet, though, equally is important. Everything on the line. Lose it and you risk losing this map and going into a third of dust. And then it's anybody's ball. Or game.
Out of the apartments. CT side have got a real good hold on this at the moment as well. But it comes down to Bondic hitting that first shot and tension, able to turn around in time. That's what he's done. But look at Topa. How has he snuck the CT is my question. Timing might get the better of him as well. He's going into one on the A side. The hold is good.
They found 3 kills. They didn't even lose a single point of HP. They saw the bomb as well. What is going... Like, Passion is complicating their own lives, not necessarily. They had it all. The only thing they had to do was focus on that B side, it feels like. Why would you waterfall on a full buy? I talked about this, how a team does this when it's least necessary, when it's least required, and they get absolutely in turn shocked when, well, Favbet somehow are ready for it. And yeah, 10 to 10, Passion, they will save. Wow, a round that absolutely nothing happens here for the T's.
Dealing it right back. That I don't even know how it really gets there. Right, you have everyone almost in such good positions there on the side of Passion, but it's one very small adjustment and suddenly Favbet they got themselves 3 kills in one fell swoop. The round up in flames. Passion UA call a time, but it's the first one, by the way, that we see.
That's kind of crazy.
Absolutely
to be fair,
crazy.
The fact that we don't see one from Favbet as well is kind of ludicrous, but hey. Maybe that's just the way they want to go here. Whew, a lot at stake, man. There's a lot at stake that these two teams have going for them. Playoff spot is in a bit of a stalemate position right now. Favbet obviously better aligned to take it, especially when they win, or if they win this map. For Passion, the other way around. Win this map and you have a chance to take it. But we're about to find out who's going to be taking what, as we have an L and a W on the board. Passion UA, they cannot afford that L, that's for certain. Favbet, on the other side, do have the money, if need be. Banana control contested again. Topa and Water 2K playing super aggressively. That nade might deal some decent damage. Water 2K gets caught. They know Topa was there, or at least somebody else was. Counter utility thrown close to the wall, close to the heart. It's not gonna work. Bondic and Marix, they're just too good. They're just too accurate. And Topa and Demka, they have no response. This is 11 guaranteed, and Passion is out of money. If they lose, and not planned, obviously.
Still a little bit of an asterisk there. But
if.
Yeah, currently it's seeming like not if, but when.
Yeah, I can't disagree there.
Both are split apart, not a whole lot. They're fishing for any sort of luck they can get. Demka, Lady Luck, hasn't really smiled upon him favorably this time. As for Topa, I don't think it's going to go much better for him. And maybe he gets that AWP and saves it if he wants to. And there you go. Throws the AK a little bit further away as to not be heard on B side. To let him know where he's at the moment. Oh. And he's going to be off the save. Tension. Looking for the shot as well, and will find just his shoulder. And guess what? That is enough. It's the round of the Favbet.
Money is gone.
Themselves on to
1.9. $1.9 thousand is Passion loss bonus, which means broke, which means either full eco, you let them to 12, or you pray to whatever god you believe in that you get 12 yourself, or 11, excuse me. But in general, it looks like we're going to be looking more towards the lens of that 12 yet again, and Passion pulling to another overtime potentially. It's certainly going the full rounds, though. We're going to be going to 24, almost guaranteed by the looks of it. Maybe 23rd is where we end, though. Let's give a shout here to the Force Buy. Yeah, Tech 9s, Galil, and a Deagle. It seems like they want to finish it here and now instead of pushing overtime. I respect that choice. Passion know that they either win immediately or they are done for. They don't want to take a risk of, a risk. They don't want to play into overtime. And that is a risk in itself, but it might work. It's ballsy enough potentially to work. It has worked before. It has done wonders before. Jackie, how does he play? How does he plead? Top mid. Here we go. What is this slow walk? What is this slow walk, Quem?
That's a good question, but attention. Needs to start delivering. Dual Berettas in
Oh, he goes
He's
into the
headed towards
smoke!
the smoke.
I love it.
He's escaped for a little while, but they'll find him. Mark's up on long. Now stuck in the copy and now in the grave. It's going to be 1 versus 1. Smash his round. And swing it to it. Worrell comes up close and will steal this one right back. Passion UA are not done. 11 all. We are continuing, man. There's no end in sight as to who's going to be taking this one. We had the questions of what is Passion really capable of, and apparently delivering still a good game. That's what I said. I need to see it at least be a decent enough of a game to show us they've got their right ideas on this map. It's not been clean. Individually, it's not been great, and that's what's been holding them back as well. But beyond that, they've managed to maintain themselves in this game.
Yes, they have. That's the important part to mention. And also, 24 rounds is a guarantee now. We're going to be going the full distance, just like map 1, and maybe it ends like map 1. Topa found on Banana. This is a shenanigan he'd been pulling off all game long. All T side, he'd been playing hard aggro on Banana, playing the either Lurk or the entry horse. Oof, good utility counters. Smokes have been deployed. It pretty much breaks up the CT's defense, but it doesn't matter when Jackie and Bonding are hitting their shots. Tension still alive. A few pot shots through and through, and it's not enough. War 2K in trouble. He needs to go massively. No connections, and what's worse is the loss bonus reset again. It's 1.4 now. Passion gets even less.
That is such a sick setup that Valve are able to maintain in pit and mini pit. If the smoke's down and they're able to find it just another or just enough to make it so difficult for Passion UA. Both able to stay alive as well, deny them that advantage on the site itself. Even when they found Bonding, right? That's what I'm thinking. Okay, there's a little bit of trouble. There's busy throwing smokes down to cover for the Molotovs. But Passion didn't really spend any time to actually clear out the players in pit. And thus they were playing a game of just chase the chicken. Couldn't find it.
Find that chicken or don't. Regardless, you're done. Passion, unfortunately, money is gone and so is their confidence, apparently shot to hell. Mac 10 for Quem, the rest with Tech 9s and a little bit of util. Hope remains, and that's what really they have left. Hopefully we'll see some action towards A, because that's what usually the pistols can find most success. Topa, once again, top mid. Not even surprised. I mean, his name is Topa, which on the top of things, as it's going to be an Apps incursion. Like we said, we expected tension. Ready for it, though. Immediately Molotov. Or Incendiary, rather. A bit of a difference now. I hate the fact that we have to mention it's an Incendiary now, because there is a difference. Before, it was just a monetary difference that made no big of an impact in terms of actual gameplay. Now, the Incendiary is actually trash.
Slightly worse. A whole lot worse. To its previous edition counterpart. But that's... well, it is what it is, I suppose. But this one, it's 50 seconds, and it's a B play.
That Molly?
Deployed for Smash. Marix with a flash of his own, and he's looking to take a duel to start things off as well for his own journey. It's 2, 3, 4, and it's 1 remaining. Back-to-back 13-11, it seems to be the case. While I expected Passion to end up on the losing side, I had Anubis not go to their way. A close enough of a game like this is not what I expected in the end either way. Don't want a little bit of perseverance. But things still need to be fixed a little bit and need to be polished. That's the
gist of it, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely the takeaway. And the gist is it's just not ready yet to go full circle. I mean, like we said before the game, yes, it's nice that they're reaching out, that they're kind of extending their map pool, which is always a good thing, though it's going to take time to adjust, and we can see why. It's just not all there. The plan is built, but it's yet to be fully incorporated into the gameplay, and sometimes that's just the cookie, the way it crumbles and the way it goes. 13-11, 13-11, both maps go 224, yet both maps end in favor of FAFBet, which means there are your playoffs team. They qualify over, of course, none other than Passion UA, finding them eliminated.
Late here, apparently, for getting names, needing coffee, needing your dinner and all that. But hey, for us, we are going to be freed up for the rest of the evening.
Yep.
We've got Zola and CMD. Same as yesterday.
Yeah.
We're going to be swapping with them for the evening shift. We've got one more game to go for today. I think that is Ruby versus Iberian Soul, for those who are wondering. And we've got about 40-ish minutes until that one. So at 7 p.m. Central European Summer Time, that is when we are going to be coming back with that final game of the day. So for those of you who are interested, you can come back around then. And we shall see you then. It's been a blast, and we'll see you guys later. Bye bye.
a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be heading into our final game of today. Obviously, it is a big one, isn't it, Charlie? This is the final match of the Swiss stage to decide which team goes through and which team is going to be eliminated. But before we delve deep into that, how are you feeling about this up-and-coming game?
I'm looking good. I'm looking forward to it, Fred. Look,
looking good.
Game
That's what you're going to say.
Yeah, egos come out of the roof for me. I'm looking good here. We're both looking good on the cast. Do you know who I'm hoping are looking good? Ruby and Iberian Soul, because they're two teams that they've been a bit up and down, if we're being honest, at times. And I think Ruby, I think they can have their fingers crossed, Fred, because we could have a really devastating storyline for them, couldn't we?
Yeah.
That I'm sure we'll touch on in a second or two. But I'm excited for this game. Look, playoffs are right around the corner, but we've got one more best of three to really decide the victors of it. Already got to see two more today. Got to see two teams progress. Got to see some pretty good results there. If we can bring up today's schedule to a bit of a deeper dive into what we got to see beforehand, that would be great. Because obviously, Astrum, I think that's a huge result for them against Fireflux. But I think it's more so in the manner that they showed it. This is a team that, for me, deserve playoffs. They absolutely blasted Fireflux there. It didn't even feel like a competition. And a massive result as well for Favbet as well.
Yeah,
bashing
crazy.
you away. What a team.
Ridiculous.
And yet still 2-0. Don't get me wrong, very close maps, but it's still a 2-0. It's still a playoff spot for Favbet. And this is where this team can look forward. And I think it's where this team needs to. But two massive results. Bit of an underwhelming one for Passion UA. Definitely think they would have deserved a spot in the playoffs. But here we are.
Look, my favourite thing about that Favbet game is Bondik was just the hero. He absolutely destroyed. 1.41 rating, most kills, least deaths. Well, not most kills on the whole server. Jakazma on the other side obviously took that crown. But yeah, crazy. And for a player that, obviously we talk about the experience he has and stuff like that, he was the one to do it. He was the carry, which is always nice. It's always nice to see. But enough about Favbet. We can bring up, we can kind of delve deep into this final game in Ruby versus Iberian Soul. So look, let's just get straight into it. Let's bring up the rosters. We can have a little bit of a chat. Obviously, Charlie, we've seen this Ruby side in quite a lot of these games in the Swiss stage. And I'll be honest, I think we might be the curse of them. Because we didn't watch their Sinners game. We didn't watch their Partisan game. We watched them lose to Nexus. We've now watched them lose to Monty. If they lose to Iberian Soul here today, I feel like we've got to have some weight. Like, that is the reason they've lost.
Oh, I wonder if they saw sort of the announcement, saw CMD and Zola on the cast, and they were like, "Not again, please." Yeah, it feels like we have been bringing a bit of bad luck every time we've watched Ruby. Sadly, I mean, got to catch that Partisan game, which was great to see. Wasn't on the mic, and I think that makes a big difference for Ruby. Hopefully, it's not going to be that situation for them again. Look, this is a team, Fred, 2-0. What a way to start things off for them.
Incredible. For
a team that I think this is honestly probably where I was expecting them to be. 2-3, not necessarily in this situation. Not 2-3, 2-2. Yeah. I thought this was going to be a spot. I thought this team was going to make it down to the wire because it really depends on what version of Ruby you get. A little bit underwhelming by what we got to see from them against Monty yesterday. I don't think they got to show the brightest of sparks from this roster. And it never really felt like they were probably warmed up onto the server. Players like KD, a little bit absent at times, I think. Especially with a lot of the weight that he's been carrying on his shoulders. A couple of the other guys did step up here or there. Easy had some really good games at times. But it felt like collectively as a team, they were never there. Online on the server at the same time, and it felt like it was more one player stepping up every now and again while the rest of them were absent, and it felt like it was a big issue for Ruby. I'm going to put it down to a bad at the office, I'm hoping, but they have to show us a different level here, otherwise, Fred, that could be them being eliminated here.
Yeah, massively. If we don't see players stepping up for Ruby, it would be so sad because they were 2-0. They were kind of primed to progress to playoffs, and the fact that it has come down to the final day, the final match of the Swiss stage, quite symbolic. I guess a nice storyline, I guess, that we can consistently bring up throughout the cast. But obviously, on the flip side, we can talk about Iberian Soul. I think it's a team that has been under a fair bit of scrutiny, right? I feel like a lot of people have kind of had some negative things to say about this roster. But you look at recent form, you look at kind of how they've done, in some events. I feel like they've played pretty well. But I feel like you look at the start of this, they were 0-2. The fact that we've got a team that were 0-2 and another team that were... Oh, no, did they have a forfeit win? I think they were 1... I'm not too sure. Either way, they didn't have the greatest of starts. But why don't you run us through this lineup and kind of touch upon who is going to be the difference maker today?
Yeah, I mean, Iberian Soul, I do think they're in a very strange spot still. They're a team that came together a little while ago, a few months now, with pretty high expectations, and I think rightfully so. They were sort of the trailblazers of that sort of Spanish, Portuguese CS, and I think a lot of people were hoping for bigger signs from... Never really went the way they wanted to. So Davey G basically announced he will step down when there is a better fit substitute or a permanent replacement that can come in. Yeah. And ever since he sort of had that announcement, this team has looked far better. I don't know what's happening with this, because it's been a while now.
It's been a couple months.
Still on the team.
Yeah.
I still feel like I don't speak Spanish, so it's difficult to fully understand what they might be trying to communicate at times. But I did try to have a deep dive. I haven't seen anything that's saying anything's changing in that regard, which does leave this team still in a pretty weird spot, if that is the case, where you kind of are playing with a roster that you already know isn't going to be a full 5. And yet, this team can still have some big results. Like I said, there's a lot of high expectations for this team. They never massively delivered. And I think that's been a bit of an issue with what they have shown at times. They can be a team that looks really good. I was a bit disappointed by the result against Monty. TNL, sure, they're a solid team in their own right, but like similar with what we saw earlier, they had a game against Cybershock though. They won that one 2-1. They lost the first map there 13-2, Fred, and still were able to bounce back and claim that series. This is a team that I think should be making playoff runs. This is a roster that has the capability to do so. You've got individuals like Salsol, who recently is looking out of his mind. You've also got Stedodo, who a little bit disappointing at times, but his peak is certainly on full display when he is warmed up into the game. Iberian Soul need better results. A playoff spot for me should be where this team's expecting at least, but with what's going on with their roster, it's always tough to predict, and it feels like this team, every time we get a bit of a glimpse of them, I kind of am just sitting back and hoping we get to see the better version.
Yeah, and I think as well, look, Salzos has some really good games, and I think the problem with this Iberian Soul roster is they don't really have a second fragger. You look at ratings recently, you look at ratings overall. All these players are they're all middle of the pack players. No one is alongside Salzo in the same kind of regard. He's got a 1.14 rating for the last 3 months. That's across 100 maps, so it's not just one-offs. Yeah, everyone else is kind of either side of 1.00. And only just. So I think that's something this team have really struggled with is the individuals. But hopefully today we can see a bit of a difference. We can see players stepping up. But obviously, such an important factor for how this series is going to play out is going to be those vetoes, aren't there? And I think when you look at the vetoes, we can assume that Inferno and Dust are going to be gone. We can accept that Mirage is probably going to be picked because not only Iberian Stroll really struggle, Ruby have looked pretty decent on it. I'm interested, though, by the Anubis ban because when it comes to sample size, it's not great for Ruby, and I feel like maybe Iberian Soul could have kind of caught them out on it. I'm not too sure. I don't really know why Ancient's the decider. I feel like Ruby's map pool is just far too strong at the moment. You're looking at the win rates; they've been able to ban both Train and Inferno. Their second worst map is a 62% win rate. I don't really know what Iberian Soul can do with that.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an interesting one. I honestly don't think Iberian Soul would have had much of a chance if they got to Anubis. I think Iberian Soul really, really underwhelming on that map. They've had a couple of close games, but a lot of their closer games are to teams I should be expecting Iberian Soul to be able to beat anyway. I honestly think this is the best of both worlds for both teams, and I think you look at stats, you look at sort of evidence of what we have seen. Iberian Soul's map pick is just like a decent bit worse anyway. I do think the stats always look like they favor Ruby, but we know how sort of loosey-goosey we can sometimes be with these. They sometimes do paint a bit of a false picture at times. Yeah, I think kicking things off from Mirage, though, Fred, which we are going to take a bit of a deeper dive into, this is a map I really am interested by, because this is a map that Ruby haven't played a ton of. When we have seen them, though, they have looked pretty good. On the other side of things, Iberian Soul have played a lot of this map, and they have looked horrendous at times. Before we get too much into this round, their last 4 games, they've lost all of them, and the most rounds they posted in any of them is 5.
Yeah, ridiculous. Crazy.
This is a game I think we're certainly going to be looking at. Ruby should be able to find Mirage.
My biggest problem with it is I don't know how they can only find so few rounds. It makes so little sense to me. It's a map like Mirage. It's not like your trains or your kind of your nukes where teams can structurally dominate. I just don't understand how it's so simple. First round not looking so simple. Bit of a back and forth. Salzel will secure his second. And Sawali has been chipped away at. So Fozzle with a lot to do. Bomb could be denied here. Salzel looks to be spamming. Realizes he's not on it, and Sawalio needing to isolate this fight, needing to find a pick here soon. The double reload heard, aware of Salzo's position. He spots the flash, so he can dodge from it. And Sawalio, a lovely double to close out the round. Ruby kicked things off very nicely on this pistol.
I think Ruby made a really good decision. Get off that bomb, look for the kills, instead of looking to win the round on a bomb plant. Instead of rather putting Iberian Soul in a spot where there's a timer. Instead, just by sort of tapping that bomb, not actually getting it down, you see the two CTs have emerged out from market and are both playing towards those back pillars, primarily this empty pillar, and they're just kind of on top of one another. Yeah, you're in a really tough spot there. You understand why they go for this. Oh, there's a tap of the bomb. They're planting. Let's try to isolate a 1v1 duel while we can. But when it goes against you, when you can't find anything directly, you can't really back away into markets. So you're forced to stay there. And 2 players on top of each other, an empty pillar, the Glocks in these close range angles. Sawalio puts on a bit of a masterclass there.
Yeah, it was just the Deagle invested from Salzo, the rest with USPs. Not really expecting much here from Iberian Soul. I think can we double back to the 5 rounds is the most they've found in the last 4, because that's tough. It's a ridiculous stat. Like, I think you could go for 12 B rushes on your T side in a row and probably end up winning 2 or 3 of them, and surely you're getting at least 1 CT rat. Do you know what I mean? I find it so difficult to. I find it just so difficult to kind of grasp with how they're just so struggling to find rounds.
But that's the issue I've also had for them on this map. Even you look back a couple of months ago to the previous season 2 of CCT.
Oh, it was just as bad.
Yeah, had a pretty poor bunch of results there as well. Couldn't really find double digits. Occasionally they have a game where they come alive, but it feels like 90% of the time, yeah, this is a map that seemingly just isn't working for this team right now, and might need to go back to the drawing board and see if there is anything you can try to suss out as to actually why. I think we've already touched on, both teams have had a bit of an interesting time, a little bit inconsistent, but I feel like that's normally the nature of if you are a 2-2 team. It's never due to you not sort of deserving a spot in playoff. It just sort of shows, and you get to playoffs this time around. And I think both teams have been in a little bit of a similar spot when it comes to that.
Yeah. I think the tough one is the fact that Ruby have now had, this is their third chance to progress to playoffs, and if Ruby are unable to make it, you've got to say pressure is clearly affecting them.
I do think this is a great chance for them to do so. We highlighted the game against Monty yesterday, where it felt like whether it was Gizmy, whether it's the team's decision as a whole on Monty, but both teams had an Instaban of Inferno, and yet we see Monty looking to pick it and catching off Ruby, surprising them there. And that felt like map number 1 in that series was just a freebie for Monty. It felt like you've got a guaranteed map in a series where, yeah, you've got a locked-in victory. They looked very solid there. And I think Ruby have been in a couple of spots where I don't necessarily think it's just them letting themselves down, where it feels like there's been a couple of circumstances that are a bit unusual that maybe have hindered Ruby, but I think, look, you've had, like you said, this is going to be a third opportunity. There are no excuses on the table now. We need to see the reason why they deserve that spot in playoffs. They know it. We know that they can do it. Show us, though. First gun round, though. A successful one for Iberian Soul as the weapons are in hands of the CTs.
It was a nice looking round there. And my favourite part of that round is Mopos was in a position where if Ruby were to continue pushing out towards B, he was completely unknown. He gets a free kill, whether they jump out a balcony or kind of maneuver out the window. So I really like the setup there from Iberian Soul. Already conveying a little bit more promise here on Mirage.
Yeah, just these weaker weapons alongside a couple of AKs. Have scavenged together somewhat of a buy. AD and Easy wielding these stronger rifles as the pistols make it out from underpass, but Alex able to get a kill onto Azanator before retreating back towards top connector. No trade coming through.
Nice from KD though, great find. David G just gives himself up there towards ladder. They got the opener, and that's where Iberian Soul, they don't need to go searching for another. KD though, a little alone here towards connector. It's all about what he can find here. Whether it's drawing a rotation, whether it's kind of keeping Iberian Soul, well, he's not going to keep worried anymore as he has been taken down. And now it is this play out through the B-bomb site, out of apartments. Alex will get one. Important trade there onto Fozzle, but Stododo, oh, he's been spotted by Sawalio. Still a tough 2-on-3. And the bomb plant is going to be near impossible. Stododo just needs to stay alive, and there it is. Finds the kill. There's no chance there. Iberian Soul, it's quick rotations. It just denies any chance of the bomb going down. 2-2 scoreline now, with it being an eco as well from Ruby. We should be able to see the lead taken now by Iberian Soul.
One point would have been a nice bonus on top there. Likely someone like Fossil could have dropped over an AWP in the round after if there was that bit of cash injection, but not going to be the case. Not going to be the chance for that unless we're going to see some glass cannon shenanigans. And it should be a bit of a simpler one for Iberian Soul. Haven't really been able to grow much of an economy just yet, so this could be their opportunity to try to weather the storm slightly and focus on just keeping players alive.
Yeah, definitely. I think keeping all 5 alive is certainly the goal here. There's a fair few pistols invested. 2 P250s, a Deagle on easy. thoughts on kind of Easy's Deagle investment? Because he would have been able to glass cannon, obviously get out an AK and a lot of utility, but he's gone for the deke here. Do you like this type of decision? Because I'm very much against it.
I mean, I actually don't rate glass cannons that much on the D side anyway. I do feel like that's where there's a good chance for you to get chipped down with utility a lot more. You have to be a lot more active in your approach at times. I always felt like they suited themselves a bit more to the CT side. I'm not saying they can't be successful on the D, of course, but even if he could have got out a glass cannon, even if he could have got a bit more util of an AK, look, I understand it in the regard of he's only got one smoke grenade here, but I think for the AWP, I honestly don't think he would have bought one anyway. But yeah, in terms of the utility here, that's the issue. I don't really care for it if the rest of your team can pick up the slack in some departments, but you can see right now there's only 3 flashbangs in play on all of Ruby. Not a huge amount of smoke grenades. Not
there's 8 pieces of util. We're 5 seconds into a round and there's only 8 pieces of util remaining. It shouldn't be happening. And I like this play from Iberian Soul. They're going to look to take control towards ramp. Ooh. Is that a one-way smoke or?
No, I think it's sort of the standard smoke you throw normally if you're expecting some sort of early push.
And wait, it was just missed?
It does tend to land there, but you normally just see players right-click it. So I'm not sure if there's an actual lineup that Mopos has for a specific reason for that smoke. I haven't seen anyone actually throw that direct one, if that is the case, but you normally see something a bit more like this. Mopos dropping that smoke now, looking to play behind it again.
With a molly on Van as well, he might go unnoticed. KD, though, an important kill here towards short. Davig now got to set his sights elsewhere. With the smoke down, Davig should be able to find. Hazanate is in a good position here. Fozzle will find on the bomb side, though. Davig here towards short, taken down by Fozzle again. Great openers here from Fozzle. And Alex in the 1 versus 4. He's 10-3. Having a really good start here, but surely just a save in this round.
Hazanate is just this sort of backstabbing middle. Does well to go for the repeat. Taking down Alex can save that AWP as well. Denying any chance of the saves coming through initially. This is where those CTs probably wouldn't have minded saving a couple of weapons, because it doesn't look like they are going to be investing. Maybe that is what they're fully discussing now, whether it's going to be worth it. There's some really key opening kills.
Yeah, I think Fozzle, we've got to say, he's having a good game so far. I know he's not the same kills as a player like Alex, obviously just half of them, but you look at the impact he has on those kills. It's not only the opener on the bomb site, he finds the kind of rotating in Davig. I think kills like that have so much value, it kind of just wins your team the round.
So a buy has come through from Iberian, so it's a pretty good buy.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not got all the bells and whistles, but certainly enough to win a round.
You can see that AWP on easy though, and had a great chance to find the opening kill onto Alex. That was a little slow to get off the mark on Mirage, it seems. First missed shot, sure. I normally expect Easy to hit it anyway. The second Alex is giving him that kill. Alex didn't even get the kill instantly. But Easy certainly going to be regretting that one.
I'll be honest.
Great chance to find the opening kill with the AWP.
I was about to really kind of
Alex.
Yeah, I thought the decision for the repeat there from Triple was so stupid, and I still stand by it. I think it was really dumb, but it works, I guess. It's the Dodo. Did he hear that jump? I feel like obviously KD played this position before, so. Oh, nade of the smoke. Yeah. He spotted him. The nade actually kind of works in KD's favour. He can looked across from it. Still a 4 versus 2, though. Ruby. Not really the start you'd hope for. And look, I touched upon it. Ruby, they don't play all too much on Mirage. You know, it's not their most played. It's not their best win rate. But they've opted to pick it based on Iberian Soul's kind of weakness on it. Yeah, maybe we should have seen a map that maybe Ruby were a little bit more prevalent on.
I mean, it definitely could be something similar to the Monty game that we watched yesterday, where it might be something that Ruby are working on a bit more behind the scenes and feeling like this might be some of their opportunities to pull out a couple more times. Like, it's still super early doors. We barely got to scratch the surface of both of these teams' mirages so far. I mean, imagining the CT side is going to be a lot more positive in general for Ruby anyway. So I think this is certainly going to be one that we might save judgment until the end of the game before really taking a bit of a deep dive under the microscope in terms of what these teams are looking like here.
Look, but I guess the big positive, even if Ruby do lose Mirage, I'm not saying they're going to, but let's say they do lose Mirage, they are still moving to a map like Nuke, which they are pretty strong on as well.
Yeah, I think Nuke's going to be a great game.
Oh, Nuke's a banger. I thought it'd be the third map. But
I'm happy it's number 2. Just guaranteed we do get to see both these teams face off on it.
Very true.
Mikey grenade, well timed. So much damage to Fozzle and Hazonator softened up as well. Mid has been taken. We're approaching that 1 minute mark now, and it looks like that Mac 10 wants to go behind the scenes now. Potentially has the opportunity to go for a late hit through window.
Alex's reposition here. I thought he was going to stay in con. Katie's holding for this. It's all going to be about timing. Oh, Alex couldn't have got better timing there. Not only does he spot out Hazonator, he's got the information of Katie as well. Man advantage here for Iberian Soul. Alex goes searching. He's holding for Katie's position, and Alex, so great crosshair placement. Fozzle will get one on the bomb side. Salzon are holding for Palace, but Sawalio gets the timing. It's a 2-on-3 here. The rotations aren't going to be quick, but Fozzle has got the bomb. Obviously, he can cross. The players in short won't spot. Stododo now being held by Sawalio, elevated. Stododo with a missed shot. Great from Sawalio. It's a 2-on-2. This round has spiraled massively out of control now. This is a 2v5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's no util on either side. Sawalio flanked around to ramp. Fozzle finding the kill onto Mopos should sell this all.
Yeah, in my mind, this round's already done. Ruby have won it.
Sawalio is just that backup. He is that contingency. AVG will find the first. Has a glance towards Sawalio's positioning, but still going to give it a go. Full stick of the bomb. Sawalio peeking out now. Instant headshot. No chance for AVG to get off and find the kill. Really great round worked there from Fozzle and Sawalio.
Yeah, exceptional there. But again, it's clear that Iberian Soul have struggled, you know, in some moments. They're in a 5 versus 2. How have they lost this round? It should never be happening. It really shouldn't.
I mean, no. I'm sure you look at the first kill, essentially it's a trade on Alex. Salsol's timing's a bit rough towards ramp, but even there, Stododo, it looked like he had a good idea of Palace, but when he sort of took that shot, it looked like maybe only was sort of half checking it, and a bit surprised to actually see someone taking that heads up duel. And as soon as he goes down, you're putting your 2 teammates in a 2 versus 2 with no utility to play with, and the reposition from Sawalio was very strong. Yeah, a lot went against Iberian Soul there, but it is definitely going to be one that they watch back, and I don't even think you need a scientist to tell you there's a lot of ways you could have played that, and most of them it feels like you would have won. Yeah, massively so. It was a huge mistake. I think Ruby obviously do well to capitalize on said mistake, but Iberian Soul, if you want to upset, if you want to take your opponent's map, you cannot be making those little mistakes. KD again tucked away in con. It's been his position in nearly every single one of these rounds. Easy tapping away. Alex will go down to KD. They've got the information, and Salzol just holding. So the players drop into sandwich. Oh, not the best of sprays there with that MP9. Fozzle finds Davy G. Hazonator deals with Stododo, and Hazonator finds another. This lurk towards top middle. He's having a lot of impact here. I feel bad for Iberian Soul because I think if they win that 5v2, it's then an eco. They're probably 6-3 up. But they've massively fumbled, haven't they? Ruby now. They've taken the lead. They're against the eco. At minimum, they should find 6 in this half, which is good going on a map like Mirage. I mean, that's the thing. It would have spearheaded what you have to imagine would be a really good platform for Iberian Soul to be able to kick off of and have a great first half and lead them into probably what is going to be the slightly tougher side for a side like Iberian Soul and Mirage. But look, if you give yourself the rounds in the first half, your job feels so easy in the second, and it really was a good opportunity. I like the call for a round on the USD.
Man
They
advantage.
are doing a lot of damage. Chance of them winning the round still pretty slim. Salso has been able to retrieve this AK, but with Mopos falling now, so he's got all this control. He just needs to hold off Salso for the time being. Bit of util as well to delay any chance of Salso getting into the bomb site. Hazenator has just run through his own molly. He's now 36 points of health.
Ooh,
And
Hazenator.
luckily, the lack of armor there for Salso doesn't make it necessarily easy to connect all of those bullets, but that was maybe a bit of panic stations for Ruby.
Yeah, I guess the good thing for Ruby, it's not as though their finances are, are that bad. You look at Sawalio, you look at Fozzo, you look at Hazenator, they should all be able to buy in the next. It is a bit of an unnecessary mistake, though. Iberian Soul, though, 4 rounds is not going to cut it on the CT side of Mirage, so they're going to want more, they're going to need more.
Yeah, not going to be a lot of full bars for them left, especially if they're not successful here. Only a couple of rounds remaining. Let's see what they can produce. A bit more stock put into mid here, but not actually looking to fight it. Hazenator, you already highlighted, he's been a bit of a menace in terms of catching some timings, getting picks. But it's late from Ruby. Not even taking mid with utility, actually. Just silently pushing out here.
Because Iberian Soul don't have the util to try and take it themselves. They've only got, what, 5 pieces left? 3 of them smokes, 1 molly and a flash? Oh, Salzal timing couldn't be worse.
Oh, they're going to be aware now. They've heard the smoke. They've seen where it's been thrown from. Salzal gets swung on, finds the first, almost takes down the second as well, and Katie just has to tuck and allow Fozil to be the ones to instigate. And he is successful in it. Davey G alone towards A.
Why is he stepping though?
Is out of connector.
I think sometimes when you're under Balk, you've just got to stay tucked. You've got to accept, okay, yeah, maybe I'm in a bit of a high pressure scenario, but the second he steps, what, are you assuming that they're going A with no one ramp, no one palace? It's never going to happen. Bit of a missed decision there. But look, Salzo and Alex are both having really good games. The problem is, their teammates, all 3 of them combined, have less kills than either Salzo or Alex. It's not enough. It really isn't.
From the flip side of things, it does feel like pretty much everyone bar easy so far has certainly put in a shift. A lot of big rounds from Fozil.
Yeah, massive rounds from Fozil. You know, you look at it, 12 and 6 is 2 KD, it's a really good game. But, again, it feels like every single one of his kills has such high impact.
I think that one's the perfect example of it, isn't it? You see the initial swing come through onto Salso from Hazenator. Somehow Salso does find the kill, does the damage for the kill on Katie as well before actually taking him down. And then Katie's kind of trapped in a position where it's tough to take any heads-up duels. So Fozil takes that space instead, finds 2 kills, gets whittled down low himself, but still keeps on battling. And final round of the half now, Ruby have the chance for 8 after what was quite a nice streak from Iberian Soul after those initial few rounds from Ruby. And it really allowed the Spaniard core of this team to bring themselves back into things, but slowed down quite a bit since.
Yeah, we talk about it where players are having kind of a lights out performance, and I guess it allows for their teammates to start stepping up slowly. The problem is we haven't really seen that. Mopos is having a really tough game, 1 and 7. And it's not as though he's kind of not in fragging positions or roles. You know, you could kind of accept it if he was the B anchor, but...
Yeah, I mean, a bit lucky there from Mopos. Didn't seem like he was aware that Katie could have crossed.
Important kill there from Stadodo. The save Dorp already having impact. How many A splits are we going to see here from Ruby? I feel like that's been their game plan throughout.
I'm going to work out on this occasion, though. This is a huge heads-up duel. Sawalio sort of needs to win it. Isn't successful now. All you've got is the low HP of Katie and Fozzle, who's had some big moments, but pushing into the AWP is going to work out, but is he going to be ready for the 2 more players here?
Yeah, the problem is Katie's so slow. And this is why we've got Davy G. He's somewhat worried about kind of any chance of Katie pushing through B apartments. Peek there from Alex, just on a bit of a timing. Davy G now peeks into middle. He gains the information. 3 HP, 13 seconds. Alex will get his third. Alex is 18 and 8. A crazy performance from Alex. But again, still, both Salzo and Alex have more kills than their 3 teammates combined. We've had a whole half of Counter-Strike.
I think the biggest difference maker is Alex so far this game kind of has done it all.
Yeah, he's been very fearless as well.
He's had, I mean, here's a couple of stats for you here, Fred. Alex, he's had 5 opening duels so far, which is pretty crazy for him. As well as he's had 6 multi-kill rounds.
Yeah, nuts. Yeah, I think Alex has had a very impressive game, and I think the tough thing is now is if Ruby take it and the rest of his team still yet to step up, that's when we ask a question of, look, Iberian Soul, Alex has done everything he can and more to give you the chance to kind of warm into this game, but this isn't based on map pick, this performance. It's just the individuals are looking pretty slow for Ruby. For Iberian Soul, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, Alex looking in his element here.
Oh, massively so.
Been a big reason as to why Iberian Soul even have 5. It feels like he's been a big instigator.
He's probably, you know, I feel like he's got 5 MVPs. If you know what I mean. Every single round that Iberian Soul have won, it seems like Alex has been the reason.
Just got to hope for Iberian Soul's sake that he can keep it up, as well as a couple of players step up around him. But now Ruby on that CT side, the side I am looking at them with a lot more positives, and Katie's already taking some deep space here through the apartments. Going to be flanking towards middle or A. Might just be slightly too late to hit the mark towards mid, so actually makes the decision to go towards A, which feels like it's going to be the more promising one.
Yeah, and this is where Sawalio and Easy just need to try and tuck for as long as possible. They don't need to take these fights. Try and delay. Easy will get cleared and found. Davy G finds as well. Katie is still in the back lines though, but Sawalio's under pressure. Sawalio could go down here. It is a 1v3. Katie's been in this position the whole round. I feel like he's a bit too quick on that shot. Should have waited to try and find the bomb planter. 1v2 now for Katie. Able to turn from the flash, but somehow Iberian Soul win that one. It's a 3 versus 4.
Really key openings onto that bomb site there.
Yeah,
is you've got that big advantage for Ruby initially. You have Katie coming in the back lines, which feels like he is the win condition of the round, or he would be the one to close things out. And yet you've got the 3 players on the bottom side who all just fall far too easily without any response from Ruby since then.
Not a single kill found by Salzo or Alex in that round. It was all the 3 that I asked to step up.
Way to kick things off.
Yeah, definitely. Especially on the T side. Forced by scene here from Ruby. Not the ones to shy away from a fight. But I think realistically Ruby maybe should have shown a bit more caution. Because they lose this, it goes 7-7. Obviously an eco 8-7. I think Iberian Soul could kind of find a way in.
And can we just say, regardless of what happens in the result here, Ruby can win these final rounds, and this would be the most competitive game of Mirage that Iberian Soul have had in a month.
Yeah, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Well, obviously Alex is 18 and 9.
I mean, sometimes if you need that to get you over the line in one map in a series, that's what you need.
Not the greatest of starts to this round, though. Alex sticking around for too long. If he dealt much damage to KD, he would have had a chance there with that HE grenade, but no. And now it's on Stododo and Salzo. Salzo towards ramp. Stododo, an important find there. Still needs to deal with Hazinator. Great information, but Stododo surely to fall to Sawalio. The force by victorious. Such a disappointing round there from Iberian Soul, I've got to say.
And there's some of the issues with going towards middle. We don't have the utility to really force everyone back. Hazenator just have free range towards short. I mean, don't get me wrong, Alex caught out by Katie, took the initial gunfight, thought he survived, escaped death, but not realizing that Katie's hot on his trail and searching actively for the kill. But it was Hazenator towards short that had so much impact there. And that's the issues when you go towards mid, and there's been no real reason for Ruby to be forced off of those angles. And no utility blocking any vision or anything, they will stay there. And there's a lot of angles in positions like middle coming out of connector that can catch you off regardless of what weapon you had. And that's what we saw. The weaker weapons prevailed on this occasion. Ruby finding 8, and now Iberian Soul. A lot of stock has to be put into this round. If they're unsuccessful, we're going to see double digits hits from Ruby.
Yeah, I think, obviously, right, we know that this is the map selection of Ruby. We know that Iberian Soul have really struggled on Mirage. So I think the expectations are that Mirage goes the way of Ruby. But it's the fact that for Iberian Soul, not only are they going to want to keep things competitive, I guess the save face for their Mirage in total, but also it's the fact that, yes, okay, statistically Ruby are good on this map when it comes to win percentage, but it's not their most played. It's by no means is this Ruby's best map. And I feel like Iberian Soul, they could have had a bit of an upset. They could have found, a victory here, which would have not only given them so much more confidence throughout the rest of the series, but I guess a bit more confidence on their Mirage. But with Ruby winning that force, Iberian Soul, I think it's a tough one. I think it's going to be really difficult for them now because not only are they having to force themselves, but as you said, it will be double digits. And that's where Ruby only needing 3, I think it'll be a tough one. What are we thinking? Ruby take this one? Is that a safe assumption, or?
I think there's no safe assumptions in this series, but it certainly feels like we are teeing up for that to be the case. Oh, the jump in Tech 9 does connect, but Sarodo maybe sold a false promise of that jump in Tech by keep on doing it and those bullets just not connecting at the end. But the Tech 9 heroics, only 1 kill found, while Sarodo's shy of 300 damage there. It got competitive at some points, but Ruby handled things well enough to be able to win the round. And yeah, this is going to be the eco now, and this should be the one that does confirm double digits. Yeah, I don't think there's any sort of safety net in this series for either team. I think Alex is showing that perfectly. A map that Iberian Soul have looked really weak on. You can still have these individuals on both lineups, not just Iberian Soul, who can just have a game where if people aren't stepping up to handle them, yeah, they can run away with things on their own. Also,
yeah, nice
does get a
damage as
but
well.
it is obviously just against the pistols. That's a weapon that can be upgraded, but the whole plan, Fred, was just a ruse. The bomb plant towards A, off of that presence towards B, but... Oh, nice find there actually from Davey G. Able to take down KD on low HP. Quick headshot. Gonna go back for more. Looks pretty spot on initially, but quite a big readjustment. Hazenator will find. A couple of kills. It's a couple of kills on an eco. Can't expect a crazy amount more than that, but this is the round where we have to expect a lot more. Weapons back in play. And Iberian Soul, this feels like a spot where you get into games like this, where you're coming towards the end of the rounds. And there's a good chance that if you're not successful here, you might not have many more chances to see if you can come alive.
Easy could have bought an AWP in this one. Obviously, there was 2 players that died, so he could have dropped that AK across. But he's keeping a rifle, and it's for this type of moment. He wants to get aggressive. Works out nicely. It is KD's need to find the kill, but it's going to spearhead this attack towards the B bomb site. Fozzle on the back of the site. He's got rotations close by, and oh yeah, Fozzle. A great site defense there. Stenodo will get a nice double, but the round still goes the way of Ruby. Excellent there from Fozzle. Look, Alex has had a really good game, but Fozzle's only 1 kill behind now, and I think for Ruby, Fozzle has been that MVP this one.
I mean, look, there's been a lot of players I think we can speak about many big moments on
Hazenator, yeah.
KD at times as well. Somalio right there with them.
I think as well, KD, okay, yeah, maybe not as high up on the kills, but he was always towards top con. He was always offering, like, so much information and kind of, being able to keep Iberian Soul guessing on that A-bomb site, which is always really important.
But that's the thing. I never felt like Ruby need your KD to have a monster game to win a series.
No, definitely not.
It feels like you've got so many different pieces that even if they don't necessarily all have monster games at once, if they just have a good game, it feels like this team's got so many different avenues of firepower that they can sort of lean onto at times. Yeah. And this is something that I feel like they were sorely lacking yesterday against Monty, but seemingly, so far in this series, they are bringing that level of heat that they do need if they want to make it to playoffs. Opening kill going the way of Ruby. This half bite is starting to fall on deaf ears. Going to be a playthrough Palace. You've got Mopos and Alex here. So far, A being defended just by Sawalio. Feels like it's going to be a clean kill. No response. And Sawalio's being isolated with utility. Easy tries to rotate in, and Swallow does go down. Ooh. Easy not taking the shot there, not pulling the trigger onto Mopos.
Molly doing a lot of damage with that nade combination. No team with man advantage now. Both teams with a player who's low. Surely they're not saving.
Things is repositioning, deciding where they're going to play this round now, and it's going to be a big run of players towards CT. Flashbang comes over, Alex playing anti. Mopos finds the first kill on low HP. And Alex cleans up the rest. The halfway does pay out.
The reposition just takes an extra 5-10 seconds, which forces them to rush that retake. I don't like that from Ruby, I've got to say.
Look, you see rounds like that work out on many occasions. I think when you've got players like Mopos who are still able to find a kill on someone 100-0 while being low HP themselves, and Alex can just come in and play an anti-flash. They were seemingly ready for any sort of play towards CT like that. But it was this kill on Swallow. Alex found that kill on his lonesome just with a Tech 9, gets that free upgrade, gets so much space. And it's another big round from Alex. 3 kills from him.
Yeah, huge. Alex is having such a good game. I've been really impressed as well. I think when you look at this Iberian Soul roster, obviously we know that Alex can have some big moments, can have some good games, but it's not as though he's relied upon to have these kind of monster games. But yeah, I'm happy to see that Alex is having one of those good matches, because I think a lot of the time it is quite helpful for, you know, a team to have someone to step up alongside Salzol. You know, I said it's usually the Salzol show. Today, he's been pretty quiet. It was 11-10, I think, or 11-9. Really struggled when moving to the CT side. T side, sorry. Alex getting the double. Excellent from Alex there. Gives them a 4 versus 2. Money will be somewhat broken as well for Ruby if they do lose, but an important kill from Fossil makes this round possible.
As it stands,
where
Mopos is
is Alex?
alone towards A.
Yeah, what is going on? Do they know he's planted the bomb?
A lot of utility as well for the CTs. The Dodo is not going to be able to rotate in time if they just drop something on the bomb, but it's util that does come down. No kill found. Smoke being dropped now. So Dodo started to realise, as has Alex.
Iberian Soul are quite fortunate there, I've got to say. That could have gone so wrong.
Oh, 100%. But it's the same thing. Ruby just don't have that intel that Alex and Stadodo are as far away from the bomb site as possible. I think if they knew, we would have instantly seen someone get on that bomb through the smoke. But one weapon is able to be saved at least. It's still likely going to be just the eco from Ruby as Iberian Soul can start to mount his comeback ever more.
A big moment here for Easy, it'd be huge. You know, give his team a chance in the round, keep his opponent's finances low, and obviously, I guess a bit of confidence for him. Love this type of call, perfect call here. Iberian Soul, they hear the AWP shot in middle, they realise, well, that's one of the save weapons. Well, that is the save weapon, sorry, let's head elsewhere.
And he's just going to be keeping this weapon into the next again. There's no need to throw it away. KD can look to do a bit of extra damage. Maybe look to see if he can scavenge a weapon for himself. But Iberian Soul are going to find 9, and they are going to make this scoreline look a bit more competitive. But still, Ruby, of course, just 2 rounds away from taking Mirage still.
I think you're right, though. It's not a question of when. It's a question of if. I think usually in a lot of these games we'll say, well, Ruby are probably going to take it anyway. It's going to happen. I don't think that they've had that kind of consistent dominance throughout this game. It has had a bit of back and forth to it. And with Iberian Soul clearly finding some form here on this T side, I think Ruby have got to be cautious. They've got to be worried because they lose this round. Should be seeing an 11 to 11. And that's where things get really scary.
As an 8er, Simon looked against him, but Alex not ready for 3 towards top middle. Most worrying though, Fred, bombs here. So Iberian Soul have all this space out towards B, but they've got no bomb to be able to actually take with Stedodo, the next player who could get caught out here in T-spawn.
Yeah, Fozzel's flanking as well.
Held by Hazenator as it stands. I mean, this is a round that's fallen apart for Iberian Soul.
Massively.
They leaned towards B heavily already. You had the presence being sold from Stedodo. But just Alex not realizing how many players were towards mid. It was a great call. Mopos will be able to strike onto Easy. Will find that kill, but every other CT is on this bomb.
Yeah, and they've still got smokes to throw. Fozzel will find Salzal. Iberian Soul, it's not going to be easy. They have dropped a smoke, but the bomb is behind it. They've got a molly for Sawalio's position now. Forcing him out in the open. They will find Sawalio. Oh, are we going to see a run boost? I love the idea of this.
They just tried to elevate over the smoke, but both players wanted to do the same thing. They don't have the time for this. Hazenator sprays down at Mopos. DBG falls to KD as well. And it became a bit of a tower defense game, just hunkering down around that bomb. And Iberian Soul, you got 4 CTs sitting there waiting. Your disadvantage, they've got utility to play with as well. It's a really, really rough way to lose that map point to Ruby, because that is the round where it feels like they just played you like a book. They didn't let you have a game plan at all.
Why is the bomb not just with the 3 players on B, though? That's my biggest issue with that round.
I mean, that's just what makes it a good call in general, doesn't it? I mean, you'd probably like it to maybe be around TV, so it could be picked up a little sooner, but we haven't seen anything like this from either team. We haven't seen any sort of aggression towards mid in general, not even just a lone player looking for a fight. We haven't seen anything of that sort, and Iberian Soul completely caught out on the occasion. Ruby, what a masterful call that one was to make.
Yeah, excellent. We've seen those kind of aggressive tendencies from Ruby on their CT side, and they're showing it again. Look, Iberian Soul, they've got 9. They've surpassed their kind of, I guess, traumas of Mirage in securing less than 5 rounds. I'm sure they'd love to push the double digits, but not going to be an easy way to do it, especially with this setup here on A. I love this setup. Easy finds Alex. That's the hero of Iberian Soul falling. I can't believe Salzo, the fall-off has to be studied. He was 11 and 10. He's now 12 and 19.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what we thought, though, wouldn't it? It feels like a lot more cracks can be shown on your T side, and it feels like that is what we're seeing quite a bit here for Iberian Soul. Things are falling apart. Luckily for Salzo, he decides against peeking into Easy. Might have to be able to best him on this angle.
Oh, it's all going to be about timing. Who's going to bite the bullet? Is Salzo going to unscope, or is Easy going to peek? Well, Salzo has gone for that unscope. Ooh, Easy takes the pot shot. Salzo, the risk here.
You need something like this.
Look at Davy G as well. Here.
Can't directly find the kill. Swallow can get his gun out in time, but the smoke dropped, obscuring both players' vision. Very quick from Davy G to get towards top ticket. Fozil will find a pick. Still playing hidden, but it's searching actively for these kills, and it's all on the low HP Salso. Desperation shot, but Easy's 5-7. Ends it with the headshot, and Ruby are successful on Mirage. A couple of closer periods at that game, but as soon as Ruby switched over to the CT side and stabilized, it felt like they did show themselves as the better team there. But one map up in this series, Fred, and Ruby have not had a better opportunity than this in a game. So close to playoffs. They've lost 2 series while being having that 2 record. Now they've got the chance to actually be able to finish the job here.
And I think when we talk about the teams that win map 1 is that they've got 2 chances to do it. But a lot of the time, you're moving to your opponent's map pick, it's a tough one. For Ruby, then Nuke actually is very much a strong map for them. So Ancient as well, they are the favourite statistically there. So right now, Ruby have that perfect opportunity. They have fumbled when they were 2-0. They fumbled when they were 2-1. Now that it is backs against the walls, they have to find success now. Whether it be on Nuke or Ancient, I'm not too sure. But look, Ruby, you've got 2 chances now. Don't squander them. Look, Nuke is going to be a banger of a map. It's what both me and Charlie anticipated to be kind of the highlight of this series. And obviously, it will be coming up shortly. But beforehand, we jump to a break. Into the action we go now on Nuke, the selection of Iberian Soul, but as we know and as we've already spoken about, it is a strength for Ruby. Obviously, the game yesterday against Monty, certainly one they want to forget about, and whether they can prove that stat wrong is the question today. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings as we head into Nuke?
Mirage, a positive sign for Ruby, a couple of bright sparks for Iberian Soul as well, but nothing nearly as concrete. We'll wait to see if they can show us some bright sparks, and certainly have here on this pistol round with some clean openings towards A. Taking out 3 instantaneously, it felt like.
The thing is, that's that type of fight where I feel like Iberian Soul, they've won all the 50-50 gunfights. That pistol round, it's not the strat that's given them so much success there. It's just the individuals. It could go so wrong. But I love those calls on the basis that it's clear that Iberian Soul are just so confident.
Yeah, but it tends to be the sort of, suppose the Nuke A hits in a nutshell, doesn't it?
Scary.
It's that's the thing you fear. You've got the Glocks, they can get a bit more up in the faces of the CTs at times. And like you said, they won the gunfights. That was the goal.
Charlie, you know it. You know, I'm an A player on Nuke, and every pistol round without fail, I'm buying a molly and a nade for Hut. I can't have what's just happened. I can't have what Iberian Soul have just done. Yeah, I think when you just can so easily dismantle a bomb site like that so effectively, I've got to say, I'm excited for what Iberian Soul have to offer here on Nuke.
Yeah, I'm excited about this Ruby Force Fly first and foremost, though.
Oh, they love a force, don't they?
Also, being able to get himself a FAMAS, get a smoke grenade as well. Had a little bit left over for some extra utility he wanted, but not going to be the case. I'm not sure where you found that kill. Potentially Katie looking to take your timing through that smoke, getting caught off. Fozit will find something back with that FAMAS. So 4-on-4 now, but an open ramp for the taking if Iberian Soul choose to go there.
Tough one for Alex. Missed Molly there. They will just head to ramp. Fozzle looking to rotate in, but there's no need for him to throw himself at this. They can just kind of maybe play for a retake here. So the Dodo's pushing.
I'm hoping Easy will drop over that Galil to someone and retrieve that scout again.
Yeah. Iberian Soul are going to head towards the A-bomb site. Problem is they've got no lobby control.
I mean, Easy being the first point of contact for them.
This is going to be horrible.
Not
It's going to go so
aware,
wrong.
and even then got no armor to back up this Galil.
He's toast. How has he got a kill there? There's 2 people fighting him. How's Salzo not ready for a trade? Ladder herd.
A lot of
Alex.
damage dealt from Easy there onto Alex. Rotation just finally starting to come through. Ruby heavily lent towards that lower bomb site. Make it a bit of a gamble with a half bar. You don't mind it. Salsoul, the flash connecting to him. Hasanator will fall. And Salsoul doubles up.
Yeah, nice triple kill there from Salzo. Certainly the player that I think many will keep an eye on here with this Iberian Soul roster. And with the force buy going against Ruby, they now face a 3-0 deficit.
A couple of opportunities there, but Ruby just gambling towards that lower bomb site. Not really wanting to rotate too early as well. Allowed Iberian Soul reasonably easy access towards A. And then from there, just picking apart anyone else trying to take back any sort of control. Just some Deagle upgrades. Nothing really more to speak of. And it should be a nice start for Iberian Soul here on Nuke.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well the Mirage was far more competitive than many anticipated, and I think that's always going to be helpful for Iberian Soul. I'm yet to ask this question, Charlie. I'm gonna force it upon you now. It's a question that I think you know is coming. I want a prediction, not about this game, not about this map. I want the series. Where's this going?
It is a tough one, I think, especially when you are in this 2-2 record. But I think I will give it to Ruby, not just the fact that they are one map up in this series. I'm not even 100% confident they're going to do it on Nuke. But I think they've got a lot of pieces. I think it's going to have taken them a long, long road to finally make it to playoffs. But I think they are eventually going to do so in this 2-2 record.
I'm quite happy you've gone Ruby here because it means we're on, you know,
Opposite sides again.
Sides, yeah. I'm thinking Iberian Soul. And however crazy it might seem, I am generally just saying it from these first 3 rounds on Nuke. I've been really happy with how Salzar's playing. He's able to have a lot of impact here, which is always important. I like the fact that Iberian Soul, it's clear that they have an identity of what they want to achieve on this T side. And I think if it gets to Ancient, I think Ruby, they've had what? It will be their 3rd series that they could progress to playoffs. I think the pressure is just going to be too much for them if it goes to Ancient. I think their best chance is here on Nuke, however silly that might seem.
Let's see how that one does play out then. Give your
Nice
predictions
shot.
right. Yeah, great early kill. What a way to find the opener.
Katie's such an impressive player, isn't he?
I'm not even just sort of fully sold on Katie alone. I think there's so many impressive pieces of Ruby that I think it's really just sort of a bit harsh on anyone else just to highlight Katie. I think Fossil's put himself
Huge game, yeah.
really in the spotlight today. A player that we always know what he can do, but isn't always the leading man at times. But I mean,
Well,
certainly is after Mirage, after the start on Nuke as well.
Well, look, when he was playing on Space, I feel like he did have impact on that roster, but I think a vast majority of the time with Fossil there was some really, really like key individuals. I feel like Danis, obviously, someone to mention. I feel like Trunic had some big games as well. And I think when you've got players like Danis, like Trunic, who are really key fraggers, I feel like Fossil just kind of probably didn't have the best roles. And in doing so, it just means that, you know, there's less weight facilitated for him. But you look at this round, look how much damage he's dealt. Alex and Davigi both low. Obviously, there's been some team damage there inflicted in Decon. But this is now Ruby with a hefty advantage in this round, all because of Fossil.
Just got to be able to see if they can convert things here. Flashbang comes through. Hazenator down towards Secret. A lot of different entry points that he can look to go to punish either Alex or Davey G. Taking his time, finally starting to make movement now. Alex towards control does get found. Davey G alone. The flashbang fully wiping him out. But now the tap of the bomb being stuck. The round is going to be a successful one. And Ruby, they take their time on the retake and do get the results from it. No need to rush it. Like you said, players have been softened up. They've got the advantage. They take their time with it. Always gets a little bit tense towards those ending moments.
Yeah, definitely.
But look, they leave the round without losing another player since.
Yeah, I think it's the type of retake that's quite a nail-biter for the fans at home, quite a nail-biter for us. But I think when it works out like that, where you don't have another casualty, where you are able to get the defuse off, it seems so effortless. And you talk about that flashbang, the utility that Ruby did have, they used very nicely. So I think in retake moments like that, obviously we saw a moment on Mirage where they repositioned to CT and it kind of went against them. But I think a vast majority of the time, when they are kind of very slow on their retakes, it can look very professional, can't it?
100%. Weapon is still in play though for Iberian, so you can see certainly a couple of hits to weaponry at times. Davey G opening kill onto Katie on this occasion. First to find the kill in the last, first to go down in this one.
Yeah, I feel like Katie's going to be a real kind of operative player throughout this map, especially
He's such a tough spot, but he tries to fight forward.
Alex finds Hazenator as well. It's this kind of double squeaky aggression, and the coin flip kills go the way of Iberian Salt.
Yeah, it really did feel like it was Ruby's only chance. They two players about to emerge from main, would have been taken down on the flank. They had to fight one of the two positions. They looked to take the fight towards Squeaky instead, but you can see the weaker weapon of Alex having that Tech 9 there, but still, you couldn't have asked for a better position for the Tech to be in, could you? Someone right up in your face.
No, definitely not.
So Iberian Soul, this is what we need to see from them.
Yeah, definitely.
They're on the T side. They're on what arguably is that tougher part of the map. And so far, 4 rounds already, after just 5 rounds of the game.
I've got to say, something that's been really impressive for Iberian Soul is you look back to their results, right? I'm looking back to the start of March, so 2 and a bit months. They have not only had 4 defeats across maybe 15, 20 games, but in those 4 defeats, first overtime loss to Navi Junior, second OT loss to 9, a 13-9 loss to Zero Tenacity, and a 13-11 loss to TNL. So either they're winning, or at least in the games that they are losing here on Nuke, they are bringing them as close as possible. Which just goes to show really how competitive this Iberian Soul team are on Nuke. Always like these types of setups. It's just a question of how long Sawalio can block for. Oh, Sawalio in the smoke. Mopos will spot him and the rotations can be seen. Davy G needs to hold here as there's 2 players, but realizing his teammates are dead. If he can find KD, there's a chance. Oh, he's not spotted him. KD will take him down. And Ruby, an effective round here. KD and Fozil. Big moments there.
Yeah, I mean, big call from Ruby. Sawalio again in a bit of a tough spot. Bit of hot water that he finds himself in. As Iberian Soul, they are looking pretty sharp on these AXQs, have to be said. Look, this was a map that we were expecting both teams to be very competitive on. Both teams have a good nuke. And it feels like Iberian Soul, yeah, they've got this T side down to a T on most occasions, but they are going to have to take a bit more of a hit on this one. Just going to be a half buy. Can invest in a little bit more if they want to. I say that. They are going for broke. They are fully investing this one.
I actually don't mind it. I mean,
if it works, it's great because you can
100%.
keep on piling those rounds on, forcing Ruby to always be in a tough spot themselves. But the issue is, if you aren't successful, that is where Ruby can sort of level up this game here and now. But I suppose you've got a bit more freedom when you're already 4-2 up on the T side of this map, that you're not necessarily in as tough a spot. Nade of the smoke is not going to favor Sawalio. Does get taken down. Alex deals the damage. Mopos finds the kill. And the tech's pushing through again. It seems like Sawalio finally wants to be the player to actually take the fight.
Great block of the volley.
Catch him off. The spam through the smoke just so close, but the bullet's just ringing out ever so slightly above the head of the Planted player. And both teams forced into hut. There's so much utility on the CT side.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult here. Salzol and Davy G. Missed shot from Easy, but he's just going to drop the smoke. Swinging out of high. It's so difficult. They just have such limited information. Great retake there again from Ruby. It's a 3v3 retake, and they don't lose anyone again. I'm really liking how they're playing these retakes, Charlie. So effective, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those spots where it is so effective that you kind of just wish Iberian Soul saved.
Yeah.
But you very, very rarely see anyone save in a post plant. Even in like a 5v1, if you've got an opportunity to back away, you still kind of want to back yourself at times. And Iberian Soul, rightfully so, after a pretty good display there. But yeah, Ruby, they are just sort of manhandling them with utility, with timings, with most importantly, though, their patience.
Yeah, very patient on these retakes. Just the Tech 9 investment to be seen here from Iberian Soul.
Definitely wouldn't be all too confident about this. Iberian Soul's opening entries have been really sharp this game.
I think we all know as well how formidable the Tech 9 can be. Fozil, though, towards ramp will only get the one. Salzol trading. Hazardate is in a good position. Davy G. Ooh, no swing there. I would have thought a trade would have been sought after. Not seen though. Oh, great from Alex. 3-on-3 now. Hazardate though on the back of the bomb site. Salzol at range, struggling.
Back and forth trades. Weapons can be retrieved. Alex, sadly, the player with the AK, the only one without any armor, but still, if you hit a quick headshot, it might not matter. Salzol, position made known now. They're trying to play for this trade from Alex, but Easy whether he realizes it or not, just is not allowing that to be the case. Takes down Alex as well. It is a successful round for Ruby, but certainly a costly one, considering it was just a pistol investment at best, really.
Look, a win's a win, right? I don't think they're too bothered. The money's looking pretty decent. You know, you look at Easy, you look at Katie, the finances are very strong. I don't really think Ruby are too bothered by it. I've been really impressed with Ruby on these retakes. I've got to say, it's probably the kind of most consistent part of their game. Four to 4 score though, and Iberian Soul's early success somewhat stagnated here. Hopefully we can see a little bit more of that success. Otherwise, we get closer and closer to the question of, are we going to see the 2-0 for Ruby?
All of the kills back, despite the opening kill from Iberian Soul, so advantage for Ruby and Swalio. Looking to take some space down towards the lower vents.
Look at Davy G, he's crept
Yeah,
on
the
out
drop
today.
has been heard, so Davy G feels more than comfortable with taking this space alone. Heads up duel onto Swalio that he comes out on top of. Easy tries to get the trade, but with just the Tech 9 and not knowing how many more players alongside him, we're going to be in another retake. 3-on-3 on this one.
We've spoken about these retakes and the utility that they've got. Davy G spotted, not the easiest of fights for Fozil, but he will find. And Fozil again. Salzo now spotted. Easy with the trade. Excellent hit. Absolutely brilliant. Again, these retakes, they've looked amazing.
Yeah, the fact that Fozil is actually able to peek out and not get spotted by the player towards second vent and find the first without any sort of trade even being able to come through, just in terms of sort of how he peeked it. Doubling down, and then Easy there, posted with the Yorp, always going to be tough for Celso to try to dodge that bullet.
Fozil's continued, though, through Mirage now to Nuke, which I think a lot of the time is exactly what you need. Especially with Ruby, let's be honest, struggling kind of when they've been in these playoff games. Or games for playoff, might I say. Nice find from Katie. Trade seen by Alex. 4v4. Davy G. It's creeping down. Easy with a great shot, though.
Easy should be aware Davy G's here as well. Released another play. Spotted the AK swapped out for the MAC-10, so Easy can still get posted. Swalio, good positioning, and Davy G looked ready for it, but the bullet's not connecting quick enough. I think the mini-map might have given away Stadodo's position in that Swalio didn't look all too ready for it, but went back for seconds and comes out on top. Mopaz with...
Nice find, but surely...
Yeah, a bit of an interesting way to beat that angle. Not fully ready, but still comes out on top. Swalio triples in this occasion. Had a bit of a tough time early doors on Nuke to really try to contain this T-side from Iberian Soul. A lot of aggression, a lot of in-your-face fighting. Swalio has had a bit of a tough time, but Vic 3K to bring themselves up to a positive KD, and a tactical pause now being used for Iberian Soul. They've been stumped here slightly from Ruby. It was obviously 4-1.
Yeah. Ruby have bounced back massively. And we expected this from Ruby on their CT side, right? We know how strong Ruby's CT side can be, but I think it's the real disappointing thing, obviously, for Iberian Soul is you take away the pistol, the force by victory, and then the eco, it's a 6-1 scoreline. I don't know, because it still doesn't feel like that, though, does it? I feel like Iberian Soul have still been within this game. Obviously, I think it's just on the basis that there's been so many bomb plants. Yet, bomb plants or not, they're just not winning these post plants at all, because the retakes from Ruby have just been so well kind of tuned.
Easy posted towards ramp now as some of these techs might look to set their sights towards here. We saw them do it in the past, taking down Fozil and bringing that half by reasonably close.
Yeah, against the Orb, it's probably the easiest chance for them. Miss shot, he has to back away.
Iberian Soul aren't slowing down. Easy has repositioned towards control. Another player jumping across, making his life difficult.
Were you just as surprised that Mopos was in the back lines? I didn't even see it. I didn't even register it.
You're not sure he snuck down, but did manage to get into the lower site, and Easy certainly caught out. Another frag found from Davi G gives a 2-man advantage to these CTs. Mopos forced back with this AWP.
Yeah, and this is where surely we just see Ruby give it a go anyway, because they've got the money for it. It's the type of round that you might question, well, why are they even looking for this? But they've got the finances to buy in the next. Speaking of finances, they might try and use this to reduce their opponents, but it's going to be a buy anyway for Iberian Soul. Important round for Iberian Soul, honestly. Even though it's a half buy and we're not expecting much, it's the type of round that they do actually kind of need. 8 to 4
fact
is
it
where...
also gives them a chance to go on to even level up the half is yeah, a massive success story. But they targeted Easy, who's actually had a pretty good game so far.
shots, so yeah.
But yeah, they didn't make things simple for him there. Players jumping across, just couldn't connect the AWP shots, and allowed them to take so much space without losing any players in the process.
I think that can be the problem with playing kind of the AWP alone towards round. We've seen rounds where Easy has had the AWP, but he's had a teammate and they've gone searching. Usually it is Fuzzle, but... Nice opener here. Salzo has had some really key moments, hasn't he? You know, the top performing player. I think he's had big rounds wherever it's being towards outside. It's the Dodo finding Fuzzle. This is such a good opportunity now for Iberian Soul. They've got to be cautious of Easy. Spots the shoulder and will find. Easy might go hunting for more here, though.
Yeah, Salso perhaps a bit fortunate that he didn't go too heavily forward, as it gave Easy the chance to level things up. All on Hazenator now. 2 players pushing against him, but it's actually Davi G who makes it there first to find the kill. And Iberian Soul will level things up on Nuke. After stagnating a little bit, after being 4-1 up, and Ruby finding a big streak of their own, Iberian Soul at the end stabilizing us. Certainly a big part thanks to that half-by victory.
6-6 scoreline's very respectable on the T side of Nuke. And now, you know, you look at it, if Iberian Soul win this pistol as well, they put themselves in very good stead, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, we saw how many rounds Iberian Soul got thanks to winning that pistol initially. They bested the force buy of Ruby and then had a simple time on that 3rd round, but it just gives you that 3 rounds without even needing to come up against a full buy.
Exactly, yeah.
And the fact they were able to go on to win that full buy as well gave them a really great start on the T side. And you can see, look, we saw them falter slightly after that initial portion where Ruby found 6 out of 7 rounds. But regardless, they could have found no rounds after that, and you still look at it and say 8-4 isn't a terrible half. But eventually they did start to find their footing again on Nuke, found these final 2 rounds, and yeah, put themselves in a really, really good spot. Ruby, I am thinking they are going to need this pistol.
Yeah, as am I. For Iberian Soul back in the conversation, and that's where they need to be. Obviously, you know, there's no second chances for them. We've spoken a lot about how Ruby were 2-0 and probably should look for playoffs. But again, for Iberian Soul, if they do lose this one, then we're saying goodbye to them because it'll be a 2-0. Nice from Stadodo, though he finds 2. Alex taking down Fuzzle. They do go 3 for 2 on that engagement, and Mopos finding as Hazenator pushes through. Bit of an unnecessary push there. A 1 versus 3 for Sawalio. Obviously, this is where clutches can be seen probably the easiest on this pistol round, but Salzo flanking.
Now the question lies to Ruby in terms of what do you do? I think chances are they probably will just eco wanting to get these weapons out as soon as possible. And I do think they are going to need to be successful on that full buy now, but great pistols, that Odo is double. I think saw Mopos chiming in as well, and despite Ruby getting a couple of kills back, you saw some of the deeper positions. You already had that flank come through from Salso. That there was no need to really fight for anything more. Had that play in the back lines that just wasn't going to be expected. That's the one better weapon falling. Fossil retrieves the Deagle to try to hope to do a bit of damage, perhaps.
Yeah, damage main aim of the game here for Ruby. I like the idea of the boost. The nade doing so much, though. I think Stododo would have just spotted that. The elevated KD.
Alex has been so restrained here towards Secret.
Oh, I would have already pushed and died by now.
I mean, I certainly would have had a peek or so. Flashbang comes up and still Alex not peeking. But look at this discipline. Finally emerges. KD goes down, gets the intel of the second player. An easy cleanup on round number 14.
Oh, they've spotted out Sawalio now. The MP9s can just hunt. I think Stododo will be too happy about that. Full buy here, though, for Ruby. The only limitation regarding weaponry is Hazinator's Galil. Obviously no AWP for easy, but... Ruby. The comeback looked good, yet stagnated at the end, and it's given Iberian Soul a real look in, and with that pistol success...
Ruby really need to show us something here on their T side of Nuke. Saw some good things from Iberian Soul early. Looked to abuse A for the sort of first 5-6 rounds or so.
Yeah, definitely.
Felt like it was a bit of a situation. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like a lot of the time when you see teams kind of having a really good T side while playing slow, they look to change things up and, you know, change up the speed. And to be honest, I don't mind it, but realistically, it can only go wrong. You know, when you're, whether it's the T side, CT side, when it is going really well, I feel like when you just look for a kind of an unnecessary lobby crunch or pushing towards that side, you just have so much more risk about it. And again, as you said, getting a player down towards Secret early, containing Ruby's outside pressure. This is brilliant from Iberian Soul.
Alex opening kill here as well. It's been a late one in this game. And somehow Stododo finding KD on top hut. Round's falling apart slightly. Hazinator needs to try to pick up the pieces. Finds one kill onto Stododo. Not going to clear out the player in hut. And Ruby just getting dominated, even with Iberian Soul. Still having a couple of SMGs in play. The CT side are successful. Weapons being upgraded for free as well. And it feels like we could be on the precipice of seeing the sort of victory lap from Iberian Soul.
Yeah, it's looking quite easy for them. Let's be honest, right? Did that round pose much threat from Ruby? I don't think so. Are you still a believer for Ruby?
Oh, I'm always a believer, Fred. You know that.
Yeah.
Always love to have a bit of faith in teams.
Your optimism is annoying, I'll be honest.
And more often than not, delusion.
Yeah.
As a lot of the comebacks are a very challenging one to make. I do think Ruby, the only thing that worries me so far is that haven't been sold on their T side from what we've seen. We haven't seen a huge amount of rounds, that being said, but there's a good chance that Ruby aren't going to have a huge amount of rounds to play with when Iberian Soul are hitting double digits just 3 rounds away from taking this one.
Again, though, look at the setup here for Iberian Soul. It's the round where they haven't pushed kind of a player so deep towards Secret, but they've got Stododo towards ramp posting. They've got a rifle on the rafters. This is going to be so tough for Ruby to kind of crack into this bomb site. And that's why they're sending Hazinator and KD searching here towards Yard. Maybe try and find a quick kill. Maybe try and kind of pose threat elsewhere. But, oh, Alex. So simple that. And we've still got Salzol here. Now got that information, but we'll find... Iberian Soul, the CT side is just looking so effortless. They picked Nuke for a reason, and they are displaying that massively here. Unfazed on their CT side so far. And that might not change.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely might not. I think. Let's say we get to Ancient. You've already backed Iberian Soul. What is it you think about Ancient would be able to give them that sort of one-up over Ruby here? Because obviously, for Iberian Soul to have to be able to win this series, they've got to do things on Nuke, and then they've got to get down to business on Ancient. What do you think it is that you give them the slight edge there?
I think it is, honestly, it's not about the map. It could be any map. You could put us back on Cobble. It's not the map, it's the pressure. You know, I talk about the exterior factors having so much weight here within CS and how kind of a player's mentality, you know, they lose kind of an unlosable clutch or something like that, and how that's going to play at, you know, the factor for the next couple rounds, maybe the next couple games. And I think the fact that Ruby have had, they were 2-0, obviously went 2-1, now 2-2, probably their best chance being here on Nuke. I think if it pushes to that third and final, I think they're going to crumble. I really think they are, because why would they have confidence? They should have progressed. Probably should have progressed to the playoffs when they were 2-0. Not to say that Nexus weren't a formidable opponent, but you know, we know the difficulties that this Nexus side sometimes has seen.
Issues are persisting for Ruby here, though, on Nuke. Another investment, another round slipping through their fingers and going the way of Iberian Soul. 11-6.
I think
feels like a guaranteed. Yeah. Ozil will hit the jiggle, goes for a second, finally baiting out the shot from Stadodo. And isn't even looking to take the fight anymore. There's no need. Why give that a heads-up duel? And instead, let the rifle deal with it. Mopaz finding the kill. Iberian Soul will find 11. With money being in a tough spot, a bomb plant obviously would allow for a buy to come out from Ruby, but no round even being close on this T side so far.
I didn't expect this from Iberian Soul, honestly. I didn't think their CT side would be this potent. Not to say I wasn't thinking they were going to take it, but I would have thought maybe 13-10, 13-9 maybe. Ruby are yet to put a round on their T side. It doesn't look like it's going to change. They opt for the full investment here. It's Galil's. It's a MAC-10. It's weak utility. It reeks of a fast A, and that is what we'll be seeing. Hasanator can find Davy quite easily there. There's a player top hut that's yet to strike, and Alex will find two. Stadodo looking to rotate in to offer a helping hand, and now it's on Fozzle. He's found 3 kills so far in the round. He needs just one more. Slowly maneuvering back. How has he not been spotted by Stadodo? But he will find Iberian Soul claim 12. And this one's as good as gone. On to Ancient we head. Ruby were in the lead. It looked as though they were the ones in control. They were 6-4 up. After what? Losing the pistol, losing a force by the last one gun round. What has happened, Ruby?
I mean, that's the issue when you have a pretty poor start to a map, and a team like Iberian Soul already find 4 rounds. You don't have a lot of room for error to make mistakes on your CT side, and things look good 6-4, but without really doing anything too wrong, they lose that final couple of rounds, and then very quickly your half looks pretty poor. And when it looks pretty poor on your CT side, they haven't shown us anything on this T side at all, and you just can't expect to win a map like Nuke if that's the case. But it is going to be going to Ancient unless KD can win this 1 versus 3 now. Starts things off with a nice find onto Alex. There's plenty of time to play with, but with the bomb dropped and 2 players to find, it feels like KD might just be delaying the inevitable here.
Yeah, you can delay it by another minute and 9 seconds. But Stadodo's got other plans. Posted up. KD. 3, 2, 1. Oh, missed shot from Stadodo. Never mind. Oh, what is going on?
Big jig from Stadodo there.
That's not a jiggle. That's just a bad peek.
A peek with your knife out.
Either way, though, Sonoda will find the kill. As you mentioned, KD delaying the inevitable. Iberian Soul, they push for Ancient. And look how poetic. It's going to come down to the final map of the series, the final series of the day, and the final series of the Swiss stage. Ruby, they've had 3 opportunities, obviously, to progress 2-0, 2-1, 2-2. This is going to come down to the final map for them. And I feel like many people at home, and I feel like Ruby themselves, aren't going to be feeling too confident. But Charlie, final words as we head to a break.
Yeah, I mean, things looked a lot more positive there for Iberian Soul than I think, than probably what we were expecting. We kind of pointed out Nuke as probably one of the most hotly contested maps in this series between these two, but apparently not on the server. Iberian Soul just absolutely wiped the floor of Ruby, and seeing us up for that third and final. Both teams still have a spot. Both teams still are 1 map away now from advancing to playoffs, while the other is going to have to fall out. There can only be one thread, and I think we're going to have to jump into a break before we find out who. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with Ancient shortly.
The final battleground to determine which two teams, which one they can go through. Look, I'm still back in Iberian Soul. The way they played on Nuke was something special for Ruby. They've had 3 series to try and push for playoffs. This will be the kind of final map for them to do it. It would be devastating to see it.
Always had those second chances, but they are taken at the equation this time. DVG finds the opening kill, but Alex falls to Sawalio. Salso, deep position, but an awkward one with the USP. He gets found by Easy. Advantage for Ruby as Fossil is taking the space towards B, but he does have a heads-up duel. The bomb can be denied. Starodo does do that.
Yeah, and they know that Fossil's away from the action. Davy G knows that he can take this fight. Oh, it's just the tap of the bomb. Fossil now worried. Fossil's going silent. Davy G. Now he has to wonder whether it's... Oh, what the hell? Davy G. A great find there. How has that round gone so wrong for Ruby? Iberian Soul. What?
It's the 2 sets of duelies. Starodo, he wants to take this fight. They know that Fossil is having a heads-up duel towards B. They know that it's a tough round, but there's 3 on the B bomb site. They might be able to see if they can restrict. And Starodo goes out, finds the bomb planter, finds the second player as well. And despite both Starodo and Davy G being low HP, they get the trade and a huge 1v1 from Davy G. Holds his nerve as well, waiting, biding his time to swing. Fossil does the same thing, but the instant headshot from the duelies gives Iberian Soul that pistol round. Unsurprisingly, though, how close it got, Ruby wanting to buy back.
Obviously, Ruby force buy. We know that it's coming. The weapon's not that bad, though, and this is going to be problematic. Ruby going to make a quick play here towards B. They're so short that Starodo's moved. Oh, Alex gets a double. Hasanator will find. It's a 3-on-3. Mopos is close in this smoke, though. Still biding his time. Mopos will find Fossil. Salzos Molly takes down Hazanator. It's all on Sawalio. Still tucked in towards Ramp, and the MP9 pushes through first. And Davy G will find Iberian Soul continue. The reposition there from Starodo is actually pretty important. Kind of delays a little bit more time for the rotations. Ruby, not the start they'd want, but I think we both know certainly a start of possibility. Something to note, this is both teams' weaker side. So it will be the second half that has a little bit more intrigue and maybe a little bit more heat about it, but an excellent start for Iberian Soul. Davy G will find KD. It is this play through A, though. Salzor's got to be cautious. The swinging Tech 9 can work well, but this setup so strong.
Just play the body system.
Yeah,
nothing too fancy. Grouping up, making sure you use the superior weaponry perfectly. Don't let anyone get caught off by themselves in Iberian Soul. Make it a very quick 3-0 start. I feel like we've just jumped into Ancient.
Yeah, ridiculous. And you look at Davy G, 7-0.
I mean, I'm right there with you in terms of the pressure will be at an absolute all-time high for Ruby. So many chances to make the playoffs, and yet this is their final one. One map away from not only finally getting that all-important playoff spot, but as well as getting eliminated. Davy G will get one before getting taken down. KD doubles up, and it's all on Alex and Starodo. And Alex gets aggressive, wanted to see if he can catch off any of these players, but KD snuck around the corner. Fossil through the smoke.
Oh, what a round there for Ruby. First real full buy. This is what they have to offer. A little bit more resistance than maybe Iberian Soul were hoping for, but this is what we need to see. We need to see a close final map here. I want it to go the distance. I want it to go maybe OT. Keep us right on the edge of our seats for as long as possible.
I mean, it's definitely been a fast-paced one. You have to give the game that.
Every round seems as though it's kind of all but confirmed.
Keeping us on the edge of our seats. Yeah, no breathing room in this one. Okay, wants to keep that being the trend, searching for something with this AK towards B. The flashbang is going to delay the T's from advancing up just for now, and Alex repositions fully. Alex will go down. Davy G finds the opening kill though, and Davy G tries to go for broke, find a bit more off of Mopoz's aggression, who doubles down with the MP9. Surely can't triple. Dodo by his side. Mopoz so much impact in this round with the weakest weapon out of all the CTs, and Sawalio, who was operating as this lurk, now has to be the difference maker.
I think moments like that from Mopoz just go to really show the true value of what the MP9 can have. Just kind of the freedom and maneuverability you get with the SMG. Obviously, Sawalio has spotted Stadodo here. Sawalio's going to look to backstab. This could be disgusting. They're going to see the bomb's not dropped. Oh, Sawalio. Should be a free round, but Mopos is now holding. This is the low HP. Stadodo still here. Sawalio will find the missed shots from Stadodo and Ruby. They needed the savior of Sawalio. Excellent there from Sawalio. A big clutch. And now Iberian Soul just going to have to be this eco.
Yeah, what a difference that can make to this game. Iberian Soul could have been 4-1 up, and now Ruby have a chance to take the lead. Not going to be a force buy or anything for Iberian Soul, so they are just going to have to make do with a couple of weaknesses in the next. Big stack from Iberian Soul towards A. Main brunt of their pieces are placed on this bomb site, but Ruby should be able to suss this out reasonably easily. Even if you just send in someone to probe in.
Yeah, in these types of rounds is where I'd always quite like to see a Mac 10. Because I guess you get not only the reward of finding these eco frags, but you also get the freedom of, look, it doesn't really matter if you die, because you're going to get an AK in the next anyway. It's why I kind of always think, when you've got an idea of what your opponent's money is, try and capitalize on that. Because are these AKs really going to look to hunt? Why would you? KDS spotted the shadow here for Mopos, but look, what do you gain from hunting here? Okay, yeah, it's a little bit of extra money, but the risk massively outweighs the reward. But KD wants these confidence kills. He wants these eco frags. Was it worth the kills? Was those 5 kills worth 2,700? They weren't, or 3,700 even, because of the Kevlar and helmet. I don't think that's worth it at all.
Yeah, not necessarily.
But obviously there was a kit and a smoke and a 5-7 that could have been saved, but otherwise Iberian Soul wouldn't really be bringing much into this round anyway. Davy G elevated early, Hasanator can get the trade. Katie very fast here towards Shelf. The CTs need to be cautious about this. The problem is, because of this smoke, Ruby have had to back away. Alex will be able to get the trade here onto Fozzle. So much chaos. We're 20 seconds in and it's a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, both teams aren't willing to give up control. You sometimes see if a team's got a very good mid-take, the CTs honestly will back away and play a bit more disciplined, and same on the flip side of things. If Ruby feel like they can't do anything towards mid, they won't. But both teams are wanting to fight tooth and nail for this position, and is leading to a lot of sort of high-octane rounds early doors where both teams look to brawl it out in the middle. Iberian Soul have found his advantage here easy. Bit of on his lonesome here as it stands towards Cave, but he is just going to hold down the brakes and wait for Hasanator to join him.
I don't mind this from Iberian Soul. I would actually quite like for Salzol to be playing in CT, so it means that they can cover Red Room instead of having, you know, Stadodo constantly flipping between the angles. It means that they play a 3v2 on the retake, but this is the problem. Stadodo gets caught off guard because Alex doesn't have the true information about Cave, and obviously with that, the advantage is gone, and look at the health of both Salzo and Alex. This round can go so wrong for them. Alex, you can spot the legs. Oh, what a shot there from Alex. has the information now on Easy and Salzo. He's got a smoke, an understanding of where Easy resides. Oh, Easy stomping through. Will be spraying, and great from Salzo there. The problem is Easy is so sure that it's going to be a kit. Why would he assume that Salzo's off the bomb there? But a nice clutch for Salzo. Keeping this game exciting.
Yeah, Salzo doesn't really have a choice. When you don't have a fuse kit there, you know that you're bound to eventually set off something in Easy's head. Okay, he's tapped the bomb, and there's been no swing for 8 seconds. There's a good chance this play is directly on this bomb. So, yeah, Easy makes the risky call. But it is just that one step ahead is Salzo. And keeping Iberian Soul just about in the driver's seat of this game. Aggression from Davigi again.
I love this. Swalio taken down. Davigi still full HP. Switches to the AK now. Hazanator creeping closer. Down to 12 HP. Davigi's done a lot of work here. Not only a kill, 90% of the work for Hazanator.
Yeah, wants to get very much in the thick of it early. Davigi towards the middle. He's the player that often is being elevated towards mid, looking for these gunfights, whether it is towards those B lanes, whether it is towards middle. On this occasion towards A, AWP. Looks like it was spotted from Stadodo on the jiggle. Alex has actually been able to cross.
Ooh, missed shot from Easy. Alex found, though. Stadodo going to be mollied off. Elevated angle from Stadodo. It's so cheeky. Oh, Stadodo can find another. He's done a lot of work here. Now Salzo back at the bomb site. He's got a Molotov, but the problem is he just doesn't know when they're going to swing, so he doesn't have the confidence to bring out the utility. And it puts Mopoz in the 1 versus 2 now. MP9 in hand. Obviously, we've seen how much he can do with this MP9. Smoke dropped on the bomb site now. Low HP for Fossil, but KD holding. And Ruby, they bite back 4-4.
And whereas Ruby always kind of have had a little bit of money in the bank, Iberian Soul is not the same story for them. So they're always sort of just having to concede 2 rounds. Every time they lose, it feels like. And have to give this one up. They can buy in the next. But we can see what their finances have caused them. Mopoz having an MP9 in that round. Weaker weapons at time, lack of util, no defuse kits even. We saw that in the South Soul clutch. It has made things a little bit awkward for Iberian Soul here or there. But I say that, Swallow is wielding a Mac 10. But that is going to be mainly for a money-making schema he wants to be a part of, it seems. But KD's AK might do all of the work in the Mac 10 that was around the gunfights. Didn't find any of them.
Yeah, thankfully for Ruby, though, there was no casualties. KD's got the B spawn. Whether we're going to see that kind of cave molly and KD looking for this fight is the question. Could be a fast B hit as well. Just have Easy posted up towards kind of cave and shelf and the rest of the guys making their way up. I don't mind either option. Tag pause, though, from Iberian Soul. Are we thinking that's just an ideas game, or are we thinking a bit more nerves?
I think it's got to be a way to actually be able to find some of that success that Iberian Soul were showing a little bit more of earlier in this game, because it is very back and forth, but it's not helping them out all too much. See, look at the money that Ruby have. This is a close game, and yet Ruby still have a really good level of bank support in them. And it's always just sort of that second chance just in case. Whereas Iberian Soul don't. And in doing that, it can allow Ruby to actually have a pretty one-sided half, despite how close this game has been. So fight it early has always been the intention, and so many players brought down, but still not enough kills coming through for the CTs. Kill on to KD could be really good though. Whereas Iberian Soul in a 4 versus 2, you can quite easily see them back away and go for a save here. In a spot like this, where there's just one man disadvantage, surely some of this damage is going to be confirmed.
molly towards Cubby here from Salzol. He's got a smoke and a flash as well. The problem is the Dodo's on the AWP. I think if he had a rifle here, they'd actually give this round a go. Just to save, though, Ruby, they will scale to 6.
And if they were very desperate for it, they could go for a bit of a hunt. But with limited time, there's no need for anything like that. So just trying to evacuate that bomb site. We know how heavy that bomb explosion is. And with 3 survivors, even more money is going to be injected into the Ruby bank. Round number 11 going to be underway. Only a couple of rounds remaining in this half. And I think these final 2 rounds could have a huge amount of impact in terms of where this game goes. Ruby, like we've already said, they could be the ones in the lead. They could be the ones with a pretty one-sided looking half. Well, it looked like he actually wanted to go through this smoke initially. Both players in front of this HE grenade. Salso with util in hand, but manages to drop it and back away. Chance for Ruby to level up the man advantage was there, but not taken. Missed shot from Stadodo. Could be a costly one.
He's spotting the jiggle, but he's just playing such a tight angle.
Finally, the shot is baited out, but it's allowed more players to rotate in. No kills coming through from the T's until finally he's forced onto a Glock. Missed shots from Easy. Too many missed shots. One overstep. He will peek into the AWP of Stadodo. Alex on the bomb. Stadodo still not taken down. And the bomb being diffused in the flames. I mean, that is certainly not around to be showing off your open skills for either side.
No, not great. Either way, Iberian Soul, it's an important round. Bridging the gap. I think a 6-6 would be a very fair half, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely comes across that way. That's why I think Ruby had a really good chance to steal an 8-4 scoreline around in a game that has been very back and forth. Tons of damage dealt through the smoke. But CTs are forced back from the mid position, so Ruby do get it at the cost of 2 players. Elves.
A lot of damage been dealt here as well to Ruby. This has been a kind of a consistent factor through Iberian Soul, whether it's utility, whether it's kind of chip damage through smokes. They've looked really good at that, and Stadodo finding Sawalio is important because all attention will be towards him, and it means that Davi G can maybe sneak on through. I don't know why he's peeked here. Hazinator found. Excellent from Stadodo.
Also has got a nice timing out here.
Katie's got a flash. Ooh, Alex, important kill. Easy will get the trade, and Stadodo and Salzol now in the 2-on-2. Can't deny the plant. Katie now holding the... Ooh, Easy might just peek from the bomb site, and he does. It's all on Stadodo. 1 versus 2 now. Katie's crept into cave.
And with the AWP in hand, you'd feel like no one's going to give you a gunfight, but Easy is doing exactly that, pushing forward towards the right side, hits the instant headshot, and a 3K from him in this round. Big performance. Honestly, I was a bit worried he was actually going to go against Ruby there when we saw Fozil find the first kill and then turn from his teammates' flashbang, which allowed the trade to come through from Alex. But is stabilized, is around victory for Ruby, and it's a chance they've got to see if they can move forward from so many close games that they've had, so many close maps. But that playoff spot has just been eluding them for too long.
7-5. Ruby, they've got that slight edge. They've got the lead. I don't think a pistol round will confirm this one, but it will certainly give them the edge.
And plenty of bodies towards B for Iberian Soul, but likewise for Ruby as a 4-man setup, 2 in cave. Hazenator finds the first. Hazenator's doing it all alone, and Easy is here just to clean up, but actually Katie peeks out beforehand, so Easy a little bit slow to pull the trigger onto Alex. So Alex is actually able to double down and keep this one as competitive as it can be. Easy fighting amongst the smokes. The bullets are not connecting, and Easy almost had a chance to reload that weapon. Sonodo goes down as well. The bomb is still dropped. Sonodo 10 points of health.
Savage is a smoke and a molly. Sonodo still playing very aggressively here. Will be taken down. Molly dropped. Fozil forced off. And now we kind of just reset in this 1v1. Good old game of mind games. Is Daviji going to head to B? Is he going to back away to A? Is he going to push to Red Room? So many things for Fozil to think about. And Daviji's not messing about. Smoking CT. Will plant the bomb, and a very open plant. A lot of questions now for Fozil. Retrieving the kit. Will save his bacon a little.
I mean, this is the issue if you're Fozil. You're pushing onto a bomb site, and you have no indication of where this T is at all. Such an open plant, like you said, can be planted from near enough any angle. And Fozil has just clocked on now.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. I think sometimes in that moment, the best thing you can do is stick the bomb. When you've got no information, you're just hoping it's never going to work. Pistol goes the way of Iberian Soul, though. And again, it's going to keep things very interesting.
Yeah, keeping this one competitive. This could be a photo finish here. This could be what we thought Nuke was going to be.
Yeah.
Ruby loving a force buy, but haven't been working out all too well for them as of late. A couple of MP9s, but are they going to be able to try to hold off the speed that we're seeing from Iberian Soul right now? Fozil's MP9 doesn't connect, and the whole B defense gets wiped out, and Katie might just try to make an effort to save this, but in fact, tries to see if he can catch timing.
Ruby Force hasn't worked, though, has it?
No, and it was an issue that I wasn't a huge fan that they opted to make on Nuke on that CT side. I think you lose the pistol, just give it up, try to play with weapons. Oh no! What? Flailing wildly with the blade out, but Mopaz
Who's giving him a
apparently
haircut?
wants the kill reward with the Mac 10 instead.
Well, he wants the headshot stats, that's what it is.
Maybe.
So he probably got like a 80% headshot right now. 4 of his kills being headshots.
As close as it does get, but Iberian Soul is just going to be up against some upgraded pistols. You're hoping they'll be able to deal with this one pretty confidently. Hazenator in the flames. Flashbang blinded a couple of players, but it's still Iberian Soul who just make quick work of another big stack towards B.
So easy, so simple. And now Iberian Soul will take the lead. 8-7.
Oh, not just yet. You never know. Maybe Swallow can make something happen with this 5-7. Not able to find Alex just yet. Bringing them down to 1 HP. And the Mac 10 is successful. And Iberian Soul, I think it's their turn. Finally having some decent finances behind them. Watched Ruby basically be flush with cash most of the first half, but finally Iberian Soul, you can see they got a decent bit of income. Starodo's upgraded to the York. Mopod's just going to be wielding that Mac 10 still. I don't think it's an issue on a map like Ancient where we saw in the first half how much brawling there was across the map. Underway here now, round number 16. You want to see Easy get on that AWP as quick as possible. They're not going to have that luxury on this occasion. I'm very curious, always when we come on to Ancient, to see how CTs opt to play it, where they look to put a lot of their resources into fighting, and it is going to be a decent chunk towards middle.
Oh,
KD's a really deep position here. He actually could have had a slight moment where he spotted Mopos making it into cave.
Elevated angle for Stadodo. There's got to be an idea from the Ruby side that an AWP could be in play. KD elevates, Mopos will get the trade, and now Davi G be pushing through. Needs the trade to Walio, but Walio doubles. And now Hazanator holding in cave. Salzop, nothing he can do as Fuzzle's there as well. A great setup from Ruby. It seems there's kind of contingency plans in effect all across the board.
Now we do have that easy AWP that I wanted. I think both AWPers have had a lot of impact this game. Whether it is just an opening kill or two, whether it's just a pick here or there, but they can be the difference makers. KD finding the kill onto Davi G. Gives the opening kill to Ruby, but Iberian Soul want to exploit this space offered up towards A. And the site has been taken. The bomb can eventually get planted. Starodo not being the one who wants to plant it, so just drops it down. Alex doing the honors. And let's...
Oh, we know about the Ruby retakes, don't we?
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one now for Iberian, so they got to try to see if they can get some picks early, and Starodo's AWP is always a player to look at, and there you go, fine and easy. But the boost getting caught out, getting punished.
Hazanator should never be finding two, that...
Just already out. That's you can see some of the teas a little bit too late. Mopos, who was meant to be this lurk, kind of had to get into the action as his teammates did fall.
Oh, how has he survived?
A bit lucky there.
Yeah, very fortunate. Obviously, Stadodo can drop over an AK. We can have Alex on Mopos on a Mac 10. I think this has got to be an investment from our Iberian Soul. I think it's got to be. You don't really want to be giving Ruby an opportunity to stabilize their finances. I think the buy has to be the play.
They are certainly deliberating that, but as we can see in terms of the investments, it feels like their mind's already made up. Few rifles.
Yeah, I've got no problem
okay.
with this buy. I've got no problem with it. 1 Tech 9, 3 AKs and AWP. Decent utility. Because you're going to let Ruby get 10 otherwise. And I think for Iberian Soul, the finances for Ruby are pretty poor as well. So there's that chance to maybe force Ruby into this type of decision, whether they should go for a force or not. Mopos, close here with a Tech 9. KD found by Davi G, sneaking through the mid-smoke. Sawalio, he wants to take a risk here. This is the bomb carrier. Sawalio can find it. And now things get very difficult. Alex has to find this frag. Davi G takes down easy. Alex, oh, is he going to be prepped for this? He's heard the steps, and the steps cause Sawalio to look elsewhere. Obviously, why would he be worried about a potential trade? Alex didn't make a single attempt to shoot through the smoke or look to hunt. It's perfect there. The steps there from Stadodo sell everything. Fozzle and Hazenator, shoulder to shoulder here. Iberian Soul. Don't mess this roundabout.
That's the thing, they've got so much time on the clock that they're not forced to go towards A anymore. Mopos is clearing out this position instead. Stadodo needs to get found.
Yeah,
Hazenator choosing the wrong angle. And Fozzle's sort of just been chasing shadows, it feels, and goes down to the tech as well.
Good round, though, for Iberian Soul. Plenty of survivors. And as I said, now Ruby are kind of faced with this difficulty. Obviously, if they had a saved bot, maybe it would sway the decision a little, but surely just an eco. So while you has invested in a hero rifle, which I don't mind.
I mean, it can't be any more neck and neck, can it?
No, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. I hoped for overtime, and I'll be honest, anything but overtime I think would be a bit of a disservice to the series itself.
13-11. Probably have a similar impact. I'm just hoping both teams don't run out of steam towards the end. Somehow the weaker weapons are causing a lot of turmoil, though, for Iberian Soul on this occasion. They've got the man advantage. Fozzle just about dropping the smoke in time. Salsor still looking to go in front of it. Very split from the rest of his team, though. So good chance for Ruby to get even more of a foothold on the round. And Salsor, heroics on display. What a spray transfer there.
Yeah, excellent from Salzar. We know of his kind of individual ability, and he's providing the goods there for Iberian Soul. And Ruby now, this is kind of a make or break buy. They lose this. It's an eco. Iberian Soul find 12.
I mean, you've got to add a bit more tension, it seems.
Yeah. Look at the kind of utility here. No defuse kit for Ruby. It's a bare bones buy. They've got the spine, but...
Iberian Soul not looking to take too many engagements towards middle. Not in the same way that Ruby were in the first half. Up the T-ramp for Iberian Soul. Attackers go. Fozzle finds the first. Mopos. Great readjustment to find Hazenator.
How has Katie taken so long to find that kill, and there's not been a trade from Salzar?
Yeah, a little slow off the mark, and Iberian Soul are backing away, giving up the control that they just fought for.
Yeah, and Katie's proactive in this moment. Easy just posted up with the AWP, and Katie's going to go creeping. I like this. I love this type of play from Katie. Might kind of go against them. Bit of double jeopardy here with this play, because although Katie's taking this control and seen they're not there, oh, he has got the awareness that they can come cave. I really like how Katie's playing this round. There's a smoke and a Molotov. And for Davi G and Salzar, I hope they don't use it until the bomb goes down. Give them a little bit more breathing room. Ooh. That smoke thrown. It allows Easy to just get posted up. Salzar, couple missed shots. Katie will close. Ruby find 10. And again, it's a tied up scoreline.
I mean, what an important round for Ruby, though. You do worry what would happen to them if they're not successful in it. It's been very back and forth this game. I think if Iberian Soul won that round, chances are they get a bit of a 3-round streak with map and series point at their fingertips. That there's a good chance that Ruby might struggle to find every single one of them without making a mistake. There's been a lot of individuals stepping up on both sides, being real different makers, but the thing I am liking to see is that I don't think there's anyone being quiet on either side right now. Everyone's had their moments. Oh, but it's the CTs prevailing here. Easy has not realized Mopos is already crossed. Still the advantage with Mopos being low HP, and how those flips not connecting. The jump from Mopos might have kept him alive for a little longer, but with the AWP in hand and a 1 versus 4, he does get found, and Ruby find 11. I'm not sure what the loss bonus is going to be like for Iberian Soul. I don't know how much a difference the bomb plant's going to make. It will be okay for them to be able to eco.
Are they going to them? Are they going to allow Ruby find 12?
Isn't it?
I think this, you know what? I really would like to see an Iberian Soul investment in this one, because they've been going a little bit towards middle, the odd kind of round where Davy G might push through the smoke, and they've primarily been going towards the B bomb side. I would love to see a full buy here from Iberian Soul. They just do the insta, donut and CT smoke, and you just go towards A straight away. You get the bomb down, you close out the round, good post plant positions. Look, I think in this round, you need an HE, you need a molly, 2 flashes, 2 smokes. That's 5 pieces of util. The rest of the guys can just focus on weaponry, and I think that might be enough. Obviously, it's a high-risk kind of decision, but obviously without it, they allow Ruby to find 12, and I think that's where it can get very scary.
That's the thing. That's the question that Iberian Soul are going to have.
Yeah, what do you even decide? What do you choose to do? Heavy half with a hero AK. I don't mind this decision.
Kind of feels like best of both worlds, I suppose.
Yeah, look, they've got Tech 9s in play. Alex does have Kevlar.
I mean, Mopos is more than happy to take a hit anyway, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's on a weaker weapon and just drops over a weapon to Salso.
I can't remember the last time he had a rifle.
That was his best work with the weaker guns, it seems.
Yeah, look, I feel like every team should have someone who's kind of a bit of a Mac 10, MP9, Tech 9 specialist, because it just allows for hero AKs. But let's see if this hero AK can formulate much. Hazinator on the bomb site. Oh, Hazinator, so simple. Salzar will get one. Katie's already rotated in. Fozzel's repositioned. Sawalio, he can find the bomb carrier. Round over, just a 1 casualty. The hero AK, not seen much from it. And Ruby, they will find 12. Ruby, they were 2-0. They lost to Nexus. They were 2-1. They lost to Monty. They are now 2-2, facing off against Iberian Soul. Victory on the horizon. All they need is one more round for that push to playoffs.
And it does feel like these last few rounds, Ruby have hit a second wind.
And of course it's Katie, the player that we said hasn't really been stepping up in the last couple games, in the last couple series. Oh, and Katie, great awareness. Fossil's by his side. Sal's Tech 9 bound. It's done. Wrapped up with a bow on top for Ruby. It's all on Stadodo. A 1 versus 4. He's been spotted. He's been chipped away at. It is done. Ruby prevail. They make their way to the playoffs. It was an expectation. It was somewhat of a guarantee when we saw them 2-0. Luckily and thankfully for Ruby, it hasn't gone against them. However hard fought these games have been, they've taken it the distance here in the final opportunity, and they've done it. But what a game from Katie. Fozzle as well. Look, I know we don't do MVPs in the Swiss stage, but I think it's safe to say it's probably going to be going to Fozzle. He had an incredible game. He was just so clinical throughout. And look, I think sometimes you look at this Ruby side and a lot of the praise goes to KD, but this time it was Fozzle just absolutely destroying. And I think you just think back to Mirage, the consistent double openers, whether it's towards middle, whether it's towards the B bomb side, he kind of locked up rounds within the first, 15, 20 seconds. And when you have a player like that on your roster, big things can occur. And for Ruby, obviously, the biggest thing here in the CCT, they've made it to playoffs. They've kind of finally got over that hurdle. And now the question is, how far can they push? But sadly for Iberian Soul, we will be saying goodbye to them. Obviously, I guess a bit of a wait until we can see what they have to offer in Series 2. But Charlie, final thoughts of the Swiss stage overall?
Yeah, I mean, just touching on Ruby first, you just already know the emotion that's going through their camp right now. And it's not exactly going to be happiness just yet. It probably feels like relief, firstly, that they've finally been able to get it over the line. But yeah, it's taken a long time to do so. But the most important thing, Fred, we talk about it in CS games a lot. Often the first and last rounds are the hardest to find, and seemingly for Ruby, it's the final series that was the hardest one to find. But eventually they did so. It was really down to the wire in that final map, and I don't think we could have asked for a better close to this Swiss stage. And I think what a ride it's been. Got to see some really excellent teams show why they deserve to be here. And I think, look, shaping up to what is this playoff bracket and what it's going to be, there's a lot of expectations on many of these teams, but I think the most important thing to highlight, and it always feels like we look at this playoff bracket, there's never a guaranteed team. There's sort of like half the teams you're like, yeah, they could have a super deep run, and the other half you're like, yeah, they're the dark horses to watch. And I think Ruby is certainly going to be, for me, a bit of a dark horse. And playoffs is already a success story. Now let's see how far this team can go amongst a number of other teams.
Look, I think I'm just going to have a quick look and I guess a quick, a quick talk about some of the teams that have been eliminated, and I guess maybe for some inspiration and some hope for them, right? Obviously, we've got plenty more series to be seen throughout Season 3. I think we're going to be seeing plenty of these faces once again. It's not their time finished. But I want to highlight a couple teams here, right? Sinners 0-3. I think that's always a tough one. I think we expect quite a lot from Sinners, especially with the accolades that they've had in the past. I want to say Partisan and Zero Tenacity 1-3. I didn't really expect that from either. I think both of those teams really, really promising. And Passion UA, probably the most outrageous of all of them. I want to say they're the highest ranked team in the whole of the Swiss stage. Yeah, they are. Highest HLTV rank, or not highest, lowest HLTV ranking. But on paper, the best team can't even make it through the Swiss stage. It just goes to show how difficult this Swiss stage is and how kind of the quality here within the CCT. And obviously that is the Swiss stage over. We move to playoffs and I'm so excited to see it commence. Obviously, we're going to be kind of rattling through the matches, through the game days as quick as we can because it's right around the corner. You know, you're thinking, what, 4 or 5 days' time? We're already at that grand final. So excitement to be seen, but not for this evening as we will be throwing it to, well, I say a break. We're going to be throwing it to the end of the stream.
A long break.
Yeah, long break. Look, you got, what, 10 hours. So if you guys are, you are keeping the stream open, I don't know what you're doing. Who knows? We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, be ambitious if you're keeping the stream open for, what, 12 hours or something.
Yeah.
But maybe, talk amongst yourself in chat.
Yeah, exactly. Either way, though, that's been it from us. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And we'll see you tomorrow for those first round of 16 games.